Chapter 1709. The fat old man, in particular, had a look of terror on his face. He realized that Lin Xian's ice was even more terrifying than his own ice aura. In an instant, he felt as if his body was frozen. Damn it, is this the legendary sea god's ice? The chubby old man's expression was horrified and ugly. In the next moment, he screamed even louder. He realized that Lin Xian had appeared behind him in an instant. Raging dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and a pair of pitch-black dragon claws danced quickly. They instantly hit the chubby old man's body and tore him in half. No! Seeing this, the skinny old man roared crazily. He did not expect his companion to be killed in an instant. He could not accept this. Die, brat! The skinny old man stopped running and turned around to attack with his palms. Boom! The void trembled, and endless seawater gushed out. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into a huge lake. There was endless seawater in the sky and on the ground. The skinny old man's aura rose again. Boundless ocean! He struck out with his palms, and two huge waves that were thousands of feet tall turned into two palms that pounced on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his palms, and the sea god's eyes shone again. The endless power of ice froze the two palms. Not only that, but the lake within 100 miles was also frozen into ice. In fact, even the body of that skinny old man was frozen in midair by the ice. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian struck out with a sharp sword light and directly cut his opponent in half. Since then, the Northwest Ghost duo had ended their lives in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he arrived below. This battle was more dangerous than when he killed the disciples of the Sacred Lands. The Northwest Ghost duo were indeed seniors. They were 6-star kings, and they were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many ultimate moves, and with the longevity art, his spiritual energy was stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Only then could he win. Otherwise, no matter how many ultimate moves he had, he wouldn't be able to use them if he didn't have enough spiritual energy. Next, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. However, they did not know that there were a few figures below the forest where they were fighting. Among them was a mysterious middle-aged man and a few white-haired old men. One of them was Tuoba Yulong of the Tuoba family. The others were also elders, but their auras didn't seem to be any weaker than Tuoba Yulong's. Needless to say, these people were all extremely powerful seeker spirit masters. As for the middle-aged man, he was wearing a blue lightning robe. His entire body carried an incomparably violent aura. Myriad Thunder Sect. This middle-aged man was an expert from the 10,000 Thunder Sect. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men were still searching the underground. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as if they were searching for something. His hands continued to form seals, forming numerous dragon-shaped chi. Then, the three of them quickly searched and discussed with each other. At this time, the middle-aged man in the blue lightning robe asked in a deep voice, "How is it, the three of you? Mr. Wan, your guess is correct. This should be an ancient ruin." An ancient ruin? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lightning robe smiled. After searching for so long, we've finally found it. This should be the remains of an ancient sect. If we can obtain the treasures inside, our Myriad Thunder sect might be able to take another step forward and become a peerless sacred ground. The middle-aged man's eyes shone with astonishing light. Then, he said to the other three, "This information must be sealed properly. When we return to the Myriad Thunder sect, we'll discuss the grand plan." "Of course." Tuoba Yulong and the other two old men nodded. However, at this time, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, the people on the ground frowned. The middle-aged man in particular had a sharp look in his eyes. He just told them not to leak the information, and this had happened. Could someone be spying on them nearby? Someone must be fighting. Tuoba Yulong's eyes shone brightly. Before he could finish, an extremely cold chi seeped into the ground from below. A layer of blue ice crystals even appeared around the middle-aged man and Tuoba Yulong. What a terrifying chi! Everyone was shocked. Someone was indeed fighting, and it was near them. Let me see who it is. Tuoba Yulong held his walking stick and looked up. The next moment, his eyes shone with purple light, like two divine rainbows, and quickly streaked through the void. What? It's him? Soon, Tuoba Yulong's body trembled and his face darkened. Who is it? Seeing Tuoba Yulong's expression, the others were puzzled. Who could make Tuoba Yulong so angry? It's that Lin Xian, that damned brat. What? Lin Xian? You mean that Lin Xian that the Wavering Light's sacred land is chasing? The other two old men were also shocked. Even the middle-aged man started to frown. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong said in a deep voice, Mr. Wan, this Lin Xian not only has a grudge with our Tuoba family, but also with your Myriad Thunder sect? Last time in the Sacred Hall, it was this brat who killed the Myriad Thunder sect's disciples and stole one of the Myriad Thunder Saint's treasures, the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Should we make a move now and take him down? Firstly, we can avenge ourselves. Secondly, we might be able to find out the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this, the other two old men were also excited. The Heaven's Legacy race was related to the existence of the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. Seeker spirit masters like them all cultivated eye techniques, but none of their eye techniques could compare to the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye. If they could obtain the Heaven's Legacy Divine Eye, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. However, the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back, Ignore that brat for now. Open the entrance to the ancient ruins first. As for the grudge between the Myriad Thunder sect and that brat, I will naturally resolve it. Our current plan is to obtain the ancient ruins. After all, even if that brat really did have the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race, he would only be able to create one expert. If they obtained the ancient ruins, the entire Myriad Thunder sect would be able to ascend. I believe I don't need to remind the three of you which is more important, right? Yes, we will definitely help the Myriad Thunder sect obtain the ancient ruins. Tuoba Yulong and the other two said quickly. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Don't worry, we will definitely not treat the three of you unfairly once we obtain the ancient ruins. On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Now, the two were about to leave. Chapter 1710. On the ground, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already cleaned up the carriage. Next, the two of them were about to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a strange feeling. It was a strange feeling, so Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked around. His eyes emitted a faint golden light, and he soon discovered that there were several auras underground. Those auras were very powerful, like true dragons in hibernation. One of them was even stronger than the Northwest Ghost duo from before. There are still people here. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that an ordinary forest would hide so many experts. However, from the looks of it, they did not seem to be coming for him. Could there be something underground? Lin Xian was curious and wanted to investigate more carefully. Underground, Tuoba Yulong and the other two worked together again, preparing to explore the ancient ruins below. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Tuoba Yulong and the other two also stopped what they were doing and frowned, because someone was spying on them. They had set up a large formation to conceal the heavenly secret, so ordinary people would not discover their existence at all. However, there was still someone who could spy on them. It was truly shocking. It's that damned Lin Xian! He actually discovered this place. Tuoba Yulong's expression was ugly. That brat also cultivated a mysterious eye technique. He did not expect that he would be able to see this place. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Since he has discovered us, we can't let him live. The three of you, please continue searching here. I'll go take care of that brat. With that, his figure flickered, and he disappeared underground. Outside, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eye and naturally passed through the concealment formation. He discovered that there seemed to be an incredible treasure below. However, before he could take a closer look, the void suddenly split open, and then an enormous and cold killing intent instantly surged out. Sensing this aura, Lin Xian immediately stopped activating his heavenly secret divine eye, and the golden light in his eyes instantly disappeared. He could not let others know that he had the heavenly secret divine eye, or the entire world would probably hunt him down crazily. The void in front of him split open, and a figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a chiseled face and black hair that danced wildly in the wind. He was wearing a blue lightning robe that fit his body perfectly. At this moment, there were thunderous sounds in the air. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet another enemy here. However, what made him even more curious was, what were the people of the 10,000 Thunder sect doing underground? Could it be that he had really found some treasure? "You're that Lin Xian?" the middle-aged man said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "You're also here to capture me." "Capture you?" the middle-aged man sneered. "There's no need for that. Even if there's a secret of the Tianji clan, it should be in the hands of Mo Tianqi. You're just a small disciple of the Pill sect. It's impossible for you to know any secrets. He was only lucky to be able to escape from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Then why are you still here?" Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the middle-aged man wasn't here to capture him. "Because you saw something you shouldn't have seen. We have to get you out." The middle-aged man was very direct. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. "Something I shouldn't have seen?" Lin Xian smiled. "It seems that there is indeed a treasure below. A treasure that can make the 10,000 Thunder sect care so much must be a shocking treasure. Maybe it's an ancient ruin. You're smart, but smart people don't live long." The middle-aged man heard this, and the killing intent in his eyes became sharper. Since the other party had guessed it, he couldn't let him live. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and flew into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the little white monkey, asking them to sneak into the ground to find out what kind of treasure it was. When the dark red dragon and the little white monkey received the voice transmission, they sneaked into the void and disappeared. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Xian fleeing into the distance, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't want to make a move here because he was afraid that he would destroy the ancient ruin below. Since Lin Xian wanted to escape into the distance, it was the best choice for him. Therefore, he flashed and followed Lin Xian unhurriedly. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop. The middle-aged man behind him also stopped and looked at Lin Xian coldly. "At this distance, I shouldn't be able to destroy the treasures underground, right?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "You're really concerned about a lot. I think you should worry about your own life first." The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian was still thinking about the treasure below. It seemed like he didn't know how to spell the word death. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from the middle-aged man. Like a wave, it swept in all directions. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. Countless lightning bolts spread in the surrounding void and instantly turned into a boundless sea of lightning. It was terrifying as it surged and roared. Crackle, crackle! Huge divine lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Lin Xian as if they were going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The black shadow of the fist was like a raging dragon. It rushed into the sky and tore the thunderclouds apart. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." The destructive aura on his body exploded in an instant. Even the sea of lightning around him dimmed a little. "Not bad." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and sneered. Then, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Thunderbird. Suddenly, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and turned into countless strange blue birds. They were surrounded by lightning and were as sharp as knives as they rushed down quickly. The entire sky was overturned in an instant as the powerful aura of lightning pierced through the void. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded. Lin Xian waved his fist, and used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The fist technique was monstrous. Every strike exploded a group of thunderbirds. Terrifying waves of air rolled in the sky and the area within 1,000 miles collapsed quickly. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven! The middle-aged man frowned. He didn't expect the other party's fist technique to be so violent that it could destroy his army of thunderbirds in an instant. But in the next moment, he raised his hands and struck out with both palms. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky surged and turned into a wave that rushed forward. There were a total of 9 layers in total. The Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was a very terrifying martial art of the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, it was used by the middle-aged man and was even more violent. Waving both palms, 9 huge waves of lightning were formed. Each of them was terrifying. Chapter 17:11. What was even more terrifying was that this move had a total of 9 strikes, and each strike was stronger than the previous one. It was as if these lightning seas could be superimposed. When it reached the 9th strike, the power was absolutely terrifying. It was unimaginable, and no one could resist it. This middle-aged man used such a terrifying killing move on Lin Xian from the beginning. It was very obvious that the killing intent in his heart had already been extinguished. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The other party's strength was really too powerful, even far surpassing the Northwest twin ghosts from before. Facing the incomparably violent Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. In the next moment, he roared, and the aura in his body suddenly erupted. A black aura of destruction enveloped. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist! Waving both fists, terrifying fist shadows were densely packed, similarly forming a black sea wave, carrying a destructive aura as it charged forward. Although the other party's Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was terrifying, his Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was also incomparably terrifying. At this moment, combined with the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was even more astonishing. In the next moment, the boundless black sea wave collided with the lightning sea that filled the sky, causing an intense collision. The void quickly collapsed, and one black hole after another appeared. Very soon, the first layer of lightning sea wave was quickly shattered under the power of the black fist shadows. Following that, the second layer of lightning sea wave quickly rushed over, and the black fist shadows that filled the sky also dimmed quite a bit. However, it still carried a shocking destructive power. In the end, the black fist shadows that filled the sky collided with the second type of lightning power, and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. However, the third bolt of lightning was still heading straight for Lin Xian. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, each layer was stronger than the previous. The third layer was incomparably terrifying, and its power was even more terrifying than the first 2 layers combined. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly swung his fist and delivered a killing blow. Thunderclap Dragon! The dragon's shadow roared, and lightning surrounded it. A huge black dragon shadow quickly rushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging forward. Very soon the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of lightning were shattered under this Thunderclap Dragon. The Thunderclap Dragon also roared and directly exploded with a loud bang. Humph! I'll see how many layers you can block! Seeing that the first 5 layers of lightning had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. However, he wasn't too worried because he was very confident in his Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Furthermore, the power of lightning after the 5th level was even more terrifying. Every single one of his attacks was capable of killing a 6-star king. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, his expression extremely solemn. Indeed, the other party's Thunderclap Ninth Heaven was extremely terrifying. Up until now, he had only broken through the first 5 stages. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong pushed his Great Dragon Sword Soul and destructive aura to their limits as he punched out with both fists. Furious Dragon rips the heavens! A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the sky like 2 black mountains. With a forceful tear, a black crack appeared in the entire space. The black crack extended rapidly towards the 6th layer of the Thunder Sea. Crack, crack. Boom! The void once again fell into chaos, and the sixth lightning sea was instantly torn in half. Immediately after, the seventh layer also quickly turned into ashes. However, at this moment, the two black dragon claws also became dim. They were pierced by countless lightning bolts, and were covered in wounds. Rumble! The eighth lightning sea was extremely terrifying. With just one attack, it directly shattered the two black dragon claws. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression had already turned cold. This was because he didn't expect the other party to actually have such strength to be able to destroy his seventh lightning sea. One had to know that ordinary six-star kings couldn't do this. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He didn't expect that his two ultimate attacks still couldn't break the other party's thunderclap ninth heaven. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, at the next moment, Lin Xian waved his fist again and struck out the third killing move of the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Layers of dragon shadows. A deep dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, countless black rays of light soared and turned into black dragons in the sky, roaring non-stop. This scene was too shocking. For a moment, the sky was completely filled with countless dragon shadows, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, these dragon shadows that filled the sky collided with the last two lightning bolts, resulting in a shocking explosion. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly enveloped, and countless mountains were directly turned into powder. Large swathes of the earth collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. This collision was too terrifying, as if it was destroying the world. Damn it! How is this possible? It's actually all shattered! Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression was abnormally gloomy. He didn't expect that his ultimate move, the thunderclap ninth heaven, would actually be destroyed by the other party. He couldn't believe it. At the next moment, his expression was cold as he let out a long roar. Under his feet, mysterious lightning runes appeared and quickly spread in all directions. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. Immediately, the clouds in the sky rolled, and 6 huge lightning bolts descended like heavenly pillars. In an instant, the space was sealed. And Lin Xian was also enveloped within. Flying Thunder God Formation! The middle-aged man's expression was cold as he roared. Immediately, the 6 huge lightning pillars bloomed, and the lightning surged, turning into shocking energy that surged toward Lin Xian. For a moment, the countless black dragon figures around Lin Xian were penetrated by these lightning bolts. Not only that, these lightning bolts didn't stop, and were still flying quickly toward Lin Xian. In an instant, they enveloped him. At the next moment, countless energy exploded, completely drowning that place. Humph, it's over! Seeing that he had really hit the other party this time, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Thunder sect in the distance revealed a sinister smile. However, at the next moment, his smile froze, and even his expression became very unsightly. Because in front of him, in the boundless sea of lightning, a green light lit up and directly pierced through the sea of clouds. After that, countless green sword lights soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At the next moment, the surrounding lightning was ruthlessly cut open. Boom! Lin Xian's figure appeared again, and around him, a green domain shone. He's not dead. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was cold. He didn't expect the other party to have such strength. Good boy, it seems that I've really underestimated you. But do you think you're safe like this? The middle-aged man snorted, and a light lit up under his feet. Then, he cooperated with the 6 heavenly lightning bolts in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying lightning domain was formed, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the dragon sword domain. Boy, in my lightning domain, you have no way to survive. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian snorted unmoved. The middle-aged man sneered. You don't have to provoke me. Although you're very strong, you're still no match for me. If you're given a few more decades, you might really be able to surpass me. Chapter 1712. The middle-aged man was very confident. With a wave of his hand, the 6 heavenly lightning pillars in the Thunder Sea domain began to spin rapidly. On top of it, mysterious lightning runes appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The horrifying power of thunder and lightning transformed into numerous thunder blades that slashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. These lightning blades were abnormally sharp and could easily cut through the void. This was a great divine ability that could communicate with the power of lightning from the 9 heavens and use it for oneself. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Dragon Sword's spiritual domain. Immediately, countless sharp sword chi soared into the sky and swept in all directions. It collided with the lightning blades that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! Although those lightning blades were terrifying, they were unable to resist Lin Xian's sword chi. In an instant, a large number of lightning blades were cut in half. However, this was a great divine ability after all. Therefore, even though many lightning blades were cut in half, more lightning blades appeared from the 6 heavenly lightning pillars and attacked Lin Xian. It was endless, as if there was no limit. Humph, it's useless. No matter how sharp your sword chi is, so what? My thunder blade is limitless. It will only disappear when I kill you. The middle-aged man sneered as a cold light bloomed in his eyes. The lightning that filled the sky turned into a sharp rainbow and quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian, on the other hand, activated the Dragon Sword domain to resist. Humph, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Brat, stop struggling. It's useless. Originally, I didn't want to kill you. However, you saw a secret that you didn't dare to see. Naturally, I can only silence you. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The sword chi on his body was resplendent and suddenly erupted. A sharp aura swept out in all directions. All the surrounding lightning blades were blown away. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you experience my true strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding Dragon Sword realm's aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. It emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and his entire person was like a sword light, instantly dashing into the distance. Wherever he passed, countless lightning blades were completely shattered. Nothing could stop Lin Xian's advance. In an instant, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the other party could actually increase his combat strength. This was simply too inconceivable. The other party was just a puny 3-star king. Even if he was a genius, he would still be able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. But after fighting for so long, he probably didn't have much strength left, right? However, the other party was actually able to increase his aura and even kill his way to the front. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. Damn it, what kind of secret does this brat have? He did not believe that an ordinary 3-star king could be so terrifying. But now, there was no time for him to think about it. Because a sharp sword chi was slashing towards him at high speed. The sea of lightning around him was also instantly cut apart, creating a vacuum. Humph! With a cold snort, the middle-aged man waved his sleeve and a thunder drum quickly appeared before him. The drum grew bigger and turned into a wall of lightning. Boom! 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 The sharp sword chi collided with the thunder drum, emitting a shocking collision sound. Terrifying sound waves and sword chi rushed out in all directions, piercing through the void. This thunder drum was an earth-rank treasure and was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the sword chi naturally did not cut it apart. However, that powerful force still made the middle-aged man continuously retreat, and a trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Xian's sharp sword aura had injured him. Lin Xian was greatly surprised when he saw that this sword chi actually did not cut apart the thunder drum. However, he also knew how terrifying an earth-rank treasure was. It would probably be very difficult for him to shatter it. However, if the other party wanted to rely on an earth-rank treasure to block his attack, that was a fool's dream. I'll let you know the consequences of chasing after me. Lin Xian shouted coldly, pulled out the 9 Hell Demon sword, and attacked again. With a slash of the sword, the black sword light was extremely sharp. Fusing the power of the 9 Hell Demon sword and the dragon sword domain, it was terrifying to the extreme. The void was sliced apart in an instant. The surrounding lightning sea was even annihilated by these sword chi. This was like a sword of death. Everywhere it passed, nothing could block it. In front of my myriad thunder drum, you can't stir up any waves at all. Ahead, the middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. He revolved his power, controlling the myriad thunder drum in front of him. This myriad thunder drum was also a treasure. On top of it were lines of lightning patterns, incomparably mysterious. At this moment, it was akin to a lightning mountain blocking in front of the middle-aged man, carrying out defense. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sword chi slashed down, colliding with the myriad thunder drum, emitting an earth-shaking collision once again. But this time, the myriad thunder drum produced a change. That drum's surface trembled non-stop, forming a rebounding force, even bouncing back quite a bit of sword chi. Brat, have a taste of your own sword chi! The middle-aged man laughed coldly and continued to control the myriad thunder drum, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that this myriad thunder drum actually had the power to rebound. Facing the incoming sword chi, his figure swayed, and he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire body turned into a stream of light, instantly dodging the sword chi that filled the sky. Seeing that Lin Xian was not injured, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. Because the other party's speed was too fast, so fast that it made him extremely shocked. Damn it, who is this brat? How can he be so strong? He was simply too shocked. Because the other party's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Such a person definitely could not be just a small alchemy sect disciple. No, he could not let the other party live anymore. Otherwise, in a few decades, he would be an extremely terrifying existence. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian today. He could not allow a tiger to grow into a calamity. Brat, I have to say that you are indeed a genius. But it is precisely because of this that I have to kill you. The middle-aged man's expression was ice-cold. Then, he clasped his hands together. Immediately, the 6 light pillars in the distance quickly gathered towards Lin Xian. The 6 lightning pillars continuously compressed space, causing the range that Lin Xian could move to become smaller and smaller. This was a measure of the middle-aged man's. Because he knew that the other party's speed was fast, he might not be able to hit him even if he used his ultimate move. That was why he compressed space, making it impossible for the other party to escape. The 6 lightning pillars, together with his lightning domain, formed an extremely terrifying space of pressure. The other party could only break it with a powerful force. Otherwise, there was no way for him to escape. However, with such terrifying energy, even the middle-aged man himself might not be able to break it, let alone the other party. Therefore, in his opinion, this time Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian's nerves were also tense. He did not expect that the middle-aged man could actually suppress his speed. He had to admit that this was indeed a powerful opponent. Chapter 1713. However, it was indeed impossible to trap him. Moreover, he did not intend to waste any more of his energy with the other party because he was worried that a stronger martial artist would appear at any time. After all, the treasure below seemed to be no small matter. Therefore, in the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the dragon sword territory. The dragon-headed sword body was extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a sharp aura that could destroy everything. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the middle-aged man opposite him felt his hair stand on end. He felt a great sense of danger, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, what is that? The middle-aged man looked into the distance in horror. He did not expect the other party to have the ability to kill him. In the next moment, Lin Xian grasped the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Suddenly, A surging sharp aura erupted from his body and swept all around. A huge sword shadow circled around his body, like a real dragon circling around him. The sword shadow grew larger and more solid. It was like a heavenly divine sword that emitted a terrifying aura. The sea of lightning around him was instantly wiped out. Even the 6 sky-reaching lightning pillars that were flying over from afar had dimmed. It was as if nothing could resist the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not good! Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's scalp went numb. He roared and clasped his hands together again. He frantically activated the 6 heavenly lightning pillars, wanting to quickly kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. This was because he had no confidence that he could resist Lin Xian's sword. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword territory to the extreme. Then, he held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The huge sword she slashed down, bringing about a terrifying storm. The 6 heavenly lightning pillars were instantly cut in half. Not only that, the void in front of him was torn apart by the terrifying sword light and instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. No! The middle-aged man roared crazily. Countless lightning bolts surrounded his back, forming a pair of lightning wings that flapped rapidly. He turned into a stream of starlight and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was simply too fast. It was as if the sword chi alone had sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the true dragon sword chi arrived above the middle-aged man and was about to land. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned pale and his scalp went numb. He realized that he couldn't resist at all. However, he didn't want to die here, so in this critical moment, he could only sacrifice his earth-stepped treasure, the myriad thunder drum. Explode! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he detonated his 10,000 thunder drum, instantly forming a shocking explosion. The energy of an earth-stepped treasure's explosion was far too terrifying. In an instant, a terrifying storm was formed to resist the true dragon sword chi. Soon, the true dragon sword chi slashed down, forming a terrifying energy ball that completely engulfed the area in front of it. Lin Xian activated his heavenly eye and focused his gaze. He realized that in the end, the other party still managed to escape. However, even though the other party had managed to escape, he had sustained severe injuries. Most likely, his fighting prowess had dropped significantly, and he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Humph, at least you ran fast! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Using the dragon-shaped sword she just now had consumed a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much energy left. If the other party hadn't detonated the earth-stepped treasure, the energy formed would have been terrifying. The other party definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this sword. He sighed and sat down to rest. At the same time, he used a secret sound transmission to call the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey back. Not long after, a red light flashed. It was the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey that had returned. How was it? Did you kill that person? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He escaped. In the end, he detonated the earth-stepped treasure and escaped with his life. Detonated the earth-stepped treasure. The dark red dragon was shocked. It seemed that this guy was a decisive person. Let's not talk about him. How are things on your side? Lin Xian asked again. You guessed right. It's indeed an ancient ruin. It seems that the Myriad Thunder sect has joined forces with the Tuoba family to occupy the ancient ruin. 2 forces want to occupy the entire ancient ruin? What a big appetite! Lin Xian snorted coldly. We definitely can't let them succeed. Of course. Why don't we attack them now and catch them off guard? No need. The ancient ruin must have many restrictions. Let them have a headache trying to crack it. It's better for us to reap the benefits, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Also, spread the news. The more people know, the better. Kid, you want to fish in troubled waters? I like it. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Although the 2 of them were powerful, they couldn't contend against two major forces. However, if this matter was made known to everyone, it would definitely attract countless warriors. As long as they mixed in with the crowd, they could secretly obtain it. Lin Xian rested for a while and then set off with the dark red dragon to spread the news. On the other side, Toba Yulong and the other two were still thinking of ways to explore the ancient ruin. They didn't notice that the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey were spying on them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void rippled and a figure appeared. The moment he appeared, his body trembled and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wan! Toba Yulong and the other two turned back and discovered that the wretched figure was actually a middle-aged man from the Myriad Thunder sect. Their expressions changed drastically. Mr. Wan, how did you become like this? Did a mighty figure take action? Toba Yulong was nervous. In their opinion, only a mighty figure could injure the middle-aged man so severely. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and quickly took out a few sacred healing pills to heal his injuries. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his life was no longer in danger, his face was still abnormally pale. Damn kid, I'll definitely take revenge. Hearing that, Toba Yulong and the other two's eyelids twitched wildly. What? It wasn't a mighty figure who took action, but that bastard Lin Xian? The three of them were simply too shocked. That kid is too strange. His combat strength is very strong. However, no matter how strong he is, he can forget about snatching the treasures in the ancient ruin from us. Don't worry, I've already informed the sect. Someone will be here soon. Indeed, a few days later, a few more powerful figures arrived. Among them were middle-aged men and a few of the older generation. Their auras were abnormally powerful. Elder. The middle-aged man and Toba Yulong hurriedly bowed. However, not long after, another group of people arrived. Among them, apart from mighty figures, there was an extremely old man. A living fossil! Chapter 17:14. The middle-aged man, Toba Yulong, and the others were shocked. They did not expect a fossil-level elder to come. The middle-aged man quickly bowed. Ancestor, why have you come personally? I have no choice, the fossil-level elder said indifferently. Not long ago, many major forces were spreading a piece of news. They said that an ancient ruin was found here, and it contained a huge amount of treasure. Right now, many powers are sending people to investigate. If I don't come, the treasure will fall into someone else's hands. What? Toba Yulong and the middle-aged man's expressions turned ugly. Damn it, the news was leaked. Impossible. The news is very secretive. Moreover, we set up a peerless formation. No one can see it clearly. No, there's someone who knows. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. That damned brat, he leaked the news. I'm going to catch him. I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces and skin him alive. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He naturally knew that there was someone else who knew about the news. That person was Lin Xian. It was likely that Lin Xian was the one who leaked the news of this place. The elders of the Myriad Thunder sect also turned gloomy after hearing this. You mean the brat that the Wavering Light's sacred land is going after? They did not expect a mere pill faction disciple, a 3-star king, to ruin their plan. Don't let me meet him, or I'll make him wish he was dead. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Someone will take care of him. You mean the Wavering Light's sacred land? The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, as long as the news of that brat leaked out, the experts of the world would do everything they could to hunt him down for the reward from the Wavering Light's sacred land. Haha, as long as he shows up this time, he's dead for sure. However, Toba Yulong and the others were worried. But so many sects know about it. I'm afraid it's not good for us. Humph, so what if so many sects know? Our Myriad Thunder sect is not to be trifled with. Moreover, we were the first to discover this place. No matter what, we have an innate advantage. The group discussed for a while, then sped up and quickly broke through the entrance to the ancient ruin. As long as they could enter in advance, so what if others found out? In the outside world, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had spread the news. Everyone knew about the ancient ruins. This news even overshadowed the Wavering Light Sacred Lands Bounty Order. After all, the Bounty Order and the news of the Heaven's Legacy race were very difficult to complete. It would probably be difficult to find them in a short period of time. However, the ancient ruins were different. They were right there. Furthermore, it wouldn't be long before it appeared in front of everyone. For a time, everyone temporarily gave up on the Wavering Light Sacred Lands Bounty Order and the search for the Heaven's Legacy race. They were all prepared to explore the ancient ruins. The entire eastern wasteland began to move. Not long after, one figure after another appeared in the sky above the primeval forest. These were all kings who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. They were pacing back and forth in the surroundings. Boom! A massive aura gushed out. It was as though an ancient mountain was pressing down on the void. Many martial artists in the surroundings were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Almighty! Everyone raised their heads to look at the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. As expected, the underground treasure had attracted a mighty figure. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but spit out saliva. However, not long after, they went completely crazy. That was because after that imposing figure, several equally powerful figures appeared. Each of their auras swept across the world. They were all mighty figures. It was probably the first time in recent years that so many mighty figures had appeared together. Terrifying auras appeared in the sky and pressed down on the surroundings. Fortunately, these mighty figures quickly retracted their auras and landed on the ground. They did not make a move. Otherwise, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles would definitely be destroyed in an instant. In the following days, more and more experts arrived. Countless lightning bolts descended, forming a sea of lightning. Powerful auras pierced through the void. Then, figures appeared in the sea of lightning. They all had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were from the 10,000 Thunder sect. Everyone exclaimed. They knew that the underground treasure was first discovered by the 10,000 Thunder sect. However, someone had spread the news. It seemed that the 10,000 Thunder sect could no longer hold back and had sent out a large number of martial artists to compete for the treasure. A full moon descended from the sky, shining bright moonlight all over the ground. Then, countless figures appeared in the garden. They were like immortals that people looked up to. Moon-worshipping sect! Countless figures flew over from the sky. Each of them had a pair of translucent wings on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they formed a strong hurricane that swept across the world. They were from the Carefree sect. In addition, there were also the Five Elements sect and the Moon Palace. These were all peerless sects that were extremely terrifying. Apart from the mighty figures and elders, there were also many young disciples from these sections. These young disciples were outstanding and had powerful auras. Each of them had a sharp and confident look on their faces. For this kind of exploration of ancient ruins, all the major sects would send their young disciples to train themselves. After all, in this true spirit world, flowers in a greenhouse could not grow. Only by experiencing countless storms could one become a peerless expert. Everyone looked at the figures in shock. However, the void trembled again. Countless rays of light descended, forming a silver river that reversed the 9 heavens. It was as if a golden path had descended from the heavenly palace to the ground. Under the golden light, countless powerful figures appeared. Each of them was extremely fierce. They were even more powerful than those peerless sections. Wavering Light Sacred Land! Everyone gasped. They did not expect that even the Wavering Light Sacred Land would come. Fuck! That's the Wavering Light Saint, right? Everyone looked into the distance and exclaimed. They discovered that there was a handsome young man in the Wavering Light Sacred Lands team. He was tall and straight, covered in golden light. Behind him, there were 108 rings of light that were extremely dazzling. It really is the Wavering Light Saint. This Wavering Light Saint is very powerful. Rumor has it that his strength is terrifying. Even many of the older generation are not his match. Yeah, I heard that he is very powerful among the younger generation. He has never been defeated since his debut. Some people even say that he has the attitude of a young great emperor. Hearing this, many people gasped. Great emperor was an existence that everyone in the true spirit world yearned for. However, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. It was like a natural chasm in front of everyone. Not to mention these ordinary warriors, even those brilliant peerless geniuses might not be able to become a great emperor. Chapter 17:15. Since ancient times, there had only been a few great emperors. Each of them was an existence that could crush the ages and destroy the eight desolates. And these great emperors had already displayed heaven-defying strength when they were young. It was rumored that when these great emperors were young, they were invincible and could sweep through the entire true spirit world. Only such people could become great emperors. And now, it was rumored that the wavering light saint had the bearing of a young great emperor. It was simply too shocking. After the wavering light's sacred land, there were more terrifying forces arriving. As for Lin Xian, he was also hidden within the surrounding crowd. This time, he changed his appearance and hid his aura. He also carried a formation that was personally inscribed by the dark red divine dragon. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a mysterious celestial spirit master, no one would discover his true appearance. In front, those major forces didn't make a move. Instead, they joined forces and prepared to break the formation together. Because it was useless to fight now. When they reached the ancient ruins, they would rely on their own ability to obtain the treasures. These peerless sects and peerless sacred lands all brought terrifying formation masters and spirit masters. They worked together to break the formation. In front of them, the ground was torn apart, and a black hole appeared. Below it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. And those top formation masters and spirit masters had all entered the ground at this moment, quickly breaking the formation. Ordinary martial artists could only feel wave after wave of terrifying energy gushing out from the ground. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were hiding in the crowd, but they could see it clearly. They discovered that strange and mysterious patterns were flying out of the ground and spreading in all directions. Obviously, this was the work of those top formation masters and spirit masters. However, breaking the formation wasn't as simple as imagined. This operation lasted for 3 days. However, the formation of the ancient ruins hadn't been opened yet. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But those peerless sacred lands and peerless sects could still remain calm. Sure enough, after another 2 days, an incomparably terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the ground. The energy was like a wave, suddenly erupting and sweeping in all directions. There were even many people who were directly blown away by this energy. At this moment, voices of ecstasy came from below the ground. Ha ha! It's broken! It's finally broken! Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also became excited. After 5 days, the combined efforts of 100 top-notch masters had finally removed the ancient restriction. The spirit chi below became more and more intense. Then, it turned into countless rays of light, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, everyone was watching with rapt attention. Even the expressions of the Almighties were solemn. Finally, the light disappeared, and a vermilion door appeared in front of him. The door was simple and unadorned, emitting a desolate aura. They were like 2 huge red mountains, standing firmly in front of him. Once they opened the red door, they would be able to enter the primordial ruins. Tuoba Yulong leaned on his walking stick. His face was covered in sweat, but his eyes were burning with passion. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. There must be countless treasures in this ancient ruin. Perhaps there would even be some rare and precious elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. If he could obtain one, then this trip would definitely not be in vain. For a moment, all the warriors stared at the vermilion door in front of them. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. At this moment, Almighty in the sky snorted coldly. Since the entrance has been found, what are we waiting for? Let's just push the door open and enter. As he spoke, he extended his palm and blasted it forward. Immediately, The wind and clouds surged and changed sharply, forming two huge green palms that pushed forward. This was the power of Almighty. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the pair of green palms arrived in front of the red door. Boom! The violent aura made everyone tremble. At this moment, countless warriors retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. In the next moment, the green palms slammed onto the vermilion door, erupting with resplendent light. This attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, there were countless experts here suppressing the void. Otherwise, just this palm alone would be enough to destroy a radius of 10,000 miles. However, everyone's expressions were ugly. In fact, those warriors were stunned. Because they realized that the vermilion door did not open after such a terrifying attack. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Almighty who attacked earlier had an ugly expression. He did not expect that the vermilion door would be so sturdy. Under his palm, it could not be shaken. At this moment, the living fossil elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sect said in a deep voice, "This should not be an ordinary energy door. There was probably a trace of rule power on it. The power of laws!" Hearing that, everyone was shocked. That was a magical power that only saints could master. It seemed that this ancient ruin was definitely not ordinary. At least there used to be saints. Otherwise, the power of laws would not appear. After hearing that, the faces of those almighties became even uglier. Although they were extremely powerful and could destroy mountains and rivers and tear apart the void, however, they could not shake the power of laws. Because they were not in the same realm at all. Then what should we do? None of us can break the power of laws? Could it be that we really can't enter this time? Those almighties had ugly expressions. However, an elder of the Wavering Light's sacred land shook his head. This door has existed for countless years, and the energy of laws on it is already very weak. It can be said that it's about to disappear. It's not impossible for us to join forces against such energy. Yes, let's join forces and attack. An elder of the Gu family also said in a deep voice. Okay, let's join forces. The living fossil elder of the Myriad Thunder Sect also nodded. Then, his figure flickered and he took a step forward. At the same time, an elder of the Wavering Light's sacred land and an elder of the Gu family also appeared in the sky. In addition, 2 other almighties appeared. The aura of these 5 people was so powerful that it could crush the void. In the next moment, the 5 of them joined forces and blasted towards the vermilion door in front of them. Boom! A shocking bolt of lightning, like the 9 heavens' divine thunder, lit up the entire sky and blasted forward. It was the living fossil of the Myriad Thunder Sect. The attack of such a figure was extremely terrifying. In fact, just the aftermath alone made everyone's scalp go numb, and they felt as if they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, he attacked the vermilion door. Otherwise, if he hit the ground, the entire primeval forest would be destroyed mercilessly. Not only him, but the elder of the Wavering Light's sacred land and the elder of the Gu family also attacked. A dazzling ray of light, like the palm of a demon god, blasted forward. On the other side, the elder of the Gu family pointed with his finger. Azure Dragon Finger. The sharp finger light transformed into an azure dragon, spiraling and roaring as it shot out. The other 2 almighties also attacked with their full strength. Chapter 17:16. The scene was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and endless light scattered in all directions. At that moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was illuminated. In front of them, the crimson door slowly opened under this energy. It's open! Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic and excited. The 5 peerless powerhouses had joined forces and finally opened the crimson door. Everyone looked in front of them, extremely excited. Let's go in! Charge! In an instant, countless figures rose into the air and flew forward. The other major powers also quickly entered the area. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and followed silently. Finally, he could enter the ancient ruins. He wondered what treasures he would get this time. Soon, he was enveloped by a bright light. After flying for an unknown period of time, it was as if time and space had changed. Finally, the white light around Lin Xian disappeared, and he appeared in the void. Buzz! However, in the next moment, he realized that he could not fly anymore, and his entire body quickly descended. Damn, what's going on? Fortunately, there was endless seawater below, and Lin Xian fell directly into the sea without suffering any injuries. What is this place? It's too strange. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The ancient ruins seemed to be a world of its own, and there seemed to be strange rules inside. He realized that he could not fly here. It seemed that even mobilizing the surrounding spiritual energy was very difficult. Lin Xian frowned, and the dark red divine dragon also came out and observed carefully. Then, it said in a deep voice, "There is a strong order of laws here, different from the outside world. This is something that can only be done by at least a sage. Moreover, it was not an ordinary sage. Kid, be careful. Don't waste your spiritual energy." A special order? Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. This place was indeed strange. Then, he looked around and realized that he was surrounded by an endless sea, and no one else appeared here. Random teleportation. Lin Xian was no stranger to such a situation. However, this was also good. Those people entered together with the elders of the sects and families. If they were here, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to contend against them. But now, everyone was randomly teleported. As long as he did not encounter any powerful beings, he had no fear of the other younger generations. He might even be able to snatch some treasures from those people. At the same time, the people who had entered before also began to rapidly search for treasures and opportunities. However, they didn't know that after they entered, the red door didn't close. The forces that arrived later also sent people in one after another. For a moment, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. However, Lin Xian was still unaware of all this. He was now stepping on the seawater and moving forward quickly. However, during this period, he did not encounter a single person. Instead, he killed many sea monsters. A few days later, Lin Xian discovered that many figures had appeared in the surrounding waters. This surprised him greatly. At this moment, He Tu sent a voice transmission. "Kid, be careful. It seems like a new force has joined." Lin Xian looked around and nodded. Indeed, there were some people that he had not seen before. He guessed that they should be the forces that had entered later. As there were more and more people around, a great battle soon broke out. In fact, the surrounding seawater was even dyed red. Lin Xian glanced at his surroundings coldly before continuing to move forward. However, at this moment, a few figures blocked his path. There were a total of 4 people. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras were powerful. They stared coldly at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, how dare you come here alone to search for treasures? It seems like you're really courting death. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life," the few of them said coldly. After they arrived, they realized that they couldn't use the surrounding spiritual qi. Therefore, the subdivine crystals and elixirs in everyone's hands became extremely precious. Otherwise, if they consumed too much spiritual power, it would be very slow for them to recover by absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In this primordial ruin, they could be killed if they were not careful. Therefore, they had to have enough subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands to maintain their strength, and not be killed. The 4 people in front of them obviously had their eyes on Lin Xian. They realized that Lin Xian was acting alone. So what if he was strong? He was definitely not a match for the 4 of them. Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. These people actually had their eyes on him. They were really courting death. Initially, he did not want to attack these people. However, since they had sent themselves to him, he had no choice but to attack. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then get lost. I can spare your lives," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 4 people in front of him sneered with disdain and mockery. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. What did he say? He wants us to kowtow and apologize? He's not going to kill us? Kid, did you soak in the seawater for too long and get water in your head? You're just a 3-star king. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Who do you think you are? A martial artist from the Holy Land? Or a disciple of a clan of the ancients? Humph! Kneel down and cripple your own arms. Hand over your storage ring obediently. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Our patience is limited. I advise you not to court death. The 4 people snorted coldly with cold killing intent. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Ruffian Long, attack!" In the next moment, the dark red dragon flew out of his sleeve and attacked together with Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian still dared to attack, the 4 martial artists in front of him snorted coldly and attacked as well. Boom! A terrifying attack quickly appeared and was about to hit Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, the 4 people's bodies stiffened. The light that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. 2 of the disciples had bloody holes in their foreheads. As for the other 2 disciples, 2 dragon claws appeared on their bodies. Their hearts had been hollowed out. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the 4 people's bodies fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took their storage rings. Seeing that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had killed 4 powerful kings in one move, the surrounding martial artists were all shocked. They even retreated quickly, not daring to provoke Lin Xian again. Obviously, they thought that Lin Xian was a powerful demon king, and no one dared to attack him. After intimidating the surrounding martial artists, Lin Xian continued on his journey. One day later, he discovered a small black dot on the surface of the sea in the distance. An island. Lin Xian knew that an island had appeared in front of him. Chapter 17:17. Lin Xian couldn't fly now, so he had to walk on water. Even so, his speed was terrifying to the extreme. This was to conserve energy. Otherwise, he would be even faster. As expected, as Lin Xian ran quickly, the black spot in front of him became bigger and bigger. It was indeed an island. It was about 1,000 miles in size and wasn't particularly big. At the top, there were tall black mountains and a black forest. It was very strange. However, after searching for so many days, there was nothing but the sea. Now that he saw an island, Lin Xian naturally wanted to go up and check it out. However, just as he approached the island, a group of people flew over from the sea on the opposite side. These people's auras were tyrannical and even had a murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, these people blocked Lin Xian's path. Among them, a black-skinned burly man shouted coldly, "Kid, get lost. This is not a place you can come." This burly man's aura was monstrous, and there was even a dense demonic aura surrounding him. It was as if a demon had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. These people should be half-demons and have the bloodline of the demon clan." Bloodline of the demon clan? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party had such a terrifying aura. However, no matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't block his path. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, "Get lost! That island is ownerless. Anyone can go up. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Humph! Shameless boasting! A puny 3-star king dares to speak so arrogantly? Kid, I don't want to kill you. Get lost! Otherwise, I'll slap you into a bloody mist. The burly man snorted coldly, and the warriors around him also sneered. Humph! Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give way, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he waved his fists and quickly rushed out the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. "You dare attack me? You're courting death!" The purple-haired man flew into a rage. His opponent was just a trifling 3-star king, yet he dared to attack him. He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he also raised his palm, which turned into a purple light, and slapped forward. The purple beast's claw was extremely sharp, and there were purple scales on it. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as it ruthlessly smashed forward. For a moment, the seawater was blasted away and scattered to the sides. This terrifying attack caused many people in the distance to cry out in alarm. In the next moment, the two collided, forming an extremely terrifying energy storm. It stirred up the surrounding seawater, and suddenly, countless waves crashed in all directions. It was so much so that a vacuum appeared beneath their feet. Pun! The fist shadows that filled the sky disappeared. At the same time, the purple-clothed man also retreated. A wisp of anger and shock appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a puny three-star king would possess such terrifying strength and be able to force him back with a single punch. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared. Suddenly, his body expanded, and his two palms turned into purple beast claws. The scales on the claws were shining, and it was extremely terrifying. "Brat, you dared to provoke me? Go to hell!" The purple-clothed man roared and launched another fierce attack. This attack was even more terrifying than before. The purple light covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura shook the sea, and black holes appeared one after another. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The violent energy in his body also surged out, and the apocalyptic black dragon fist swept out in all directions. The battle between the two was too terrifying, and it caused the entire sea to tremble. The surrounding martial artists were extremely frightened. That purple-clothed man was from the Demon King Palace, right? His strength was extremely terrifying, but who was that young man? He was actually able to fight him to a draw. Could it be that he was also a martial artist from the Peerless Sanctuary? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the purple-clothed man was sent flying, and his face was filled with horror. "Damn it, impossible! This is impossible! How can you be so powerful? Brat, who are you? You don't need to know who I am." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "How dare you block my way? Today, you must pay the price." Hearing this, the purple-clothed man's face turned ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and did not take the other party seriously at all. He thought that the other party was an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. But now, it seemed that he was completely wrong. The other party's strength was extremely powerful, and it even exceeded his expectations. However, the other party's attitude made him extremely angry. The other party actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was intolerable. "Brat, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. But you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me? What a joke! Originally, I just didn't want to expend too much energy. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish today." With that, the purple-clothed man let out a long roar. In an instant, the entire sea region trembled along with it. Not only that, the purple-clothed man's body emitted a bright light. Streaks of purple demon chi quickly appeared and circled around him. In the next moment, countless purple scales appeared on his body, and a tail appeared behind him. It was ferocious and terrifying. After transforming into a demon beast, the purple-clothed man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His entire being was like a demon king, extremely fierce. "He's really from the Demon King Palace. He has the demon clan's bloodline." When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they also exclaimed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this bloodline was indeed strange. At least now, the other party's aura was much more powerful than before. After the purple-clothed man transformed into a demon beast, he immediately stomped his foot, and the sea below instantly exploded. Then, he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and rushed over. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! 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 The purple-clothed beast waved its terrifying claws and charged forward with a powerful force. Lin Xian brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist to resist. The momentum was like two mountains colliding in the air. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Indeed, after the purple-clothed man transformed, his strength had increased a lot. Moreover, the demon qi on the purple-clothed man's body had a certain effect on warriors. However, it didn't have much effect on him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's surroundings were filled with sharp sword light, enveloping him. The sword light even shone and directly destroyed the demon qi around him. Thunderbolt Dragon. Lin Xian also increased his combat strength and punched out. Immediately, a huge black dragon flew out from his hand and quickly rushed forward. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the purple-clothed man was sent flying again. What? He was sent flying again! Chapter 17-18. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll make you wish you were dead! The purple-robed man roared madly. In the next moment, he ignited his bloodline and a ball of purple flames rose from his body. Lin Xian frowned when he saw that the purple-robed man still had some tricks up his sleeve. He did not want to waste too much energy on the purple-robed man. In the next moment, he used his ultimate move again. A pair of black dragon claws appeared in the air. The black dragon claws swooped down from the sky and tore the void apart. Buzz! However, the purple-robed man who had unleashed his bloodline power had become extremely powerful. He turned into a purple bolt of lightning and dodged the spatial crack. Lin Xian was surprised. The purple-robed man was indeed powerful. You're indeed a martial artist from Monster King Palace. You have many tricks up your sleeves. But it's over! Lin Xian snorted. His fist was like a black dragon that quickly pressed down from the sky. It was a terrifying scene. It was as if there was really a giant dragon hovering in the void. Looking at the black fist that was descending from the sky, the purple-robed man roared. Open! In the next moment, he moved his purple beast claws and struck forward. When the two collided, there was a dazzling light between heaven and earth. The sea was sunk and a huge whirlpool appeared. Endless seawater gathered below. Roar! The purple-robed man roared and his eyes were filled with madness. That was because countless cracks had appeared on his body from that strike. Terrifying blood flowed out quickly and dyed him red. Shocking, it was too shocking. He had already ignited his bloodline power, but he still could not contend with the purple-robed man. He could not believe it. However, Lin Xian snorted. So what if he had the bloodline of the monster clan? Since you dare to intercept me, you'll have to pay the price. As he spoke, he waved his fist again. Suddenly, countless black dragon shadows appeared in the sky. It blotted out the sky and shrouded the whole sky. Each of them seemed real and gave off a powerful aura. Countless dragon shadows swooped down and engulfed the purple-robed man in an instant. The purple-robed man could not resist at all. His body was torn apart and dyed the sea red. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to take away the storage ring. This scene was simply too shocking. A dignified martial artist of the Demon Imperial Palace, a powerful half-demon, had actually been killed by someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. However, although the surrounding crowd was shocked, there were still a few people whose eyes were flickering with killing intent. It was obvious that they wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. It was not that they were crazy, but these people thought that this was a great opportunity. This was because Lin Xian must have used up a lot of spiritual energy in his battle with the Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists. He even suffered some injuries. At this time, if several experts attacked together, there was a high chance that they would be able to kill the other party. At that time, not only Lin Xian's storage ring, but even the purple-clothed man's storage ring would belong to the final victor. Therefore, a few people were preparing to make a move in secret. However, at this time, Lin Xian snorted coldly in front of them, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. From his body, streaks of sharp sword qi gushed out, piercing through heaven and earth like divine swords. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, flattening the entire sea. "Come at me if you're not afraid of death," Lin Xian said coldly, releasing a powerful aura that was even more tyrannical than before. Feeling this aura, many people's scalps went numb, and their expressions were horrified. The few experts who wanted to make a move in secret also narrowed their eyes in shock. They did not expect that the other party would still have energy after such an intense battle. And from the looks of it, he did not seem to have the right to attack before. This made them feel like they were dreaming. For a moment, a few experts frowned. This was because they did not know if Lin Xian was really strong and powerful, or if he was just pretending to confuse them. In the end, these people thought about it again and decided to give up. This was because they were not completely confident. In the crowd, 5 or 6 figures quickly retreated and left the area like ghosts. After the experts hiding in the dark left, the remaining warriors did not dare to make a move. In fact, they could not withstand the aura that Lin Xian was emitting at this moment. However, at this moment, a charming laughter came from afar. "Young master, you're so powerful. I wonder if I have the opportunity to travel with you." Hearing this voice, many people's bones went soft, and their eyes shone with a fiery light. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. What a powerful, bewitching technique. Just this voice alone was enough to make one's qi and blood churn, and make one's expression unstable. It seemed that the other party was also a ruthless character. However, this charm technique was effective on others, but it did not have any effect on him. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Lin Xian was not affected at all. However, the surrounding people raised their heads and looked into the distance with infatuation. Over there, a green figure was flying towards them at high speed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like a ball of fire. As she looked around, she had a charming aura that was captivating. The woman in green came close, looked at Lin Xian, and said with a smile, "I wonder which sex genius disciple you are from. You have such powerful strength. I'm so happy to see you." Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not understand what she was trying to do. At this moment, the surrounding people could not help but shout, "Beauty, are you looking for a bodyguard for your safety? Look for a brother. He's very powerful." "Yes, Beauty. Come to us. We guarantee that you won't be in any danger. Come to me. Come to me." Shouts came one after another. These people were so excited that they could not wait to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted and shook his head helplessly. The people around him were really reckless. Although the woman in green was smiling on the surface, her true strength was probably more terrifying than the purple-robed man from the Demon King Palace. These people actually wanted to be her bodyguard. They really did not know what was good for them. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon said, "Boy, be careful. This woman is also a half-demon." "She's also a half-demon?" Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was also a half-demon. It seemed that it was very likely that she was from the same faction as the purple-robed man. Knowing this, he secretly became vigilant. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated quickly, ready to attack at any time. The smile on the woman in green's face became even wider. She moved her jade-like feet and slowly approached Lin Xian. When she was less than 30 feet away, the woman in green suddenly attacked. Chapter 17-19. The void trembled and was mercilessly cut open. This kick was very sudden and extremely terrifying. If it were any other king, even a 6-star king would have been hit because it was too sudden. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had long known that there was something wrong with the other party, so he was always on guard against her. Now that he saw the other party make a move, his figure swayed, and he directly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to retreat. Buzz! The kick missed, and the place where Lin Xian was originally standing suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the woman in green to suddenly attack when she came in. However, what shocked them even more was that the woman in green missed. Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even the woman in green was extremely surprised. Because her kick was very sudden, and even a 6-star king could not dodge it. However, the other party actually dodged it. She had to admit that it was too surprising. However, what shocked her was yet to come. Because in the next moment, her move was over, and that pair of jade-like legs had yet to be retracted. However, a black fist in front of her quickly blasted over like a mountain. Bang! This black fist was naturally thrown by Lin Xian. At this moment, it blasted onto that pair of perfect jade-like legs, resulting in a shocking collision. The pair of jade-like legs were directly blasted apart. The woman in green screamed, and the surrounding people looked pained. Heartache, it was too heartache. Such a beautiful woman with such perfect legs, but someone actually mercilessly shattered them. It was truly abominable. Obviously, the person who had such thoughts was still under the influence of the charm technique. If the woman in green attacked these people, none of them would be able to dodge. The woman in green's expression changed drastically, and there was even a hint of anger in her eyes. She screamed and retreated backward. A silver-white tail appeared on that jade-like leg that was blasted apart. It was an inverted triangle that flickered with a cold light. This was a scorpion tail. The moment it appeared, it carried a monstrous killing intent, and it stabbed towards Lin Xian like a spear. Light flashed, and the void was instantly pierced through. However, this time, it still stabbed nothing. Because Lin Xian's speed had reached an unbelievable level. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps was incomparable, and he instantly dodged this attack. As expected of a half-demon, Lin Xian looked at the scorpion tail and said coldly, "What? He's also a half-demon?" When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected the woman in green to be a half-demon as well. However, the woman in green's bewitchment technique was simply too powerful. Even though they saw that the other party was a half-demon, many warriors were still dazed. It seemed that he had been deeply affected by the spell. The green-clothed woman retreated to a safe distance and stopped. Then, the green light on her body surged and quickly condensed at the silver scorpion tail. Then, a pair of perfect jade-like feet and legs grew out again. However, although her severed limb had regenerated, the green-clothed woman's face was still somewhat pale. It was obvious that this rebirth technique was very taxing on her. "Damned brat, how dare you injure me!" The woman in green stared at Lin Xian with a vicious look in her eyes. But in the end, she didn't make a move. This was because the other party's strength was too strange. She was actually able to dodge his unexpected attack and even severely injure him. All of this was beyond her expectations. Moreover, she had expended a lot of energy, and wasn't in the right state to fight with the other party. "Brat, you injured me today. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands," the green-clothed woman said through gritted teeth. Then, she looked around and released her bewitchment technique again. She turned into a ray of green light and left into the distance. The surrounding warriors were affected by the bewitchment technique, and their eyes were dazed again. There were even a few who were too deeply affected and directly moved to follow the green-clothed woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that those warriors who left with her would have their yang qi and blood sucked dry. However, this was their decision, and he didn't stop them. Moreover, even if they recovered their strength, they were still no match for him. Therefore, Lin Xian shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. Instead, he looked at the island in front of him. "Brat, let's go take a look," said the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian nodded. There was no other way. Then, the two of them quickly ran forward. There were already many people standing on the black island in front of them. Obviously, these people wanted to search for treasures on the island. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also arrived on the island. Suddenly, they felt a cold and gloomy aura. It was as if they didn't land on an island but in the netherworld. After Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, many people quickly arrived on the island. As more and more warriors arrived, the entire island started to change. First, there was a wisp of black fog coming from the forest in front of them, and gradually spread in all directions. Not only that, but the surrounding light also dimmed as if countless dark clouds were gathering towards the island. A chilly wind blew and it was so cold that it made people shiver uncontrollably. Many people felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb. They even had the urge to run away. The dark red divine dragon also shivered and howled. "Brat, why do I feel that something is wrong?" "Me too." Lin Xian looked solemn. "Anyway, be careful. Don't fall into the other party's trap." Lin Xian walked towards the black forest in front of him. Many warriors around him followed suit. The black forest was very strange. The trees were completely black as if they had been stained with blood. Walking in the black forest, it was quiet all around. There was no sound at all. This silence made people feel hopeless. However, at this moment, there was a sudden scream that pierced through the void. "What happened?" Everyone was shocked. Did someone make a move? Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. Sure enough, there was a strange change in the black forest. The entire forest seemed to have come alive. The black trees turned into demons and their branches were like demon claws that danced quickly. A few warriors were directly pierced by the black branches due to their carelessness. Gurgle gurgle. Soon, the blood of those warriors who were pierced was all absorbed by the black branches. This terrifying change shocked everyone. In an instant, countless angry roars were heard. Then, rays of bright light lit up. Qi and blood like dragons dyed the sky red. It was obvious that those warriors were making a move. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also attacked. Those black branches carried a gloomy and cold aura, and strangely curved, piercing towards their vitals. Humph! Chapter 1720. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sharp sword lights bloomed around him, slashing in all directions. Immediately, those branches were quickly cut off. Ka ka ka! However, it was not over yet. New branches grew out from those cut-off branches and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They were endless and could not be killed at all. Lin Xian tried a few times and also discovered this characteristic. Hence, he hurriedly called out to the dark red divine dragon. "Hurry up and leave this forest!" The two of them rushed to the left like lightning. The others did not linger and also turned around and quickly left. Whoosh whoosh. However, in this black forest, the sound of countless wings flapping suddenly sounded. Soon after, numerous black shadows flew out from the forest, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was a kind of strange black bird. Its entire body was pitch black and it was the size of a palm. However, its eyes were incomparably red with a bloodthirsty light. "Damn it, it's the blood crows! Run!" Someone cried out in surprise. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors also felt their scalps go numb. Blood crows were an extremely terrifying kind of demon beast. They specialized in sucking the flesh and blood of warriors and could be said to be very evil. These blood crows' combat power was not very strong individually, but this was a kind of creature that lived in a group. Every time they moved, they would cover the sky and earth, endless. Forming an extremely terrifying blood crow army, ordinary kings could not resist at all. Now, they did not expect to actually encounter such terrifying blood crows. For a time, countless people no longer cared about hiding their strength and fled crazily. However, the number of these blood ducks was really too many. In all directions, in the sky and on the ground, everywhere. In an instant, they collided with the human warriors. Puff! A human warrior was instantly covered by hundreds of blood crows. His body was directly caught. Explode! Blood mist filled the air, and the blood was quickly devoured by these blood crows. Not only that, the taste of the blood even stimulated this group of blood crows. Each of them released an extremely terrifying blood-colored light and flew towards the human warriors crazily. Ah! Miserable screams sounded one after another. Not long after, many warriors were caught and turned into blood mist. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. terrifying black fist shadows surged forward and wrapped up a group of blood crows. For a moment, a vacuum appeared in the sky. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all shocked. Such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. But soon, Lin Xian frowned. This was because the empty space was quickly covered by countless blood crows once again. They were densely packed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed toward him. This scene was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he quickly used the dragon sword domain to envelop him and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying sword she swept out in all directions, resisting the blood crows that filled the sky. Then, Lin Xian moved and sprinted forward. Screams of agony could be heard all around. However, there were also experts among these martial artists. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, in the distance, a blue flash of lightning shot up into the sky. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning descended, and quickly attacked those blood crows. It was an expert from the Myriad Thunder sect. At this moment, he roared and lightning flashed all over his body. He looked like a thunder god. On the other side, a golden light soared into the sky like a golden river roaring in the void. The experts from the Wavering Light Holy Land also made their move. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Then, a saber light slashed through the void like a rainbow. From time to time, experts appeared in the crowd to fight against the terrifying Blood Crow army. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners quickly followed behind these top powers and rushed forward. With these powerhouses around, their safety was guaranteed. However, not long after, an extremely cold cry suddenly sounded from the Blood Crow army in front. Then, a huge monster appeared in front. It was a very large blood crow. It was as big as a house. Its head was ferocious and there were 3 blood-red eyeballs on it. As soon as this huge blood crow appeared, it carried a monstrous murderous aura and boundless blood light. Then, it spread its wings and croaked. In the third eye, a blood-red lightning suddenly shot out. Rumble! This blood-red lightning struck the crowd and instantly killed more than 10 martial artists. Damn it! Not good! It's the Blood Crow King! Everyone's scalp went numb. They already couldn't fight against an ordinary Blood Crow army. They didn't expect the Blood Crow King to appear now. This made them unable to resist at all. Humph! What Blood Crow King? Watch me destroy you! A middle-aged man snorted. He held a shiny long saber in his hand and his entire body emitted a monstrous aura. With a slash of the saber light was like a rainbow and the dazzling saber light illuminated the entire forest. A terrifying aura surged in the void, causing the entire island to shake rapidly. Melon! The Blood Crow King roared crazily. Then, its 3 eyeballs turned and countless blood-red lightnings surged out quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red lightning that filled the sky collided with the terrifying saber light. Violent energy exploded and the world was dazzling. Under the blood-red lightning, the terrifying saber light was directly shattered into pieces without any resistance. Not only that, but even that martial artist was also pierced by the blood-red lightning. What? An expert was killed! Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. That swordsman was very powerful. Previously, it was him who killed countless blood crows with one slash. But they didn't expect that he would be killed by the Blood Crow King in just one move. This was simply too shocking. Lin Xian also frowned because he realized that the Blood Crow King's strength was indeed terrifying. He didn't want to be entangled with the opponent, so he used the Dragon Sword Realm. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and continued to open up a path. After the Blood Crow King killed the swordsman, its 3 blood-red eyeballs emitted a monstrous blood-red light and then swept in all directions. Soon, it stared at Lin Xian, the experts from the Yaoguang Sacred Land, the Myriad Thunder sect, and the other human experts. In the next moment, it spread its wings and the blood-red light on its body quickly surged. Then, it turned into dozens of Blood Crow avatars and rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. These blood crow avatars were 2 meters long and completely blood red. They were completely formed by blood red lightning. They carried a monstrous demonic aura. Not only that, although they were just avatars, their strength was terrifying. The Blood Crow King actually wanted to use its power to fight against Lin Xian, the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the other human experts. It had to be said that it was too arrogant. All the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb, and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly and waved his fist. The image of a black dragon with black lightning quickly appeared and charged into the void. Chapter 1721. Boom! The void was torn apart in an instant. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, causing the surrounding Blood Crow army to also be affected. In the sky, the 2 energies collided with each other, creating a terrifying storm. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hesitate either. They took advantage of this opportunity to set off again. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Wavering Light Sacred Land, Myriad Thunder Sect, and other experts were also attacked by the Blood Crow King's clone. These people roared and used their ultimate skills to fight against the Blood Crow King's clone. A huge golden phantom appeared behind the powerhouse of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. A terrifying light rushed into the sky. The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also held a thunder sword in his hand and slashed forward. The other powerhouses also quickly made their moves to fight against it. A great battle broke out. The terrifying energy seemed to want to destroy the entire island. Under normal circumstances, a casual attack from these people would be able to destroy the entire island. But now, with so many powerhouses attacking together, and the terrifying energy explosion, it still did not shake the Black Island. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Despicable outsiders! How dare you enter my oblique moon mystic world? You can stay here! This voice was very low and carried a cold, killing intent. Hearing this, everyone trembled. However, the powerhouse of the Wavering Light Sacred Land exclaimed, "Damn it, you're a native of the ancient ruins! How is this possible? You're still alive!" This voice was filled with shock and horror. After the others heard this, their scalps went numb. There were actually natives in the ancient ruins, and they were still alive. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that this place was an ancient ruin that had existed for countless years. Even a great emperor could not live for so long. But now, these people were actually still alive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are you humans or ghosts? The powerhouse of the Myriad Thunder Sect also roared. At this moment, everyone's bodies trembled, and a chill rose in their hearts. Even the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian felt their scalps go numb. The 2 of them looked at each other, and no longer held back. They erupted with powerful auras and rushed forward. This news was too shocking. There were actually people from the ancient times who were still alive. Furthermore, it was on this island. Just the thought of it was terrifying. At this moment, the Dragon Sword realm was pushed to its limits. Turning into a shocking dragon-shaped sword shadow, it flew out rapidly. Roar! Everywhere it passed, a large number of blood crows were pierced through. Nothing could stop it. Who dares to trespass into my ancestral land? That voice was heard again before a wave of majestic energy shot towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, the entire void trembled rapidly, and even the ground caved in. One had to know that this black island was extremely sturdy. Even when so many experts had attacked, they had not been able to break it. And now, a mere wave of energy had caused such a change to the entire Black Island. One could imagine how terrifying this energy fluctuation was. 1. At this critical moment, Lin Xian drew out the 9 Darkness Demonic Sword. Together with the Dragon Sword realm, he raised his combat strength to the maximum. He turned into a sharp sword light and dodged forward. A terrifying light shot up into the sky. TSK! TSK! At this moment, the entire Dragon Sword realm was extremely sharp and fast. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. He actually dodged it. Seeing this scene, the indigenous person hiding in the dark was also very surprised. He did not expect that the other party could actually dodge his attack. This was really too surprising. Looking at the figures of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, a figure in the dark sneered. So what if you manage to dodge this? You'll be killed sooner or later. The indigenous person shook his head and ignored Lin Xian and the rest. Instead, he stared at the experts of the Yaoguang's sacred land and the myriad thunder sect on the island and attacked again. Suddenly, a great battle broke out. It was extremely shocking. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon dodged the shocking attack. Then, the two of them quickly flew away and left the Black Island. After leaving the Black Island, there was still the sea in front of them. However, the sea water had turned into a strange black color. As it surged, it carried an extremely cold aura. It was not until they were far away from the Black Island that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon slowed down their pace. Then, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with fear. It was too dangerous. If they were a step slower, they would definitely have been hit by that shocking energy. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, this wasn't what shocked them the most. What shocked them even more was that there were indigenous people alive in the ancient ruins. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, according to their guess, that mysterious person should not be the only one alive. Damn it, what the hell is this place? How can someone live here for so long? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. At this moment, He Tu also floated out and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for anyone to live for so long. A great emperor can only live for 10 or 20,000 years at most. Unless it's a real immortal. However, whether there are immortals in this world is still unknown. Perhaps there are people who have survived in the ancient ruins. Those who left earlier were not from the ancient times, but their descendants. Perhaps." Hearing this, Lin Xian was obviously relieved. As long as they were not from the ancient times, it was fine. However, the situation is still not optimistic, said the dark red divine dragon. We don't know how many years those people have lived in the ancient ruins. I'm afraid that even if there are treasures here, they would have already found them. As for those that they can't find, we won't be able to find them in a short period of time. It seems that this trip was a waste of time. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon was right. Lin Xian also frowned. However, it was probably impossible to return now. It was better to leave the Black Sea first and observe the situation. Next, Lin Xian took out a spirit boat and the two of them flew into the distance. Of course, they were not flying in the air but flying close to the sea surface. Although the speed of the spirit boat was not very fast, it saved a lot of energy. On the Black Island, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had exhausted some of their energy. Therefore, they were sitting cross-legged and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy with difficulty. The supreme-grade subdivine crystals and elixirs in their hands were prepared for an emergency situation and for a quick recovery. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon finally recovered. However, they still could not see the end of the sea. Chapter 1722. This alerted Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The two of them stood up and looked down. Boom! 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 The spiritual boat shook continuously and the surrounding seawater surged rapidly. Countless huge waves appeared as though they were going to devour the boat. There's something! Lin Xian frowned. Then, he quickly leaped up with the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, he flipped his palm and kept the spiritual boat. Indeed, in the next moment, waves surged on the surface of the sea. A black tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black like ink and looked like a devil's claw from hell. With a sinister and terrifying aura, it quickly rushed into the sky. Along with it, there was the sound of waves rolling and a terrifying murderous aura. What's that? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked and quickly retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian quickly retreated. Poof! The black tentacle quickly descended and slapped the surface of the sea. Then, it formed two waves that were 1,000 feet tall and surged in all directions. The pitch-black seawater was extremely heavy like black gold. At this moment, it became extremely cold. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he looked at the incoming black waves. Then, he swung his fist. A black dragon claw appeared and waved rapidly in the void. Crack! 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 The void was torn apart in an instant. The black waves that were 1,000 feet tall were also torn in half. Countless black waves fell on both sides of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, not a single drop of water fell on them. During this process, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and saw what was below him. It was a gigantic octopus. It was extremely terrifying, and its size was similar to the Black Island from before. In particular, the aura of the octopus was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps go numb. They were unwilling to fight against it. Then, the two of them moved again and flew into the distance. This time, they couldn't care less. They held the two supreme-grade subdivine crystals and flew at full speed while absorbing the energy. The Crimson Dragon let out a deep dragon roar. The dragon blood in its body surged into the sky and it released a powerful divine beast aura to warn the surroundings. The aura of dragons permeated the air, and it was incomparably terrifying. Immediately, the incomparably huge black octopus became extremely fearful. He didn't continue to pursue Lin Xian and Lin Xian. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the following days, they encountered countless huge sea creatures, each of which was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, they managed to avoid it without any mishap. 10 days later, they finally discovered another black dot in front of them. Another island? The two of them frowned, but as they continued to fly, joy appeared on their faces. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was not an island. Instead, it was land. I've finally left this terrifying sea of darkness. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were overjoyed and sped up again. In front of him was a golden beach, and behind the golden beach was a dense forest. It was not a strange black forest, but a normal green forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came to the golden beach. Feeling the scalding heat, the two of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. The past few days had been too frightening. Each of those sea creatures was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was a dragon and had a powerful divine beast aura. That was why they were able to avoid it. Lin Xian was fine as he silently looked around. However, the dark red divine dragon lay directly on the golden beach and kept rolling around. There are spirit fruits ahead! The dark red divine dragon looked ahead and saw a strangely shaped fruit growing on a tree in front of them. Immediately, its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also pursed his lips. He was also a little hungry these days. In the end, the two of them walked forward. However, at that moment, a few figures walked out of the forest. They stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with unfriendly expressions. Seeing that someone had come out, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon became nervous. Because they thought that they were the natives of this ancient ruin. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief. Because they realized that they were not natives, but the martial artists from the various major factions who had come in with them. As long as they're not natives. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The few people in front sneered. Kid, hand over all your treasures and be our slaves. We can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Fuck! It's another robbery! The dark red divine dragon looked unhappy. He had been chased for more than 10 days, and he did not expect to be robbed again. Therefore, he said coldly, Get lost! Otherwise I'll eat you! You have a death wish! It's just a four-horned snake. How dare it make a fuss? Go kill it! We'll have snake soup tonight. A young man sneered. He pulled out the long saber at his waist and slashed forward. A dazzling saber light flashed, bringing with it a powerful storm. That slash was extremely terrifying. "Stinky snake, die!" the young man sneered. However, the dark red divine dragon snorted. He did not hold back at all. His body swayed, and his dragon tail swept out. Clang! In the next moment, his dragon tail collided with the sharp saber light. A terrifying sound wave reverberated, shaking the void and causing countless cracks to appear in the surroundings. Explode! However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. That terrifying saber light was destroyed by the dark red divine dragon's tail. What? That's impossible! The young man's pupils constricted when he saw that. He did not expect the other party to have such powerful strength. Let's attack together and kill him! The other two martial artists also realized that something was wrong. Therefore, they roared angrily, and a sharp light erupted from their bodies. They decided to join forces and kill the dark red divine dragon first. Whoosh! However, the dark red divine dragon was too fast. Just as those people attacked, he slapped down with his dragon claw. Boom! It covered the sky and covered the earth as if a red mountain had descended from the sky. The young martial artist who had attacked before had yet to come back to his senses when he was slapped into a bloody mist. You have a death wish! Kill him! The others saw that and immediately roared crazily. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and kill one of their martial artists in an instant. Humph! In the void, a dazzling ray of light shone like a rainbow, descending from the sky. It was a triangular mirror made of bronze. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. At that moment, a terrifying ray of light descended from the mirror. It was abnormally sharp like a heavenly saber. That ray of light quickly swept toward the dark red divine dragon. Damn you, snake! Die! The martial artist holding the bronze mirror sneered. However, this time, the dark red divine dragon did not dodge. Instead, he waved his dragon claw and quickly clawed forward. Clang! Chapter 1723. However, the result was not what they had expected. The dark red divine dragon was not pierced. Instead, it shattered the terrifying light with a slap of its paw. What? That's impossible! D***it! I don't believe it! The martial artist roared crazily as he activated the ancient bronze mirror in his hand with all his might, shooting out terrifying light beams one after another. The dark red divine dragon looked disdainful. It waved its claws and formed a red claw print. It grabbed at the void. Boom! Boom! That incomparably terrifying bronze mirror had no effect in front of the dark red divine dragon at this moment. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon also appeared in front of the martial artist in a flash. What? The martial artist was shocked. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be so fast. He did not even have time to react. Boom! The dark red divine dragon sneered and slapped the ancient bronze mirror away from the man's hand. Then, it waved its claws and pierced through the martial artist. Boom! A bloody mist exploded, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. What? It killed another martial artist? The remaining two martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the four-horned crawling snake in front of them to be so powerful that it surprised them. Oh no! The enemy is too powerful! Let's go! The two martial artists looked at each other and did not attack. Instead, they fled in the opposite direction. The dark red divine dragon looked at them with a smile. Then, it raised its head and spat out two balls of dragon flame. Whoosh! Whoosh! The red flames were like flowing lights. They instantly engulfed the two martial artists and burned them fiercely. Ah! 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 Two martial artists screamed as they were burned to ashes. Clang! In the distance, two storage rings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. How dare a few pieces of trash like you attack me? You're courting death! The dark red divine dragon snorted disdainfully. It waved its claws and took the storage rings of the martial artists. Lin Xian, on the other hand, watched quietly from the side. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move. Now that the dark red divine dragon had dealt with the martial artists, he said with a smile. All right, ruffian dragon. Go and hunt some wild beasts and roast them. At the same time, he also brought out the snow-white fox and asked it to pick some spirit fruits. Woodgy, the snow-white little roar transformed into a streak of white lightning and flew towards the forest. Not long after, it returned with a large pile of spirit fruits. This wasn't because Lin Xian was lazy, but because the little white monkey was very intelligent. The heaven-chosen fruit definitely didn't contain any poison. Moreover, their spiritual power was the most abundant. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had also returned. Its tail was dragging a huge tiger, a cheetah, and a white jade elephant. After that, Lin Xian began to prepare the barbecue. 3 bonfires were set up on the beach. Then, the corpses of 3 huge demonic beasts were cut into pieces and placed on top of the bonfires. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over. Not only that, Lin Xian cut the spirit fruits into pieces and placed them aside. He even took out some secret spirit wine and placed it on the beach. Meanwhile, he, the dark red divine dragon, and the little white monkey surrounded the bonfires and lay comfortably on the golden beach. The sky was blue and spotless. Sunlight shone on the ground. The sea breeze blew from time to time, bringing with it a salty smell. The aroma of barbecued meat was getting more and more fragrant, making people drool. If it wasn't for the battle just now, those who didn't know would have thought that the 3 of them were here for a vacation. Soon, the meat was roasted to a golden color and emitted a rich aroma. The dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey couldn't wait any longer. They immediately pounced on the meat. Lin Xian also cut a meat leg and slowly tasted it. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sea in front of them. 5 or 6 long rainbows streaked across the sky and flew toward the golden beach. Those auras were so powerful that they directly cut the surface of the sea, causing countless waves to splash in all directions. Soon, those long rainbows arrived on the beach. In the next moment, those people were stunned. That was because they saw Lin Xian and the others on the golden beach. It wasn't strange that there were people on the beach, but what surprised them was the scene in front of them. A handsome young man was half lying on the beach, eating golden barbecued meat and drinking supreme-grade spirit wine. It was as if he was on vacation. On the side, there was a dark red 4-legged snake and a little white monkey who were also eating the golden barbecued meat. No matter how they looked at it, the scene looked like a dream. Heavens, am I dreaming? Who is this kid? How can he be living such a comfortable life? We risked our lives to escape the sea of death, but he's actually enjoying himself so much? Could it be that he's a native of this place? Thinking of this, the few of them stared at Lin Xian with a serious expression, and a cold light bloomed in their eyes. Lin Xian also put down the golden barbecued meat in his hand and quickly stood up, frowning. That was because he felt a sense of danger. Although the 5 people in front of him were injured, and their auras were fluctuating and even very chaotic. However, the energy contained in their bodies was still shocking and terrifying. Needless to say, they were definitely 5 experts, especially the one at the front. His aura was even sharper. He was a tall and sturdy young man with wounds all over his body. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was quite handsome, but he gave off a very special feeling. Especially his eyes. They were incomparably deep and emitted an eerie chill. They were like poisonous snakes that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. On his left was a woman. She had a graceful figure and beautiful curves. Her clothes were tattered, and her slender snow-white breasts were faintly discernible. Her jade-like arms and flat belly were exposed, making her look extremely alluring. On the right were 3 youths. They were all injured, but their gazes were exceptionally sharp. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that the 5 of them were wearing the uniform of a sect. Even the dark red divine dragon frowned. He quickly transmitted his voice. "Brat, be careful. These are people from the All Beginnings Holy Land." "The All Beginnings Holy Land?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying sect. In fact, their strength wasn't any weaker than the wavering light Holy Land. Moreover, from the looks of these 5 people, they should be elites of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he pondered whether or not he could kill them in a single strike. In the end, he discovered that it would be somewhat difficult. Even if he could kill these people, he would most likely be seriously injured. In that case, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After all, from the current situation, he wasn't the first person to reach this golden beach. Nor would he be the last. Before and after this, there would be other experts arriving. He had to conserve his strength as a precaution. Therefore, now wasn't the time to make a move. Moreover, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, he didn't have to make a move. Just as he was pondering, the 5 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him opened their mouths. One of them, a round-faced fatty, coldly shouted, "Brat, who are you?" Chapter 1724. As he spoke, an exceptionally sharp aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he would immediately attack Lin Xian if his answer did not conform to his expectations. "Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. I am not a native. I am only an ordinary loose cultivator." "A loose cultivator?" Hearing this, the group heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not a native. They did not care about disciples of sects in the outside world. Even if the other party was someone from the Wavering Light Holy Land, they would not be afraid. Moreover, the other party was only an insignificant loose cultivator. They would not care about him at all. At this time, the handsome man at the front spoke. "The 5 of us are disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, we encountered a powerful sea monster at sea. That's why we came here. How about this? Go and prepare some food and spirit wine for us." The killing intent on the handsome man's body disappeared. However, there was a hint of an order in his voice. It was as if he was a high and mighty monarch and Lin Xian was only a servant. Hearing this, the dark red dragon immediately became displeased. "When have we ever been ordered like this?" However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He even transmitted his voice to the dark red dragon, telling him not to act blindly without thinking. He did not have the confidence to kill the other party right now. "Okay, I will go and prepare some food for you." Lin Xian's expression was calm. Then, he dragged the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey and walked toward the forest. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the beautiful woman at the side asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you kill him?" "Kill him? Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? We are all injured right now. Moreover, we have consumed too much spiritual energy. We need to rest right now. Why would we personally do something like cooking? Don't you think that taking him as a slave is a very good choice?" Right. It is indeed a very good choice." The beautiful woman also smiled. The 3 youths behind her also smiled and said, "Senior brother Gue is truly a good strategist." Soon after, the 5 of them emitted rays of light that formed a powerful heat that dried their wet clothes. The 5 of them sat cross-legged around the bonfire and took out some pills from their storage rings. Soon, their bodies glowed with a translucent light, quickly healing their injuries and damaged spirit energy. Not long after, they opened their eyes and started to eat the cooked food on the fire. In the forest, the dark red divine dragon looked displeased. "Brat, why aren't you making a move? Isn't it just the All Beginnings Holy Land? If the 2 of us go all out, I don't believe that we can't beat the 5 of them. Don't be rash. Now is not the time. The 5 of them aren't ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. They must be elites. I'm afraid we don't have absolute confidence in winning. Let's wait." The dark red dragon couldn't do anything about Lin Xian's actions. Moreover, Lin Xian was right. The 2 of them did not have full confidence. In particular, the aura of the young man in the lead shocked them. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon killed another dozen or so monster beasts, and also collected a pile of spirit fruits. Lin Xian put away half of the food. Then, he took the other half and slowly walked back to the beach. By the time Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon returned, the golden barbecued meat on the fire was already gone. However, the 5 of them still hadn't eaten their fill. Therefore, they asked Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to get some more. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He wasn't angry at all. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted in his heart. Damned 5 bastards. Just you wait. When the time comes, this emperor will definitely teach you a lesson. Soon, the corpses of 5 huge monster beasts were placed on the bonfire again. The 5 cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land sat cross-legged around the bonfire. They didn't leave any space for Lin Xian and the others. In fact, the handsome young man in the lead even said coldly, "You can go to the side and wait. We will call you when we need you." Lin Xian furrowed his brows. However, he still nodded his head. He and the dark red divine dragon went to a distant ancient tree and sat down cross-legged. Then, she looked at the distant Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The woman sneered. "Humph! As expected, he's a piece of trash. He does whatever he is told and doesn't even dare to resist? That's only natural. He's just a small loose cultivator. Before our All Beginnings Holy Land, he won't be able to cause any trouble." The several people beside her sneered in disdain. Senior Brother Gua, who was the leader, narrowed his eyes. "This brat is quite capable. He doesn't show any fear when facing us. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's concealing his strength." Concealing his strength? The woman was confused. "Indeed. From what I've discovered, his strength is much stronger than what he's shown now. He might even be able to contend against a 5-star king." The others were also surprised when they heard this. They hadn't expected Senior Brother Gua to give such a high evaluation of the other party. However, the woman curled her lips. "So what? No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat any one of us." Senior Brother Gua nodded his head. "Indeed. Let him be a slave first. When we don't need him anymore, we'll naturally deal with him." As they chatted, they didn't pay attention to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian remained expressionless when he heard these words. However, he sneered inwardly. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with the All Beginnings Holy Land and didn't want to attack these people. However, from the looks of it, these people didn't intend to let him off. He wasn't someone who would allow others to bully him. The reason he hadn't made a move before was because he wanted to preserve his strength. Now that the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to make a move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. At this time, the several All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators in front of him started chatting again. However, this time, their topic shifted from Lin Xian to the ancient ruins. The woman complained. "What kind of damned place is this? It's actually so dangerous. Those sea monsters are too terrifying." Indeed. It'd already be pretty good if even 1/10 of the people who came in this time could pass through this sea of death. Senior Brother Gua's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep voice. "This sea is indeed dangerous. However, what's even more dangerous is that there are actually natives here. If that's the case, it'll be even more difficult for us to obtain treasures." "Senior Brother, what kind of place is this ancient ruin?" the woman asked. "The Oblique Moon Mystic World. It was an extremely famous place during the ancient era. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by someone. Until now, it has appeared once again. Originally, I thought that there weren't any living creatures in the ancient ruins. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way?" Chapter 1725. That's right. This mystic world is a world of its own. Not only are there people from the ancient era, but there are also extremely ferocious monstrous beasts. We must be careful. We must not fall for their tricks. While eating the golden roasted meat, the group of people quickly chatted with one another. Of course, their conversation also reached Lin Xian's ears. Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was not the first time he had heard of this place. The first time was from the natives. The second time was from the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Ruffian Dragon, exactly what sort of place is the Slanted Moon Mystic World? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. It is an extraordinary place. It is a world of its own. It can be said to be a paradise on earth. Furthermore, a very powerful race lives in this place. However, this place was sealed later on. It is even rumored that it was done by a great emperor. After that, the Slanted Moon Mystic World disappeared. Never would I have expected that it would reappear now. A great emperor? Lin Xian was extremely shocked upon hearing those words. Which great emperor? Who did it? Lin Xian asked again. I don't know. After all, it is only an ancient legend. It might not necessarily be true. The dark red dragon shook his head. On the other side, the golden roasted meat was completely eaten by the 5 people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. This was no ordinary meat. It contained enormous power. Because of that, the 5 of them sat down cross-legged and operated their cultivation techniques. They consumed the energy contained in the roasted meat to recover their cultivation. Half a day later, the 5 of them opened their eyes. Soon after, the leading youth, Guo Chuanfei, stood up. His eyes were shining brightly. Beside him, the beautiful woman, Wan Yu, also revealed a smile. We've more or less recovered. Let's set off, Guo Chuanfei said in a deep voice. Soon after, the other people also nodded. Among them, the round-faced fatty pointed at Lin Xian and said, Get up and follow us. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He had a calm expression on his face. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to take care of these 5 people in this forest. However, he still had to find an opportunity to make his move. These people from the All Beginnings Holy Land naturally didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Furthermore, they did not think that a mere rogue cultivator would dare to attack the 5 of them. Therefore, they did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Instead, they carefully sized up the forest in front of them. The forest ahead was dense and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was a primitive scene. Furthermore, roars could be heard from the dense forest from time to time. Among them, some of the voices were extremely terrifying, bringing with them a monstrous demonic aura. With a single glance, one could tell that they were released by powerful demonic kings. Be careful. This primeval forest is not to be underestimated, Guo Chuanfei said to those behind him. Don't worry, Senior Brother Guo. Wan Yu and the others nodded. After that, the groups set off towards the primeval forest. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon followed at the back. However, they still underestimated this primeval forest. That was because not long after they entered, they discovered an enormous skeleton ahead. There were still remnants of blood and flesh on the skeleton. It was clear that the corpse of this powerful demonic king had just been killed. From the remnant aura on the skeleton, Guo Chuanfei and the others could clearly sense that this was an extremely powerful demonic king. However, it had still been killed. Not even its corpse was left behind. From this, one could imagine that the one who had killed it was an even more terrifying existence. This caused the expressions of the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivators to become extremely ugly. As for Lin Xian, he was also extremely shocked. It seemed that this primeval forest was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Following that, everyone's eyelids jumped wildly. That was because they discovered enormous skeletons from time to time. Those skeletons were all at the demonic king level and were extremely terrifying. In fact, Lin Xian and the others even discovered that there were enormous footprints around the corpses. It was clear that those footprints were left behind by some extremely terrifying life form. From the looks of it, it seems to be a human. Could it be an ancient giant? Wan Yu's complexion turned slightly pale. Guo Chuanfei's expression was also ugly. He said in a deep voice, You all, pay attention! The 3 cultivators behind him also nodded their heads. Their palms were somewhat cold. Lin Xian was also secretly circulating his spiritual energy. He was prepared to attack at any moment. However, gradually, the complexions of the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators darkened. That was because they discovered that the further they went, the more frequent those enormous footprints became. It was clear that they had entered the lair of a terrifying demonic beast. There was no need to think about it. That terrifying demonic beast was definitely in the vicinity. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but want to flee. Judging from the current situation, that demonic king was definitely incomparably terrifying. It wasn't an existence that they could contend against. You, go and scout the way. In the end, the round-faced fatty tossed Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to the front so that they could scout the way. That way, if there was any danger, they would be able to quickly escape. As for the safety of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, they didn't care about it at all. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon walked at the front. The two of them sneered in their hearts. It would appear that the other party was no longer concealing their evil intentions. Since that was the case, there was nothing much to say. They had to quickly find an opportunity to kill those people. Otherwise, if they really entered that demonic beast's lair, it would be very difficult for the two of them. Gradually, the sky darkened. The dense forest in the surroundings also became eerie. It could even be said that the atmosphere was overflowing with monstrous aura. At this time, it was no longer suitable for traveling. The reason for that was because some powerful demonic beasts would appear from time to time during the night. Thus, Guo Chuanfei and the others planned to find a place to rest. Fortunately, there were many mountains in the forest. The few of them chose a decent mountain top and constructed an enormous cave to temporarily rest in. They even set up a spirit formation in the surroundings to prevent the demonic beasts from entering. Guo Chuanfei and the others sat cross-legged in the cave to rest. However, they left Lin Xian and the dark red dragon outside. The way they saw it, the two of them were nothing more than slaves. They were naturally unworthy of living together with them. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. It was on the verge of attacking. Lin Xian's expression was also gloomy. However, he quickly sent a voice transmission. Don't be hasty. Find the right time and kill them in one strike. Late at night. The entire area around the cave was gloomy. There was only one bonfire in the cave that flickered uncertainly. Inside the cave, Guo Chuanfei and the others were already sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon did not cultivate. The two of them acutely sensed that there was an oppressive aura that was slowly condensing. The aura was extremely oppressive. Even Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! What's going on? The dark red dragon muttered softly. As a dragon, even he felt a trace of panic. Therefore, the two of them did not dare to cultivate at all. Chapter 1726. Roar! Sure enough, before long, a roar was heard. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it tore through the tranquil night sky. Not only that, but this roar was also too terrifying. Moreover, it was very close to Lin Xian and the others. Thus, Lin Xian and the others received a very strong impact. The sound wave tore through the void, carrying with it a powerful monstrous aura that filled the air. Strong winds swept through the world. Terrifying energy surged forth and collided with the surrounding formations. Buzz! Buzz! The formations in the surroundings instantly lit up to resist the attack. However, they were unable to block it. Like paper, they were instantly torn apart. Whoosh! Without the defenses of the formations, the berserk energy instantly attacked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly retreated. At the same time, their bodies lit up with light as they prepared to defend themselves. However, the two of them did not use their full strength. This was because they could not reveal their true strength before the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators. Otherwise, they would be in a very passive position in the battle. Thus, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon pretended to lose their heads out of fear and quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. At this time, 5 figures instantly appeared in the cave like bolts of lightning. Their bodies shone with light and emitted powerful auras that formed an energy barrier that resisted the surrounding wind energy. What the hell is this? The five of them looked at their surroundings with unsightly expressions. Senior brother! The beautiful woman, Wan Yu, also had a pale complexion. Guo Chuanfei's expression was grave. His eyes were like lightning as they pierced through the void and looked ahead. In the distance, the world was in turmoil. Boundless spiritual energy surged and monstrous aura soared into the sky. It was as if a peerless beast had been born. Moreover, countless dark clouds had gathered in the sky at an unknown time. They were pitch black like 100,000 mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down from the dark clouds. That lightning bolt was extremely terrifying. It was like a silver dragon that roared as it descended, instantly illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, it also illuminated the beasts below. Lin Xian and the others quickly looked over. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Ahead of them, there was a figure the size of a small mountain. It was a golden divine ape with 6 arms. At this moment, it was roaring toward the sky. He let out a roar that was as loud as a flash flood. The terrifying sound waves were like a tidal wave, accompanied by the 6 arms waving in the air, resisting the silver lightning falling from the sky. Boom! This scene was simply too terrifying. Even Guo Chuanfei and the other martial artists from the All Beginnings Holy Land were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect that the fierce beast nearby was actually a 6-armed divine ape. This was a type of ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this at the moment. This was because Lin Xian realized that this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Therefore, in the next moment, without any hesitation, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon. Then, all the energy in his body instantly erupted. Puff! In an instant, he pulled out the 9-held devil sword and drew a black sword light in the air, quickly stabbing towards Guo Chuanfei. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon waved its claws and enveloped the other 3 martial artists. Puff! Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. This sword strike was too powerful. And it was so sudden that Guo Chuanfei didn't expect it at all. An ant in his eyes actually dared to attack him. Therefore, he hadn't been on guard before. Moreover, the 6-armed divine ape in front of him was contending against the 9 heavens divine lightning, erupting with an incomparably terrifying energy that swept out in all directions. As a result, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. There was only a ball of energy around his body that was resisting the surrounding storm. However, this ball of energy seemed incomparably weak at this moment. In an instant, the ball of energy was broken apart by the 9-held devil sword. Then, the sharp edge of the sword stabbed into his back. Puff! Blood sprayed out. However, as a martial artist from the All Beginnings Holy Land, Guo Chuanfei was exceptionally strong. Therefore, at the final moment, he still discovered that something was amiss. In that moment of crisis, he forcefully moved his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack that was aimed at his vitals. However, the sword still managed to pierce through him. After Lin Xian succeeded, he didn't stop. An incomparably terrifying and berserk aura erupted from his body. His left fist was like a black dragon as it ruthlessly smashed towards his opponent. "You're courting death!" Guo Chuanfei was furious. He endured the intense pain and frantically turned around. He didn't expect that an ant would actually dare to attack him. However, he didn't have time to think about it. That was because a black fist carrying the shadow of a black dragon quickly smashed into his body. Bang! In the next instant, he was sent flying. Most of the bones in his body were broken. On the other side, the sound of an intense collision could be heard. It turned out that the claws of the Crimson Divine Dragon had ruthlessly smashed into the bodies of 3 other martial artists. In an instant, an earth-shaking tremor was created. However, in such a berserk environment, this tremor was insignificant. The 3 martial artists were also sent flying. 2 of them were injured, and the last one was pierced through by the Crimson Divine Dragon's claws. What? When the woman, Wan Yu, saw this scene, she was stunned. She didn't expect that the two of them would dare to attack. Moreover, their sneak attack had succeeded. Her senior brother and her companions were severely injured in an instant. "Brat, you are courting death!" The expressions of the other two martial artists turned sinister. As for Guo Chuanfei, his entire body was covered in blood. He seemed like a demon as he emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent. "You dare to attack me?" Even now, he didn't dare to believe that the other party would dare to attack him. How could an insignificant loose cultivator dare to attack the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land? However, the other party had really attacked him. Not only that, but his sneak attack had succeeded. Not only had the other party seriously injured him, but he had also killed the martial artist. "Humph! So what if I attack you? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Didn't you want to kill the two of us? It's just that the two of us attacked first." Lin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. He had already sensed the sinister intentions of these 5 people. Thus, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. Kill. Guo Chuanfei didn't speak any nonsense. Right now, the only way to survive was to kill the other party. Thus, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique and rapidly healed his wounds. Then, he swallowed some healing pills. Now that his life was at stake, he couldn't care less about holding back. In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying radiance erupted from his body. Then, like a demon, he charged at Lin Xian. On the other side, Wan Yu and the other 2 disciples also roared and charged at Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon. "Brat, you dare to injure my senior brother? Die for me!" Wan Yu shouted. Her entire face was filled with killing intent. Her entire body shone brightly as she held a sword in her hand. Then, she quickly stabbed it at Lin Xian. This sword was like a flood dragon soaring out of the water. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he waved the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand and slashed forward. Pun! The 2 swords collided, shaking heaven and earth. However, the sword in Wan Yu's hand was directly cut in half. What? This is impossible. Wan Yu was stunned. She didn't expect the demonic sword in her opponent's hand to be so sharp. Chapter 1727. Wan Yu was dumbfounded. She did not expect the demonic sword in her opponent's hand to be so sharp. But in the next moment, she screamed. That was because the 9 underworld demonic sword did not stop. Instead, it pierced toward her with countless sharp sword energies. Primeval Chaos Shield! At this critical moment, Wan Yu shouted. Light blossomed from her body, forming a simple shield of light in front of her. This was indeed a lost technique. However, she could not block it at all. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had completely surpassed hers. Secondly, Lin Xian was not holding back at all. Wan Yu could not contend against such a battle prowess. Therefore, in the next moment, the shield of light shattered. Not only that, but Wan Yu was also pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword energies carried her body and nailed her to the mountain peak on the opposite side. Junior sister! Seeing this scene, Guo Chuanfei roared crazily. He did not hold back and charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the 2 All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were blocked by the dark red divine dragon. Guo Chuanfei's expression was malevolent and murderous. He spread open his 5 fingers, and 5 divine rainbows flew out from his fingertips. The void was instantly pierced through. The 5 divine rainbows emitted powerful killing intent as they rushed toward Lin Xian. These divine rainbows were comparable to divine weapons. However, Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. If you were in your peak condition, you might be able to fight against me. But now you are seriously injured. You are no match for me. As he spoke, he waved the 9 underworld demonic sword. The black demonic sword emitted a jet-black radiance. It looked like a sword from hell and was extremely terrifying. It contained an astonishing amount of power. Offensive Saint technique. At this moment, Lin Xian was displaying it to the extreme. Its battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, with a single sword strike, he was able to sever the 5 divine rainbows. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped Guo Chuanfei. Being enveloped by the black sword light, Guo Chuanfei felt his hair stand on end. This was too shocking. His opponent was only an ant. Yet, he actually possessed this kind of battle prowess. This surprised him greatly. From the looks of it, even if his opponent did not launch a sneak attack and he was not seriously injured, this battle would still be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Guo Chuanfei's face darkened. He knew that he had to attack with all his might. He couldn't let the other party escape. Otherwise, it would be an endless disaster. Therefore, in the next moment, he endured the pain and pushed his strength to the limit. Boom! All the bones in his body emitted crackling sounds as they were repaired in an instant. Clearly, Guo Chuanfei had used some kind of secret technique. However, the sword wound on his body had not completely healed. Because this was the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it was abnormally sharp and no one could heal it in a short period of time. However, Guo Chuanfei couldn't care less about that. Even though he was still bleeding, he had to attack with all his might. A palm stretched out. The light on it was like a scorching sun as it pressed towards the void. Boom! Immediately, the void trembled and emitted a boundless amount of chaotic qi. It formed a wanton radiance that was incomparably hazy and laid horizontally in front of him. Clang! Clang! The black sword qi that filled the sky collided with the chaotic qi, creating an earth-shattering sound. This chaotic qi was very impressive. It did not immediately shatter. This was a powerful technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The All Beginnings Holy Land. Just from its name, one could tell that it was very domineering. The fact that it dared to use the word, All Beginnings, was enough to prove its strength. Mr. Primal Chaos had yet to appear. Thus, the All Beginnings Holy Land cultivated the Primal Chaos technique. This cultivation technique was incomparably mysterious and abnormally powerful. Now that Guo Chuanfei used it, it possessed a different kind of might. Seeing that he had blocked the black sword qi, Guo Chuanfei breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hands and sent out even more chaotic qi. The chaotic qi formed a simple and unadorned picture scroll that revolved around him. Brat, die for me! This simple and unadorned picture scroll emitted the power of a domain. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Not only that, but countless strands of chaotic qi also fell down. They turned into sharp rays of light that pierced towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned and coldly snorted. He used Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. His entire body was like a flickering shadow as he rapidly dodged. Humph! It's useless! You can't dodge my chaotic qi! Guo Chuanfei sneered. This was because the chaotic qi had combined with his domain to form a powerful technique. His opponent was just a small loose cultivator. How could he possibly block it? Sure enough, the chaotic qi was like a poisonous snake that chased after him. It pierced through Lin Xian's afterimages one after another. As for Lin Xian, he coldly snorted when he heard his opponent's words. An arrow at the end of its flight. You can't even withstand a single blow. Watch how I break you! In the next instant, he stopped dodging. A blue domain rapidly appeared around his body, emitting a monstrous aura. As for the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand, it shone with boundless radiance. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the void in all directions was slashed open by him. This black sword qi was like a black nether river as it quickly slashed forward. The sword qi crisscrossed, and a terrifying killing intent filled the wilderness. Guo Chuanfei felt a chill in his heart when he sensed the sharpness of this sword qi. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly recalled the chaotic qi and used it to block in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black sword qi slashed on the chaotic qi. However, what made Guo Chuanfei's scalp go numb was that his chaotic qi couldn't block it at all and was directly cut in half. No! Guo Chuanfei vomited blood and flew backward. He really didn't dare to imagine that his opponent's combat strength was actually so powerful. That was his ultimate move, but it was actually split apart by a single sword strike. He had to admit that it was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He carried the dragon sword domain and instantly chased after him like a flash of light. He knew that his opponent was a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the reason why he was able to injure his opponent so quickly was because he had taken him by surprise. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat his opponent. Because without mentioning anything else, just the chaotic chi alone was enough to give him a headache. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure flashed like lightning and appeared in front of Guo Chuanfei. The sword light on his body soared into the sky. Lin Xian was like a killing god at all times. Meanwhile, Guo Chuanfei was lying on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. In a sorry state, he was in a sorry state. Previously, he was high and mighty like an emperor, mercilessly commanding Lin Xian and not taking him seriously at all. However, he didn't expect that in just one day, the status of both sides had undergone a tremendous change. The powerful combat strength displayed by his opponent shocked him. As for himself, he was seriously injured and was about to be killed. "Damn it, who are you?" Guo Chuanfei stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. That was because he really couldn't believe that a small itinerant cultivator could have such powerful combat strength. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that everything is over." Chapter 1728. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everything is over." The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand emitted an ice-cold radiance as it pierced forward. "Ha ha! You want to kill me, Guo Chuanfei? Dream on! Brat, let's perish together!" As Guo Chuanfei spoke, a crazed expression appeared on his face. Soon after, the radiance on his body grew brighter and brighter as the primal chaos picture wrapped around his body. "Not good!" Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He rapidly retreated as he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to the limit. At the same time, the Gale War boots on his feet started to shine brightly. Whoosh! Like a sword ray, he rapidly retreated. On the other side, the dark red dragon's palm pierced through a disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Then, he also rapidly retreated. At this moment, the Gale cloak on his body shone with boundless radiance. He was like a red lightning bolt. As for the other surviving All Beginnings Holy Land disciple, he couldn't care less about him. That was because Guo Chuanfei had self-detonated. The self-detonation of a king, a 5-star king at that, was extremely terrifying. For a time, an incomparably terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. Although Guo Chuanfei was only a 5-star king, he was still a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Moreover, he was an elite. His battle power was even more terrifying than ordinary 6-star kings. Therefore, the might of the explosion was extremely shocking. "No!" The other surviving All Beginnings Holy Land disciple roared crazily when he saw this scene. He immediately fled into the distance. However, he wasn't fast enough. In an instant, he was engulfed by the terrifying energy storm. Although Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon had grasped Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and were extremely fast, they were still affected by the energy storm. However, they were still struck by the energy storm. The two of them quickly activated their king domains to resist the energy storm. The two of them were like sailboats in a storm that could capsize at any moment. However, they managed to resist it in the end. Whoosh! Looking at the pitch-black pit in the forest before him, Lin Xian's complexion became extremely unsightly. He had been too careless this time. Previously, he had killed the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He had thought that the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land weren't that strong. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Most likely, the hierarchy within the Holy Land was even more detailed than the Pill sect. The disciples of the Holy Land he had killed before were probably the most ordinary disciples. Even so, he was still more powerful than the top geniuses of the alchemy sect and the other two subsidiary sections. And someone like Guo Chuanfei should be one of the more powerful ones in the Holy Land. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. They could even contend against ordinary six-star kings. Therefore, such people had to be guarded against. Guo Chuanfei's self-destruction created a terrifying explosion of energy that affected Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Therefore, the two of them quickly flew away from this area. They came to a safe place, sat down cross-legged, and quickly recovered their strength. Lin Xian didn't even hesitate to consume elixirs and supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. Because his heart was beating wildly, and he had an extremely bad premonition. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a murderous aura to come from the rear left. It turned into a cross-shaped sword wave and rushed over quickly. Boom! Lin Xian waved his hand, releasing a large amount of energy that collided with the killing intent. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. In the forest behind him, a figure quickly appeared. Her figure was enchanting and had a seductive aura that made one's blood boil. "It's you!" When Lin Xian saw the other party, he immediately frowned. This woman was none other than the half-demon woman who had sneak-attacked him before. He didn't expect her to appear again now. Moreover, the timing was too good. It was right after he had a great battle with someone. Could it be that she had been following him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, digesting the energy of the healing elixirs. "That's right, it's me!" The beautiful woman sneered. "I already said that I would come back for you. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you can't bear to part with me?" The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, but he secretly sped up his absorption and recovery. "Indeed, I can't bear to part with you. Your vitality is so strong, and you are the best choice for a cauldron. If I can absorb your energy, my cultivation will definitely rise to another level. Moreover, you dared to kill my Demon King Palace's people. No matter what, I can't let you go. Why bother?" Lin Xian laughed. "Why don't you follow me and leave the Demon King Palace? I'll let you live a carefree life. You want me to leave the Demon King Palace with just you? What a joke!" The half-demon woman sneered. "You don't know the Demon King Palace's strength at all. Moreover, you have underestimated me." The half-demon woman stared coldly at Lin Xian. "All right, let's cut the crap. Are you going to obediently surrender, or do you want me to break your four limbs and drag you back? You sure talk big. Don't tell me you think you've got me?" Lin Xian snorted, but he didn't make a move. The half-demon woman, Zhao Tianxia, walked over step by step. "Kid, don't struggle. I know you are recovering your strength, but it's useless. I saw everything that happened just now. After being hit by that kind of energy, you won't be able to recover in a short time. Even if you try to stall for time now, it's useless." Indeed, she was hiding in the dark and saw the previous scene. When she saw Lin Xian being hit by the explosion, she decided to make a move. If it was an ordinary person, she wouldn't have done anything wrong. After all, when a cultivator was injured, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, she encountered Lin Xian this time. She didn't know how powerful Lin Xian's art of longevity was. Lin Xian watched as the other party slowly walked over. He didn't move. However, he secretly mobilized the energy in his body to prepare the Thunder Assistant. Sure enough, when the other party was 10 meters away from Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted with terrifying energy. His fists danced as the apocalyptic black dragon fist rushed out. The powerful energy transformed into two black dragons, surging and roaring. "What?" The half-demon woman, Zhao Tianxia, narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect the other party to be able to display such strength despite being injured. However, since she had decided to make a move, why would she run away? With a shout, light bloomed from her body and a domain quickly appeared behind her. The 5 silver scorpion tails were like silver spears. They were extremely sharp as they pierced through the void and flew forward. Boom, boom, boom! The void was pierced through in an instant. A terrifying silver light, like the Milky Way, wrapped around the two black dragons. Boom! The scales on the silver scorpion tails flickered, releasing a cold light that instantly killed the two black dragons. Chapter 1729. A terrifying killing intent shook the world. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Facing the 5 silver tails, he had no fear at all. The apocalyptic black dragon fists were constantly swung around. His fist had turned into 2 black dragons, spiraling in the void and surging forward. They unleashed earth-shattering energy. Scorpio, reappear! On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also shouted, and the silver domain behind her shone even brighter. Then, a huge silver body appeared in the void. It was a huge scorpion, its entire body silver and emitting a cold light. Waves of energy were emitted from its body, shaking the entire space. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if a real ancient demon beast had crossed time and space and appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the enormous silver body swayed, and the terrifying scorpion tail and 2 silver pincers rapidly descended. Boom, boom, boom! Silver light crisscrossed, illuminating the entire space and colliding with the black fist shadows. This scene was too terrifying, as if 10,000 mountains were colliding in the sky. Forests collapsed, the earth caved in, and terrifying cracks appeared in the void. In the end, Lin Xian let out a long cry and unleashed his ultimate technique. 2 pitch-black dragon claws appeared on his palms, and he waved them with force. Suddenly, the entire space split open. The silver light that filled the sky disappeared. Damn brat, you actually have such powerful strength! On the other side, Zhao Tianxia's face was solemn. Unexpected, it was too unexpected. She had expected the other party to be severely injured and unable to exert much strength. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Her opponent's strength was too strong. There was no difference at all from before he was injured. That berserk and destructive aura made her extremely fearful. But how was this possible? No one could withstand that kind of impact, but fortunately, he was unharmed. Therefore, she concluded that Lin Xian must have been injured. But how could he still display such terrifying strength when he was injured? Zhao Tianxia could not understand at all. But in the end, she coldly snorted. Kid, I don't know what secret technique you used to forcibly recover your strength. But thinking about it, this secret technique won't last for long. Therefore, the final victor will be me. As for you, you will become my slave and be sucked dry by me. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Indeed, the explosion just now had injured him. However, his secret art of long life was heaven-defying. That ferocious recovery ability of his had already healed more than half of his injuries. However, he did not let his guard down. That was because the half-demon woman was also extraordinarily powerful. She was probably not any weaker than Gui Chuanfei, especially when the other party had a group of bloodlines. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go all out again. The next moment, a green light flashed behind him, and the dragon's sword domain quickly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the air as sword chi soared into the sky. Even the void couldn't withstand it. A king's domain? Looks like you want to fight with your life on the line. My guess was right. Your secret technique won't last for long. On the other side, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Tianxia's face. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard the other party's words. Naturally, it wasn't that the secret technique's time was up, but that he didn't want to waste time and wanted to finish off the other party quickly. However, since the other party had misunderstood, then so be it. He wouldn't explain. As the energy in his body surged, the dragon sword domain around him became even more resplendent. There was even a low dragon roar. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also let out a delicate cry as a silver light flashed behind her. The silver domain shone brightly, and within it was an ancient sky scorpion. The silver sky scorpion carried an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a silver mountain that crushed the void. This scene was too terrifying. The silver sky scorpion carried the bloodline of the demon race and had an unparalleled pressure. This undoubtedly made Zhao Tianxia's king's domain even more powerful. Seeing the other party's powerful domain, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. However, in the next moment, he took a step forward. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi vibrated together and let out a cry. The terrifying sword chi soared into the sky with unparalleled power. Then, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword domain and charged forward. Boom! 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 The entire void collapsed. The dragon sword domain and the sky scorpion's silver domain collided, creating a sound like a tsunami. Endless light burst forth as terrifying energy whistled through the air, filling every inch of the void. The entire forest was shaking, and there were even roars of demon beasts in the distance. Obviously, the battle between the two had alarmed the demon kings here. After another fierce collision, the two figures quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between them. Lin Xian's figure was tall and straight, and his face was sharp like a knife. He looked like a god of death. Sword chi surrounded his body, and it was incomparably resplendent. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also appeared in the void. Behind her, a silver king's domain appeared. She stood on the sky scorpion's shadow. As expected of the cauldron I chose. You're indeed powerful. Your vitality has even surpassed the average disciple of the sacred land. Obediently become my cauldron, and I can spare your life. Spare my life? Lin Xian snorted. You talk big. Worry about your own safety first. You think you can kill me? Opposite him, Zhao Tianxia sneered. I think your secret technique won't last for long. It will probably disappear soon. At that time, I'd like to see how stubborn you are. Zhao Tianxia snorted and attacked again. The battle began again. The two of them fought fiercely, but gradually, Zhao Tianxia started to frown. Because she realized that something was wrong. After such a long time, even if there was a secret technique, its effect should have disappeared. However, not only did the other party's combat strength not weaken, it was getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't believe it at all. Damn it! Impossible! Why is your combat strength still getting stronger? Shouldn't it weaken? Ignorant! Lin Xian snorted and didn't answer. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword and swept it forward. Sword chi swept out like a giant dragon, tearing the sky apart. Damn it! Impossible! This is impossible! Zhao Tianxia frantically blocked. Didn't you use a secret technique? She finally lost her composure. After so many moves, she still couldn't take down the other party, and she was gradually being suppressed. If this continued, she might not be his opponent at all. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Chapter 1730. In the sky, Lin Xian roared. Soon after, 3 figures rushed out of his dragon sword domain. Every illusory figure was incomparably resplendent, and carried with it a shocking sword chi. Sword God Phantoms. This was Lin Xian's 6th God Sword technique. He could already condense 3 sword phantoms. These 3 sword phantoms quickly rushed out and stood in 3 different directions. Together with Lin Xian, they suppressed the entire void. A special domain appeared and trapped Zhao Tianxia within. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and attacked together with the 3 sword god phantoms. Terrifying sword chi swept out and instantly covered the entire void. This scene was simply too terrifying. The space was instantly blasted apart. As for Zhao Tianxia, he was instantly enveloped by sword chi that filled the sky. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Zhao Tianxia was beaten back. His domain had been suppressed and had even become much dimmer. Not only that, when the sword chi slashed his domain, it immediately caused his chi and blood to churn. Not long after, he vomited blood and was injured. Damn it! These are clones! Zhao Tianxia looked at the sky with a shocked expression. How can clones be so powerful? She really couldn't understand. That was because the three-sword god phantoms were simply too powerful. Each of them shone brightly with monstrous battle intent. Their terrifying battle strength was like a vast ocean with no end. It seemed that they were not weaker than the main body. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianxia's expression was abnormally ugly. She already couldn't beat Lin Xian alone. Now that there were 3 more clones, it was even more impossible for her to be a match for him. Moreover, her opponent didn't seem to be exhausted at all. This made her even more terrified. Therefore, at this moment, she didn't dare to fight him. Instead, she was thinking about how to escape. Because if they continued fighting, she would definitely lose. Therefore, she carried the silver domain and charged around, wanting to leave this space. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late? He roared, and the energy in his body quickly surged. His battle strength was even higher. 3 sword god phantoms quickly rushed forward and surrounded Zhao Tianxia. As for Lin Xian's body, it was shining brightly. He brandished the apocalyptic black dragon fist and unleashed a terrifying fist technique. The world-destroying black dragon scroll was incomparably violent and unstoppable. At this moment, in Lin Xian's hands, it was even more ferocious. With a punch, the sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Each dragon's shadow was entwined with incomparably terrifying sword chi. They crushed the void and roared abnormally as they charged towards Zhao Tianxia. Pun! In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering tremor, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Blood spurted out as half of Tianxia's body was smashed. However, she did not die. Instead, she quickly retreated. A ball of red light appeared on her body. It was her demonic bloodline. In the next moment, she ignited the demonic bloodline in her body and erupted with unparalleled power. At the same time, the ancient scorpion in the king's domain opened its eyes. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura spread out. The ancient sky scorpion phantom shone with boundless light. A part of it enveloped Zhao Tianxia, while the other part turned into a silver long sword and slashed forward. In an instant, a crack was torn in the void. The silver light rolled up and carried Zhao Tianxia away into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted and activated the dragon sword domain. Immediately, countless sword lights rushed out and turned into rainbows as they quickly chased after Zhao Tianxia. However, that silver light was too strange. It had awakened some kind of ancient bloodline and was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, she had escaped without a trace. She actually ran away? Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene. After thinking for a long time, he did not chase after her. First of all, she definitely had some secret techniques in her hands. It would not be easy to kill her. Moreover, the continuous battles had consumed too much of his strength. Right now, he did not have much strength left in his body. Therefore, he should focus on recovering. After all, he still did not know how long he would have to stay in this mystic world. Therefore, in the next moment, she did not hesitate and her figure flashed and left this place. In a dense forest, the dark red divine dragon had set up a powerful array to isolate the surroundings. In front of it, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. Beside him, there were 6 pieces of supreme-grade secondary crystals, arranged into a small spirit-gathering array. Meanwhile, he was operating the longevity art with all his might to quickly absorb the energy. Rays of resplendent light circled around his body like the rays of the sun. This energy quickly repaired his body and replenished Lin Xian's spirit energy at the same time. Not only that, Lin Xian's longevity art was operating faster and faster, and even began to absorb the spirit energy in the surrounding space. This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that this space was a world of its own, and it was very difficult for outsiders to absorb spirit energy. Therefore, those foreign cultivators would crazily collect other people's storage rings. They wanted to obtain enough energy to maintain their combat strength. Now, Lin Xian could actually absorb the surrounding spirit energy. Moreover, the speed was much faster than before. It had to be said that this was really shocking. Lin Xian seemed to have noticed this as well, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, he operated the longevity art with all his might, and the spirit energy from all directions quickly gathered towards him. Gradually, it formed an energy storm that enveloped him. With this energy storm, Lin Xian's recovery speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he was restored to his peak state. Not only that, he absorbed with all his might and cultivated. However, after a while, the spirit energy storm quickly disappeared. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, feeling as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he revealed a puzzled look. What's going on? He didn't stop cultivating, but the spirit chi was quickly receding, which surprised him. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon said, "This should be a protective technique to prevent people from consuming too much energy in the mystic world." Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. "Boy, you're really surprising! You can actually absorb the energy here." To be honest, even the dark red divine dragon could not do this. Lin Xian smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the longevity art. This technique is really amazing." Indeed, the longevity art was extremely mysterious, and it allowed Lin Xian to have a strong recovery ability. Not only that, his spirit energy was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. Now, he could even absorb the energy in the tilted moon mystic world. Although Lin Xian did not know where the ultimate limit of the longevity art was, being able to absorb the energy here was undoubtedly good news. This gave him an even bigger trump card. When the time came for a battle, he would not have to worry too much. Without any worries for the time being, Lin Xian was completely at ease. He planned to carefully explore this primeval forest. Chapter 1731. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon set off. The two of them walked carefully in the forest. Lin Xian used his soul power and constantly observed the surroundings to avoid those powerful monster kings. He knew that he could not be careless in this forest. There were probably many terrifying monsters hibernating here. For example, the six-armed ape he encountered that night was definitely terrifying. Perhaps even a mighty figure might not be able to fight against it. If he encountered it, there was no way he could survive. The two of them walked for a day and finally entered the inner part of the forest. Along the way, thanks to the two of them being careful, they were not discovered by those powerful monster kings. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from ahead, shaking heaven and earth. That sound was very shocking and carried a monstrous aura. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he prepared to take a detour. However, at this moment, a few more roars came from ahead. Immediately after, a violent energy aura surged. Feeling these auras, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks with a bewildered expression. Someone is fighting? Moreover, these auras did not belong to humans. Could it be monsters? Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect to encounter such a thing now. At the side, the dark red divine dragon was also a little excited. "Kid, should we go and take a look? There are so many monsters fighting. I'm afraid there's a reason. Maybe it's for treasures." It was possible. They walked in this forest for a few days and did not find any treasures. Perhaps the monsters in front were really fighting for some kind of treasure. The two of them carefully walked forward. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. Because the battle in front had already ended. The surroundings were a mess. Monster aura filled the air and blood flowed like a river on the ground. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon stepped on the broken trees and cracked ground as they carefully made their way forward. They discovered that there were a few huge corpses in front of them. Each of them was at the Monster King level and was extremely terrifying. At this moment, their bodies were all cut open, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Evidently, he had been killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were extremely shocked. Such powerful monster kings were killed. It seemed that it was another terrifying existence. The two of them didn't dare to stay any longer, and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the cave ahead. It was a black bear with a single horn on its head. It looked extremely ferocious. On its body, its black fur flickered with a jet-black light, flowing with a strange energy. Especially the horn on his forehead, it was like a black jade, sparkling and translucent. The energy contained within it was even more terrifying. Compared to the surrounding demonic beasts, he was not very big, only 3 meters tall. But at this moment, he was emitting an incomparably horrifying supreme aura. The Black Bear Demon King was walking out of the cave. However, in the next moment, it stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a ferocious look in its eyes. Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body when he was being stared at like that. He sensed danger. According to his original plan, he should have withdrawn by now. But in the next moment he frowned. This was because he realized that although the Black Bear King in front of him was powerful, there was a terrifying crack on the left side of its back. Although the blood had coagulated, the crack was still very eye-catching. It was obvious that it was injured in the battle just now. And it seemed that the injury was not light. Otherwise, with this demonic beast's ferocious personality, it would have pounced on them immediately. It would not have issued a warning here. Perhaps there was a chance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon also waved its dragon claws excitedly. "Kid, do you want to attack? That Black Bear King is injured." "Attack!" Lin Xian nodded. He was not willing to give up this opportunity. That was because he felt a strange energy in the cave. It should be some kind of treasure. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the thousand-beast cauldron with a serious expression. The dark red divine dragon's body also glowed with a red light as it prepared to attack. Roar! Seeing that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were about to attack, the Black Bear King in front of them roared angrily. Its murderous aura instantly spread out. As a demonic beast king, and an extremely powerful one at that, it would not allow humans to provoke it. Therefore, in the next moment, it roared angrily and turned into a ray of black light, charging towards Lin Xian. However, halfway through, the Black Bear King's body suddenly stiffened. That was because the wound on its back had split open again. Blood gushed out, and even the eerie white bones were exposed. Roar! The Black Bear King roared in pain. Good chance! Lin Xian seized the opportunity and pushed the thousand-beast cauldron in his hand. Suddenly, the thousand-beast cauldron shone and shot out a ray of black light that flew forward. Boom! This ray of black light was like a black divine spear. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the Black Bear King, leaving a fist-sized wound on its body. Roar! The Black Bear King was injured again, and it became extremely frenzied. Its murderous aura soared into the sky. Its demonic chi turned into substantial smoke that quickly surged into the sky. However, at the same time, a red dragon tail, like a heavenly pillar, lashed out from the void. Boom! The Black Bear King's body trembled and he was sent flying. That was because the dark red dragon's tail had sent him flying. It was obvious that the dark red divine dragon had attacked. Roar! Roar! After receiving 2 extremely powerful attacks in an instant, the Black Bear King's injured body became even weaker. At that moment, he was covered in blood and had become extremely frenzied. However, his ferocious nature had been stimulated. Instead of running away, he quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Boom! In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian, and his terrifying black bear paw slammed down. In an instant, a pitch-black hole was formed in the void. This attack was too violent. Even though the Black Bear King was injured, it was still extremely terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian did not want to take it head-on. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into an afterimage, instantly dodging the attack. At the same time, his palm kept hitting the thousand-beast cauldron. Buzz! 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 The thousand-beast cauldron vibrated rapidly, and many pitch-black figures swam on top of it. Then, a black heavenly roc rushed out and flew towards the Black Bear King. The feathers in the sky turned into black sword chi. The black sword chi was extremely sharp, and it quickly slashed downwards. The Black Bear King waved his paw and unleashed a wave of energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly shattered the black sword chi that filled the sky. However, in the process, his back was hit by 2 more dragon claws. Suddenly, his huge body shook continuously, as if he would collapse at any time. Roar! The Black Bear King's eyes turned blood red. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and roared behind him. A sound wave rippled out, bringing with it a strange energy that surged towards the dark red divine dragon. The sound wave was too terrifying. It was even sharper than the sky blade. Chapter 1732. Roar! The dark red divine dragon's body glowed as his dragon blood surged. In the next moment, he roared as well. An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out, carrying with it an unparalleled pressure as it clashed with the Black Bear King's sound waves. Although the dark red divine dragon's cultivation was not as strong as the Black Bear King's, his bloodline power far exceeded the Black Bear King's. Therefore, when the 2 sound waves collided, they were actually evenly matched. The sky surged as countless black cracks appeared. The 2 terrifying sound waves disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment, Lin Xian leaped high into the air, and the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand emitted an even brighter light. A strange energy fluctuation was emitted from the 1,000-beast cauldron and quickly rushed forward, enveloping the Black Bear King. The mysterious light was incomparably dark, as if it was going to suppress the Black Bear King. Roar! At this critical moment, the Black Bear King's hair stood on end. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and the horn on his forehead suddenly emitted light. The horn was originally jade black in color. At this moment, mysterious patterns appeared on its surface. A terrifying aura instantly surged out. Whoosh! For a moment, the surrounding wind howled and dark clouds covered the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Then, a ray of light surged out from the horn, piercing through the void and turning into an eternal ray of light. This ray of light was too terrifying. It directly tore apart the attack from the 1,000-beast cauldron, and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as his body swayed. He held the 1,000-beast cauldron in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. A black dragon roared, carrying with it a black light that shook the heavens and earth. On the other side, the 1,000-beast cauldron was spinning even faster. Then, it suddenly enlarged like a black mountain, pressing down on the Black Bear King. Clang! In the next moment, it collided with the black light emitted by the horn, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled, and a terrifying light burst forth. However, the 1,000-beast cauldron, as a mid-grade Earth-class artifact, was too terrifying. It directly shattered all the attacks. The void instantly returned to calm, and the 1,000-beast cauldron was still pressing down on the Black Bear King. The Black Bear King's expression finally changed, and he let out a terrified cry. However, he found that he could barely move his body. There was a mysterious power in the void that had completely shackled him. At this moment, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. One had to know that it was no ordinary Demon King. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Previously, so many demon monarchs had joined forces but failed to kill him. But now, this little human in front of him was actually a threat to his life. Boom! In the next moment, the 1,000-beast cauldron descended and completely suppressed the Black Bear King. The ground sank, and the airwaves rolled. The surrounding forest collapsed in an instant. In fact, even the mountain peak in the distance was blasted apart by the energy. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponent had been dealt with. He waved his hand and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. One had to admit that the Black Bear King was indeed a very powerful demonic beast. Fortunately, it had been severely injured. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon would not have been able to kill it so easily. Lin Xian summoned the black earth, and stored the corpses of the demonic beasts. When these demonic beasts reached the demonic king level, it could be said that their entire bodies were treasures. Their flesh and blood contained powerful energy. Their scales and fur could be made into weapons and armor. There were also demon cores in their bodies, which were their energy essence and contained powerful energy. These were all very precious. After collecting all the demonic king corpses, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked ahead. There was a cave there. Lin Xian had already checked the black bear king's body and did not find any treasures. Thinking about it, the black bear king probably had not obtained anything from the cave. Therefore, he guessed that the treasure must be in the cave. Thinking of this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hesitate and walked forward. The cave was dark, but the light from Lin Xian's body was enough to illuminate the entire cave. In front of him, there were countless gravel, and among those gravel, there was a glow. It was very bright and could be seen at a glance. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and blew away all the gravel. Then, the ball of light appeared in front of him. Seeing that thing, Lin Xian was stunned. As for the dark red divine dragon, it screamed, "Dragon crystal! Kid, this is a dragon crystal! Ha ha! We're rich!" The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster, as it screamed crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. Dragon crystals were a type of crystal energy. Its value was equivalent to divinity crystals, and it even exceeded divinity crystals. One had to know that there were spirit veins in heaven and earth that would form ordinary sub-divinity crystals and supreme-grade sub-divinity crystals. They would even form divinity crystals. In addition to spirit veins, there were also dragon veins. That was something even more terrifying than spirit veins. Dragon veins naturally formed dragon crystals, which were even rarer than divinity crystals. Those powerful seeker spirit masters could cut out divinity crystals, but very few could cut out dragon crystals, because they were too precious and too rare. Lin Xian did not expect to find a dragon crystal here. It was indeed shocking. That dragon crystal was as big as a fist and shone with incomparably bright light. Every strand of it contained a powerful energy. Those rays of light were like divine clouds, illuminating the entire void. Good stuff! Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. With a wave of his palm, he held the dragon crystal in his hand. Presumably, those monster kings outside were fighting for this dragon crystal. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave, Lin Xian said quickly. The dark red divine dragon nodded. He knew that the tremors here had already alarmed the other monster kings in the forest. It probably wouldn't be long before those powerful monster kings rushed over. One or two of them were fine, but if there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate, and quickly moved and left this place. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few huge figures appeared nearby again. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Their killing intent was monstrous, stirring up the wind and clouds. In the end, even the six-armed divine ape from that day appeared. With the stomp of its golden feet, the entire ground trembled. Countless birds quickly soared into the sky. The surrounding wild beasts trembled and all fell to the ground. Even though Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had left for a long time, they could still vaguely hear that angry roar. Exciting, it was too exciting. If they were any later, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to obtain this incomparably precious dragon crystal. This thing must not be known to others. Otherwise, it would attract endless disaster. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon planned to absorb it first. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used sword chi to open a cave abode. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up several array formations and directly covered the entire cave abode. Chapter 1733. After finding a relatively remote mountain range, Lin Xian used his sword chi to open up a cave abode. Then, the dark red dragon set up several formations and covered the entire cave abode. The next moment, Lin Xian took out the fist-sized dragon crystal. He placed the dragon crystal on the ground, and the dark red dragon began to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Through the formation, the dragon crystal's power was transferred to the two of them. This way, it could speed up their absorption. Soon, the dragon crystal emitted a bright light, forming rays of light that surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely go crazy. This was a rare treasure. Everyone would go crazy. Even Almighties would not be an exception. However, this thing now belonged to Lin Xian. Feeling the rich energy around him, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly activated the longevity technique to absorb the energy inside. The rays of light that filled the sky seemed to be attracted and quickly rushed into Lin Xian's body. For a time, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon both entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The fist-sized dragon crystal was now half its original size. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's bodies were completely enveloped by the bright rays of light. They were like two jade cocoons, emitting a hazy light. Another 3 days passed. The entire cave abode was surrounded by rays of light, and the dragon crystal was still the size of a walnut. At the side, the dark red dragon opened his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He had successfully recovered to a 4-star king. Therefore, he did not absorb anymore. Instead, his body swayed and he retreated. However, on the other side, Lin Xian was still cultivating. The light on his body became more and more vigorous, and his aura became more and more powerful. However, he was still a 3-star king and did not break through. After another 2 days, the dragon crystal directly became the size of a fingernail, and the light became incomparably dim. Most of the energy inside had been absorbed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, and his aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, his combat strength had also increased greatly. However, his cultivation was still a 3-star king. Lin Xian looked at the dim dragon crystal and sighed. He knew that he needed a lot of energy to break through. However, he did not expect that he would need so much energy. An extremely precious dragon crystal could not help him break through. One had to admit that the dragon sword's soul was too terrifying. If it were any other king, they would have broken through. However, Lin Xian did not break through. However, his combat strength had greatly. Now, even if he encountered a genius cultivator like Guo Chuanfei from the Holy Land, he would be able to kill him even without a sneak attack. Moreover, ordinary Holy Land cultivators were no match for him at all. Perhaps only those top Holy Land geniuses were worthy of fighting him. At the side, the dark red dragon also said, "Kid, don't be discouraged. The great dragon sword's soul is extremely terrifying. Dragon crystal." The dark dragon said dragon. The problem is, the dragon. Lin Xian knew this as well, so he decided to set off again. He believed that there must be other dragon crystals in this forest. As long as he found another one, he would definitely be able to break through. Then, Lin Xian and the dark dragon continued to search the forest. However, it had to be said that this forest was really too big. It was boundless, like a green ocean. Moreover, the demon kings here were too terrifying. They had met a few in the past few days, and their strength was not inferior to the 6-armed divine ape. It was terrifying. Lin Xian and the others had to take a detour. In front of them was the lair of a terrifying demon king. Just the demonic aura at the edge made Lin Xian and the dark dragon's scalps tingle. Even if an almighty came, they would not dare to enter this place. Lin Xian and the dark dragon did not want to cause trouble, so they took a detour. Half a day later, Lin Xian found a waterfall in front of them. Near the waterfall, there was a bamboo house. The bamboo house was very exquisite. The bamboo on it was emitting a faint glow. Obviously, the bamboo house was not made of ordinary bamboo. There was a grassland near the bamboo house. Countless flowers grew there, and there was a bamboo forest around it. It was a peaceful scene. Seeing the bamboo house, Lin Xian slowed down. His expression was solemn. Because the bamboo house meant that there were humans. However, he did not know if they were primitive residents or martial artists from other sections. Sure enough, a figure walked out of the bamboo house. It was a young man. He was tall and handsome. However, there was a coldness between his brows, causing people to tremble with a single glance. The young man was wearing a five-colored robe that flickered with light. Someone from the Five Elements sect? Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. He did not expect to meet someone from the Five Elements sect here. However, the next moment, he was even more shocked. Because another figure walked out of the bamboo house. This figure was very familiar. It was the half-demon woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, Zhao Tianxie. However, he did not expect Zhao Tianxie to be together with someone from the Five Elements sect. Zhao Tianxie and the handsome man exchanged a few words, then entered the bamboo house again. The young man was still standing in front, as if waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious. He did not know what they were doing. Therefore, he and the dark red dragon hid their auras and quietly squatted at the side. He wanted to see what Zhao Tianxie wanted to do. Not long after, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, two figures quickly rushed over from afar. Soon, they arrived near the bamboo house. They were also two young disciples. The two of them appeared and quickly bowed to the handsome young man. The handsome young man asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Did you find out? The Sea of Death is very terrifying. I'm afraid less than 10% of the people can reach this continent. Anyway, those who could reach this continent were not weak," the two disciples quickly said. After hearing this, the handsome young man nodded slightly. "Those ordinary rogue cultivators probably can't reach it. However, those peerless forces, peerless sacred grounds, and clan of the ancients are not to be trifled with. They won't die in the Sea of Death. They will definitely reach it. However, they haven't appeared yet. I wonder what they are doing." The handsome young man frowned slightly. Then, he turned to look at the bamboo house behind him. A glint appeared in his eyes. That peerless face is really rare in the world. If I can take her in, it will be a happy thing, the handsome young man whispered. Chapter 1734. The two young disciples behind him laughed and said, "Senior brother, with your methods, it's easy if you want it." The handsome young man smiled when he heard this. "You should know that I like to be willing. I heard that Miss Zhao has a strong enemy on the island. If we can kill him, Miss Zhao might throw herself into his arms." The other two disciples laughed when they heard this. "Don't worry, senior brother. He's just a small warrior. How can he fight against our Five Elements sect? As long as we find that kid, we'll tear him to pieces." Their conversation was completely captured by Lin Xian. His face darkened when he heard this. From the looks of it, these people were from the Five Elements sect, and in order to curry favor with Zhao Tianxie, they wanted to take his life. Humph! They're really obsessed. Lin Xian snorted and quietly retreated. With Zhao Tianxie's personality, even if these people from the Five Elements sect succeeded, she would not throw herself into his arms. Instead, she would suck their blood essence dry. More importantly, Lin Xian wasn't going to sit around and wait for his death. He had absorbed the power of the dragon crystal and his strength had increased greatly. Even if these people from the Five Elements sect outnumbered him, he would not be fearless. Since these people dared to target him, they would have to pay the price. Lin Xian would not hesitate to make a move, but he would not be rash either. The Five Elements sect was an unparalleled sect. Looking at the handsome young man in front, he must be a genius in the Five Elements sect. Moreover, there were many disciples from the Five Elements sect around. Therefore, Lin Xian first had to figure out the number of warriors on the other side. Other than Zhao Tianxie, the handsome young man, and the two disciples in front of him, there were 4 more disciples from the Five Elements sect hiding in the surroundings. Presumably, these people were guarding in secret. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not careless. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by the 4 hidden warriors. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take action and get rid of the 4 people in the dark first. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, the snow-white monkey, and the 2 sword shadows moved quickly. The assassination this time had to be a one-hit kill. They could not give the other party a chance to call for help. Lin Xian was the first to act. He executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps silently like a ghost. The 9 nether devil sword in his hand emitted a cold light. In an instant, he arrived near a hidden martial artist. As he waved his sword light flashed. With the sword piercing his vitals, the hidden martial artist's eyes widened. He wanted to make a sound, but he found that he couldn't. Plop! That martial artist fell to the ground. Then, Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a black flame surged out, instantly incinerating that martial artist. Not a single drop of blood was left in the sky. At the same time, the other 3 parties also made their moves. The dark red dragon had just broken through to become a 4-star king and was very powerful. Therefore, it killed the other party easily. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey cooperated with the 2 sword deity phantoms, and also silently killed the other 2 hidden warriors. In an instant, the hidden warriors around the bamboo house were all eliminated by Lin Xian. Next, it was the 5-star sex martial artists in front. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon looked at each other and made their moves quickly. A shocking sword chi, a terrifying dragon claw, and 2 sword god phantoms charged forward at high speed. This change was very sudden. In fact, the 5 elements sex martial artists in front did not even react. In an instant, these terrifying attacks arrived in front of them. One of the disciples did not react at all. Under the attack of this energy, he directly exploded. However, the handsome young man quickly retreated with the other person. Not good. Senior brother, there's an assassination. The disciple's face turned ugly. The handsome young man's face was also cold. Men, kill him! In the end, the surroundings were quiet and there was no response at all. Stop shouting. They've already gone to hell. You'll join them soon. Hearing this, the handsome young man and the other disciple's face turned ugly. Not good. Our people have been eliminated. Damn it. Who are you? How dare you attack our 5 elements sect? If I don't attack you, should I wait for you to attack me? Lin Xian sneered and appeared in front of them with the dark red dragon. It's you! You're that damn thief! The handsome young man from the 5 elements sect saw Lin Xian, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He naturally knew that this was the powerful enemy that Zhao Tianxia had mentioned. This was also the target that he was going to kill next. However, he did not expect that the other party would attack before him. Good boy. I didn't go to you, but you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. How dare you kill our 5 elements sex people? You really deserve to die. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The handsome young man sneered and his face regained his confidence. The reason for that was because he had already seen 3 silhouettes rushing over from afar. They were the disciples of the 5 elements sect. The other person also laughed. Ha! You didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Since you dared to kill our 5 elements sex people, today will be the day you die. Kill. Seeing that there were more people coming, Lin Xian frowned. However, in the next moment, he decisively made his move. His entire body turned into a terrifying sword light and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, the dragon sword field was released and quickly expanded, forming a terrifying sword principal world. With a stab of the sword, the world lost its color. What? So powerful! The 5 elements sex disciple turned pale with fright. Even the handsome young man's face turned solemn. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying sword chi. However, as a genius of the 5 elements sect, he was not a useless person. Therefore, he immediately shouted and attacked with all his strength. A dazzling brilliance burst out from his hands. Boundless divine power surged out, forming two huge yellow mountains that pressed down on the ground. Boom! The void shook as the two yellow mountains collided with the dazzling sword light and caused a huge explosion. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi was too powerful. In the end, it still tore the two yellow mountains apart. However, this also gave the handsome young man a chance. His body swayed and once again retreated to a safe distance. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the bamboo house. Zhao Tianxia also came out. When she saw Lin Xian, she immediately gnashed her teeth. "Damn thief, how dare you chase after me? Miss Zhao, don't worry. Let's work together and kill him. Moreover, we have more people. This kid won't be able to escape today." "Okay." Chapter 1735. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. I'll teach you a lesson. Little girl, come here. Let me teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon pointed at Zhao Tianxia and sneered. Damn snake, you're courting death. As a genius disciple of the Fey Imperial Palace, she had never been provoked like this. Therefore she moved her palm, which turned into a silver ray of light, and slapped at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon laughed loudly without fear. His body flickered, and he dodged like a bolt of red lightning. At the same time, he waved his dragon claws, forming a strong gust of wind that swept out in all directions. At the same time, he said loudly, "Kid, leave this little girl to me." As he spoke, he raised his hands and formed two arrays, which enveloped the three cultivators flying over. Seeing that the dark red dragon had temporarily restrained Zhao Tianxia and trapped the three people who came to help, Lin Xian smiled. "It seems that your advantage in numbers won't work." Lin Xian looked at the handsome man in front of him and said coldly. The handsome man, Li Wei, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect the four-legged snake beside him to have such strength, to be able to restrain Zhao Tianxia. Not only that, the people he came to help were also trapped by the array. It seemed that it would be impossible to break it in a short time. However, he still sneered. "Kid, do you think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight? You're too naive. I'll let you know the power of the Pentaphase sect." Then, he turned to the cultivator next to him and said, "Go and help them break the array." "Yes, senior brother." The disciple quickly moved to help the three people behind him. Only Lin Xian and Li Wei of the Pentaphase sect were left in the field. With a cold snort, Li Wei's body emitted a strong light that swept out in all directions like a stormy sea. The powerful aura caused the entire void to tremble. The next moment, he punched out. Li Wei's movements were not very fast, but the power was abnormally terrifying. It was like a sea flying in the air. The wind was strong and mighty, and the blue light was like the waves of the sea, incomparably turbulent, surging forward. That berserk aura was as unstoppable as before. Lin Xian felt the pressure as well. He realized that the punch was like an ocean, boundless and vast beyond compare. Although it was just a punch, it completely sealed off all escape routes. He could only face it. However, Lin Xian would not be afraid even if he were to face it head-on. He shouted coldly and punched out. The apocalyptic black dragon fist, carrying a violent aura. The black dragon roared, and strong winds blew, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Boom! In the next moment, the two terrifying fists collided, and a terrifying storm swept out in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, flashing non-stop. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was solemn. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to block his punch. It was like a real sea. It was terrifying. The blue light that filled the sky instantly shrouded the black fist shadows. The void trembled quickly. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared and spread into the distance. As for those black fist shadows, they were completely engulfed in an instant. Seeing this, Li Wei laughed maniacally. "Kid, no matter how powerful you are, you can't resist my 5 elements fist." 5 elements fist! Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Li Wei's fist technique was indeed terrifying. It should be one of the 5 elements sex unique techniques. Lin Xian guessed right. It was indeed a unique technique. The 5 elements fist contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The blue fist earlier was the water element fist of the 5 elements fist. It was terrifying. It could swallow everything. Li Wei definitely had the right to be arrogant. Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Today, I'll let you know what regret is. Li Wei sneered and waved his fist again. The blue light was vast and covered the entire sky. It was like countless thousands of feet of waves rushing down. Watch me break your 5 elements fist! Lin Xian also let out a long roar. His eyes shone brightly. His aura became violent again, as if he was the king of destruction. Thunderbolt Dragon! He swung his fists, opening and closing them wide. 2 furious black dragons carrying countless lightning bolts soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom! This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 2 giant dragons were rampaging in the boundless sea. Their huge bodies rushed forward and tore everything apart. As for the black lightning, it pierced through the sea that filled the sky. This scene was like a raging dragon coming out of the sea. In the end, the sea and the huge dragon shadows disappeared in the sky. The wind between heaven and earth also quickly dissipated. Lin Xian and Li Wei's figures appeared in front of him again. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. His eyes shone brightly. The blood in his body was surging. The great dragon sword soul was quickly awakening. To be honest, he had not met such an opponent for a long time. The person in front of him seemed to be even more terrifying than Gui Chuanfei. Such an opponent was worthy of his full strength. On the other side, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could resist his water element fist. It was really shocking. It was hard to believe that the other party, a lone cultivator, could reach such a level. However, he had already decided to kill the other party today. Otherwise, it would be a disaster in the future. He, Li Wei, would not leave such a threat alive. With a cold snort, Li Wei's aura rose again. At the same time, the water blue turned into a fiery red. A terrifying flame aura rushed out and enveloped the entire space. With a punch, the sky was filled with flames. It turned into countless flames and swept forward. Fire Element Fist! After the Water Element Fist, Li Wei used the Fire Element Fist. This Fire Element Fist was even more terrifying. The heat wave seemed to swallow the sky and burn everything. In an instant, Lin Xian's black fists were all burning. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The sword aura on his body soared into the sky and turned into a sharp sword light that slashed forward. The terrifying sword light swept in all directions and suppressed the flames. What? It can actually suppress my fire element fist! Li Wei was shocked when he saw this scene. His fire element fist was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary 6-star king could not resist it. However, the other party's sword light was so strange that it could actually suppress his fire element fist. In fact, even the flames that filled the sky started to dim. Damn it! Li Wei snorted and changed his fist again. The flames in the sky disappeared and a majestic mountain appeared. It collapsed in all directions and carried a violent force as it fell mercilessly. Earth Element Fist! Once this fist technique was used, Li Wei's fist became extremely heavy. Chapter 1736. Earth Element Fist! Li Wei's fists became extremely heavy as soon as he used this fist technique. They were like ancient demonic mountains that kept descending. Those majestic mountains were indeed terrifying. The sword light in the sky was bent from the pressure. This scene was too terrifying. The entire space sank as it could not withstand this power. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His figure was like a ghost as he kept changing his position. He quickly dodged those terrifying mountains. Between heaven and earth, the void shook. The earthy yellow light was incomparably heavy, as if a divine mountain from the 9 heavens had descended. That weight gave Lin Xian a great sense of danger. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress him. Dragon Shadow Rampage! Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist again, and used a terrifying ultimate skill. Boundless black dragon shadows quickly appeared, roaring in the void, and then rushed into the sky. Giant dragon carrying mountains. One after another, huge black dragons spiraled into the sky, lifting up the huge mountains in the sky and rushing straight into the clouds. That incomparably terrifying fist of earth was also neutralized by this move. This scene made Li Wei's face turn even uglier. The other party had given him too many surprises. He was clearly a small itinerant cultivator, not a martial artist from any top sect. However, he was able to break his 5-element fist. It was indeed unbelievable. Not only was the other party's sword chi incomparably sharp, but his fist technique was even more violent, as if it could destroy everything in time. He had never heard of such a fist technique before. Indeed, very few people could master the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. If Lin Xian did not have the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would not have been able to master such a terrifying fist technique. However, after fighting for so long, how could he stop now? Therefore, he shouted coldly and attacked again ruthlessly. Metal Element Fist! Golden light shone in the sky, covering the entire sky. Li Wei's aura became incomparably sharp at this moment. It was as if he was a god of war. Between heaven and earth, there was golden light everywhere. It was like a golden sword that swept in all directions. It was overwhelming and incomparably sharp. Like a divine weapon, it charged towards Lin Xian. This was the Metal Element Fist. Once it was used, it was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian's expression turned grave when he sensed the sharp aura. He was not careless at all. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a golden heavenly rock also rushed out. The heavenly ping grew bigger with the wind and filled the void. Its entire body shone with golden light. Not only that, but those golden feathers also turned into countless sharp sword chis that swept forward. 108,000 swords! The terrifying sword light was like a surging river, gushing down. It collided with the opponent's fist of metal. Boom! The collision between the two caused a huge collision in the void. Countless bolts of lightning continuously descended. These two terrifying energies clashed with each other, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void one after another. This scene was too frightening. Even the 5 Elements sect martial artists who were fighting in the distance had a drastic change in expression. Zhao Tianxia was also paying close attention with a solemn expression. Li Wei's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent's sword chi to be so sharp, even surpassing his fist of metal. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that he was very confident in his fist of metal. It was a fist technique with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. Once it was used, it could even kill an ordinary 6-star king. But now, it was unable to shatter his opponent's sword chi. Damn it, I don't believe it! Break for me! Li Wei roared crazily, and the golden light on his body shone even brighter. Suddenly, golden fists appeared in the void one after another. They carried extremely terrifying energy and fiercely blasted towards Lin Xian. The violent energy shook violently, shattering everything in the surroundings. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body became even sharper. 108,000 swords, each extremely terrifying. They were like real dragons roaring in the void. Boom! 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 The entire space was completely pierced by the terrifying sword chi. Boom! Li Wei's expression changed drastically. He felt incomparable pain all over his body, as if a mountain had crashed into him. He kept retreating. With every step he took, a huge crack would appear on the ground. After retreating for more than 10 steps, the entire ground was completely cracked by him. There were even a few sword scars on his body. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian stood tall and straight. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was unscathed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianxia and the other Five Elements sect disciples in the distance all changed their expressions. They did not expect Li Wei to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that Li Wei was a genius martial artist of their Five Elements sect. He had even killed a 6-star king. His strength could be said to be extremely terrifying. But they did not expect him to be suppressed now. Li Wei's expression was even more ferocious. Damn it, impossible! How can his sword chi be so powerful? It can actually break my metal element fist! He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I have to say that the Five Elements fist is indeed extremely powerful. It's a type of ultimate technique that can pierce through heaven and earth. But it's a pity that you haven't mastered it. So you'll definitely lose this battle. Impudent! Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can win just because you've suppressed me. Let me tell you, I still have an ultimate move. Li Wei roared angrily. His opponent actually said that he had not mastered the Five Elements fist. This was really infuriating. In the next moment, he used the Five Elements fist again and attacked wildly. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm directly enveloped his opponent. Thousands of terrifying sword chi crisscrossed. It turned into a silver river and blasted his opponent's body. Poof! Not long after, Li Wei's body was sent flying again, crashing into a distant mountain. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there were many sword wounds on his body. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Damn brat, just you wait! Li Wei gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. But this time, he did not attack. Instead, he turned around and fled into the distance. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Zhao Tianxia, asking him to leave with him. Humph! Zhao Tianxia's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect Li Wei to run away. However, he also quickly retreated. Because now, he was no match for Lin Xian. The two of them fled quickly. At the same time, they attacked wildly and shattered the array set up by the dark red divine dragon. Together with the remaining 4 disciples of the Five Elements sect, they fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. Then, he moved and quickly chased after them. The dark red divine dragon also laughed strangely. He waved his dragon force and followed. Ha 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 ha, little girl, now you know how powerful I am. If you obediently become my human pets, I might be in a good mood and let you go. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Chapter 1737. Be obedient and be my human pets, and maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, you're dead. He yelled and screamed like an old monster. When Zhao Tianxia heard this, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Her legs went soft, and she almost fell. Ah! Damn you, snake! I'll catch you and tear you to pieces! Zhao Tianxia roared madly, but he did not dare to stay. In the next moment, they entered a dense forest and disappeared. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. However, he found that this forest was too strange. He could not accurately capture the other party's tracks. This primeval forest was very mysterious, and there was even a faint purple mist surrounding it. Not only did the mist block one's vision, but it also interfered with one's soul power. Therefore, after entering this forest, Li Wei and the others had completely disappeared. Lin Xian frowned, but he still followed. He had to get rid of Zhao Tianxia today. Otherwise, who knew how many more enemies she would bring to him in the future? Therefore, he and the dark red dragon walked inside. At first, he found some monsters nearby. He even witnessed a battle with his own eyes. A 20-meter-long crocodile with a murderous aura was hiding in the swamp. It suddenly dragged a white jade elephant into the swamp. The white jade elephant struggled madly, causing the ground to tremble, but it could not break free. Soon, the violent tremors disappeared. The white jade elephant was killed, and its blood dyed the ground red. This set off the danger of this forest even more. Roar! Suddenly, a crocodile stretched out from the ground and bit at Lin Xian. The situation was exactly the same as before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He was not the white jade elephant. He would not be dragged into the swamp. His right leg kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, and even the ground shook. The mutated crocodile was kicked away. Seeing this, the surrounding crocodiles that wanted to attack suddenly stopped. It seemed that the human in front of them was not to be trifled with. They had plenty of food if they wanted, so there was no need to get into trouble. Therefore, these crocodiles all walked away. Lin Xian coldly snorted and set off again. Gradually, he frowned because he realized that the purple mist around him was getting thicker and thicker. Even the air seemed to have a corrosive quality. With a wave of his hand, streams of sword chi revolved around his body, resisting the corrosion. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's dragon blood also surged, and a layer of red light rose from its body. Kid, be careful. The yin chi here is heavy. I'm afraid there are some undead creatures here. Lin Xian nodded with a solemn expression. This was not the first time he had seen such a place. Back in Feng Mountain, he had seen a similar environment. In such an environment, it was most likely for those kinds of undead creatures to appear. For example, zombies and skeletons. I'm afraid there will be some here as well. After all, there were killings every day in this primeval forest. There were corpses of demonic beasts everywhere. In addition, in this environment, it would be strange if there were no zombies or skeletons. Sure enough, as he walked forward, he found a pile of white bones floating in front of him. The small ones were 3 to 4 meters long, and the big ones were 20 to 30 meters long. These white bones were scattered on the ground casually, and from the looks of it, they had been there for quite some time. Lin Xian stepped on them, and immediately, the white bones turned into a pile of white powder and merged into the swamp. Gradually, the surroundings darkened. The dark red divine dragon shrunk its neck. Kid, let's leave. This place is dark. I'm afraid there will be changes at night. Moreover, those people from the Five Elements sect have entered here. I'm afraid they might not be able to leave. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He also felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. Therefore, he did not want to stay in such a place for too long. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar, followed by a low voice. There was a battle! Lin Xian frowned, but the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. Judging by this voice, it should be a human. Could it be those people from the Five Elements sect? Let's go take a look. Originally, the two of them had already left, but they did not expect to find new clues. Anyway, that distance was not far for them, so they might as well go and take a look. If it was really the people from the Five Elements sect, then they would take care of them. In the next moment, the two of them moved happily and ran forward. Sure enough, it was the people from the Five Elements sect in front of them. What they were fighting was a group of white bone creatures. Those white bone creatures had strange shapes, but without exception, they were all made of bones. Although they were white bone creatures, their speed was extremely fast. They were like white lightning, constantly attacking the people from the Five Elements sect. The people from the Five Elements sect roared and counterattacked, colliding with the other party's attack, making a low sound. Humph! In front, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He roared and the Five Elements' fist rushed out quickly. Monstrous flames appeared, illuminating the sky. A fiery red fist fiercely blasted forward, sending a group of white bone creatures flying. Furthermore, the power of the flames they carried with them was burning them. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia also waved his finger, and a silver light pierced through the void like a demon god's spear. It pierced through those white bone creatures. With the help of these two experts, the group of white bone creatures was quickly defeated. However, they were not happy because the surrounding swamp fluctuated again. 6 figures crawled out from the ground again. This time, it was no longer white bone creatures, but zombies. The 6 zombies were incomparably tall. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The clothes on their bodies were very old and tattered. As soon as the 6 zombies appeared, they roared and pounced crazily at the people from the Five Elements sect. Scram! Li Wei roared and directly rushed out with the fist of fire, sending one of the zombies flying. However, what was shocking was that the zombie that was sent flying stood up again, and the clothes on its body were even more tattered. However, it did not suffer any damage. What? How is this possible? The people from the Five Elements sect were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was the fist of fire! It was so terrifying that even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the zombie in front of them was unharmed? This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Xiao Tianxia also roared. The silver light turned into sharp saber lights and slashed the surrounding zombies, making clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and the void shook, but it did not have much effect. The silver light only left shallow white marks on the zombies' bodies. It could not penetrate them at all. Damn it, how can this be? Chapter 1738. Damn it, how could this be? I can't pierce through them? Impossible, how can they be so powerful? Everyone's faces were ugly. They discovered that these 6 zombies were much more terrifying than the skeletal creatures from before. The other party's attacks were not particularly fierce, and their speed was not particularly fast either. However, that defense was simply too strong. It was as if their bones were made of divine gold and iron, and they were not damaged at all. Therefore, the people of the Five Elements sect were so angry that they roared crazily. To be honest, Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was also extremely shocked. He had experienced the power of the Fist of Fire before. That valiant power shocked him to the core. Moreover, he knew that even a 6-star king might not be able to resist it. However, these zombies were not injured at all. It was indeed shocking. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. That was because he had already decided to attack. In front of him, the people of the Five Elements sect were fighting with the 6 zombies. The commotion was extremely terrifying. However, suddenly, Li Wei frowned because his heart was beating wildly as if he had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his figure retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, the void where he was originally standing was directly cut open, and a black crack appeared. Terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions as if ice had arrived. Eh? He actually dodged it! Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and appeared. To be honest, he was also extremely surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. Damn brat, it's actually you! When Li Wei saw the other party, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He did not expect the other party to still chase after him. Moreover, he chose this moment to attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough just now. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by now. Even so, his expression was still very ugly. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Originally, he was already having a headache because of the 6 zombies. Now that the other party was here, he could shift the trouble away. He would let the detestable thief in front of him fight with the 6 zombies. Meanwhile, they could calmly retreat. However, he soon realized that his idea would not work at all. That was because the other party's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it made his heart skip a beat. Therefore, not only did he not shift the blame, he even had to endure the combined attacks of the zombies and Lin Xian. For a moment, his situation became even more dangerous. 1. A wisp of sword light like autumn water, incomparably sharp, directly slashed down from the sky. Seeing this, Li Wei quickly retreated, wanting to retreat. However, at the same time, 2 sword gods appeared behind him and quickly attacked. In addition, he was surrounded by zombies, so he couldn't escape at all. He could only take it head on. Puff! However, he still underestimated these 2 sword god phantoms. At this moment, the 2 sword god phantoms were incomparably sharp. They were like two heavenly blades that directly injured Li Wei. Immediately, blood spurted out. Li Wei roared madly as his entire body slowed down. However, at this moment, the three zombies in front of him smelled the fresh blood and rushed over in a frenzy. 6 terrifying palms ruthlessly slapped Li Wei's body. Pung pung pung. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and Li Wei's body was once again sent flying, smashing into the ground, creating an incomparably terrifying crater. "Senior brother!" Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 Elements sect disciples hurriedly ran over. On the other hand, Zhao Tianxia's face was gloomy. In the end, her eyes flickered as she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Her body turned into a silver light and fled into the distance. She didn't care about the 5 Elements sect anymore. Seeing this scene, Li Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. His already heavily injured body became even more serious. He didn't expect Zhao Tianxia to flee at the last minute. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with Lin Xian. He only wanted to kill Lin Xian to win Zhao Tianxia's favor. However, he didn't expect Zhao Tianxia to flee. He couldn't believe it at all. "Humph, ignorant fellow. You don't even know that you've been used!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. At the same time, he ordered the Dark Flood Dragon God to chase after Zhao Tianxia. As for himself, he was keeping an eye on the 5 Elements sect disciples. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was very ugly. He swallowed a few pills and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, with the help of a few people, he kept fighting. This was because the surrounding zombies were attacking again. As he dodged, Li Wei yelled crazily, Stop fighting! I have no enmity with you! Previously, I was possessed. I actually believed that bitch's words and became your enemy. Now that I know what kind of person that B*TCH is, I won't be your enemy anymore. Why don't we stop here and shake hands and make peace? I know you have a grudge with that B*TCH. As long as you let us go, I promise that the 5 Elements sect will definitely help you catch that B*TCH and tear her into pieces. His words were very sincere, but Lin Xian could see the killing intent in his eyes. He immediately sneered. You don't have to worry about who I have a grudge with. However, will the 5 Elements sect really help me? Don't think that I don't know what you sect disciples are thinking. I'm afraid that if I let you go today, you'll lead a group of 5 Elements sect experts to hunt me down tomorrow. I won't leave any trouble for myself. Damn it! Seeing that Lin Xian didn't believe him, Li Wei's face turned even uglier. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't let him go. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, you have to think carefully. I'm a genius disciple of the 5 Elements sect. If anything happens to me, the 5 Elements sect won't let you go. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You want to use force when you can't persuade me? Do you think that this kind of threat will work on me? Since you dare to have ideas about me, you'll have to pay the price. After saying that, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The sword chi on his body became even sharper. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword realm flew out and completely enveloped the other party. He didn't attack directly. Instead, he coordinated with the attacks of the 6 zombies and continuously slashed out sword chi. The 6 zombies were extremely powerful and forced the 5 Elements sect to retreat. In addition, Lin Xian's sword chi put them in danger. Not long after, those people were seriously injured. 2 of them were even directly pierced by the sword chi. Damn kid, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost! At the last moment, Li Wei roared crazily. He burned his spiritual power without caring about the consequences. Then, 5 different elemental lights appeared around him, circling around him and enveloping him. It was obvious that he was going to risk his life. He was going to burn his spiritual power at all costs and escape from this place. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Tao patterns. Chapter 1739. These eyes, this is... When Li Wei saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his scalp went numb. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He was a genius of the Five Elements sect, so he naturally knew about the heavenly secret divine eyes that had caused a huge uproar. Moreover, he had also heard of the legends of this divine eye. However, he had never imagined that he would discover such an eye technique in his opponent's eyes. This was simply too shocking. How could he have the heavenly secret divine eyes? Could he be someone from the heavenly secret race? He seemed to have discovered a shocking piece of news. But in the next moment, his body trembled as he fell into the illusion. With his current soul power, he was unable to resist the illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes. Puff! On the other side, Li Wei had a sinister expression as he resisted with all his might. However, his body was still in place. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the 9 nether devil sword and a black sword. She sliced the other party in half. Buzz! The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. His figure flickered as he took the other party's storage ring. Then, he pulled away from the 6 zombies and flew into the distance. The 6 zombies roared again and again, but in the end, they gave up on chasing after Lin Xian. They returned to the corpses of Li Wei and the others and quickly ate them. This scene was extremely terrifying. If someone were to see it, they would definitely scream. However, this was none of Lin Xian's business. He followed the traces of the dark red dragon and went to kill Zhao Tianxia. Compared to Li Wei, Zhao Tianxia was an even greater threat. This was because Zhao Tianxia knew that he had fought with the people of the Five Elements sect and the All Beginnings Holy Land. If Zhao Tianxia spread this news, the All Beginnings Holy Land and the Five Elements sect would definitely not let him off. Moreover, Zhao Tianxia's charming technique was extremely strange and could bewitch those genius cultivators. If this happened, he would have many more enemies. Therefore, he had to eliminate that witch. Not long after, Lin Xian met up with the dark red dragon. Unfortunately, he did not see Zhao Tianxia's figure. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. "That damned girl. She's too strange. I can't believe she got away." The dark red divine dragon was furious. "He ran away?" Lin Xian was shocked as well. He was well aware of the dark red divine dragon's methods. It was extremely terrifying. Even if it was tracking a powerful being, it would still be able to chase after it. But now, he actually managed to escape. One had to admit that Zhao Tianxia was too strange and mysterious. That girl's bloodline is very special, and her regenerative ability is very strong. I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch her," the dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. After that, the two of them searched the area again and found that the other party had completely disappeared. Therefore, the two of them could only retreat decisively. Since they couldn't find him, they didn't want to stay here any longer. That was because there were zombies and skeletons all around. If they weren't careful, a fight would break out. The two of them quickly left the area and found a safe place to hide. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came out again. They realized that after walking around for a while, they had actually arrived near the Golden Beach. However, the beach here was not the same as the one he had stayed at before. Since they were here again, Lin Xian took out a demonic beast corpse from the black earth, and the two of them started to roast it. The sun gradually rose, and sunlight shone over the entire sea. The water rippled, and the sunlight was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. However, amidst the endless sunlight, a figure walked over. "Someone's here!" Lin Xian and the Anhui divine dragon both had a serious expression. That was because the people who came last time were Gui Chuanfei and the others. After that, they had a huge battle with them. They didn't expect another person to come this time. However, they didn't know which sect this person belonged to. In front of the sea, a white figure walked on the waves. His speed was very fast. With a single step, he could cross 1,000 feet. It was as if he could shrink the ground into an inch. In a few steps, he arrived at the Golden Beach. It was a very handsome man. He was dressed in white, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He wasn't old, only in his 20s. He looked about the same age as Lin Xian. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and the vitality in his body was even more vigorous. It was as if an ancient beast was hibernating in his body. Lin Xian was shocked. The man in white in front of him was definitely extremely powerful. Even he felt a sense of trepidation. When the man in white saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon, he was also slightly surprised. However, his expression soon calmed down. "You two are?" the man in white asked in a deep voice. He didn't know Lin Xian at all, but he could feel how terrifying he was. That surprised him. One had to know that his background was extremely extraordinary, and his strength was extremely powerful. There were very few people who could match him in the same realm. However, he didn't expect to meet someone who was about the same age as him, and whose strength was unfathomable. Therefore, he was very curious. "I'm Long Xian. I'm a rogue cultivator," Lin Xian said. Now that he was wanted by the Wavering Light's sacred land, he naturally wouldn't use his real name. "Long Xian?" the man in white whispered as if he was trying to recall the name. However, he realized that he had never heard of him. However, that didn't mean that he would underestimate him. "I'm Yi Wudao," the man in white said in a deep voice. "Yi Wudao? What a domineering name!" Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that this man was indeed surprising. Compared to Guo Chuanfei and the others, he was much stronger. Although he hadn't seen his true strength, Lin Xian was certain. Beside him, the Crimson Divine Dragon was also shocked. He was shocked that this man's surname was Yi. The surname Yi wasn't an ordinary surname in the Eastern Wilderness. This was because there was a clan of the Ancients in the Eastern Wilderness. It was the clan of the Ancients. However, he didn't know if this Yi Wudao was a disciple of a clan of the Ancients. "Brother Dragon," Leaf Doudenier said, "is there anything strange about this continent?" He had just arrived, so he naturally wanted to ask about it. Lin Xian saw that Yi Wudao didn't have any killing intent towards him, and he didn't put on airs either. Therefore, he roughly explained the situation here. He had too many enemies now, and he needed some companions. And this Yi Wudao in front of him seemed to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to get closer to him. As the two of them were talking, a few figures flew over from the sea in the distance. These figures had powerful auras, and they were very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive on the beach. After they arrived on the beach, they began to look around. When they saw the man in white, their expressions changed. They didn't expect him to be here. Chapter 1740. However, what shocked them even more was that the white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, was actually standing side by side with someone else. "Who is that person? He's actually standing together with Yi Wudao?" For a time, those people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian. But then, they became even more confused. This was because they didn't recognize this person at all. Moreover, they had never heard of this person in the various peak powers. Perhaps he was a genius disciple that those peak powers had secretly raised. These people thought to themselves. Because in their opinion, anyone who could stand together with Yi Wudao definitely wasn't a mortal. While these people were sizing up Lin Xian was also sizing them up. Because he discovered that these people were indeed abnormally strong. Every one of them seemed stronger than people like Li Wei and Guo Chuanfei. Moreover, these people didn't seem very old. They were in their 20s, and the oldest was in their 30s. They were all from the younger generation. There was no need to think about it. These were all geniuses from peerless sects and peerless holy lands. This refreshed Lin Xian's opinion of these peak powers. He originally thought that people like Guo Chuanfei and Li Wei would be considered decent geniuses in these peak powers. But now, it seemed that he was far from correct. Every single person here was stronger than Guo Chuanfu and Li Wei. Perhaps those two people from before were only ordinary disciples in their peerless holy lands. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. "What a beautiful woman!" "That's right," there was a beautiful voice among the people who had arrived. Her beautiful face wasn't the least bit inferior to Murong Qingqing's. She was definitely an unrivaled beauty. At this time, the people in front of him also quickly greeted him. "Brother Yi, I didn't expect to see you here." Yi Wudao nodded. Then, he explained to Lin Xian. "Do you see that beautiful woman? She's a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lu Mingyu. She has a very high chance of becoming the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Lu Mingyu, Holy Daughter candidate." Hearing this, Lin Xian was also shocked. Firstly, he did not expect the woman in front of him to be so powerful that she was qualified to be the saintess. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the other party was actually someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. One had to know that not long ago, he had killed Guo Chuanfei and several other martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He hadn't expected to run into people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If news of him leaked out, there would be a battle between the two sides. Other than Lu Mingyu, the others were also very powerful. One of them was even more eye-catching because he was too tall. It was a full 3 meters. The muscles on his body coiled like a dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a humanoid beast, terrifying to the extreme. According to Yi Wudao's introduction, Lin Xian knew that this powerful youth was a martial artist from the Four Symbols Holy Lands. His strength was boundless and incomparably terrifying. The other two were also disciples of great sections. Among them was a pale-faced youth. When he saw the vast primeval forest in front of him, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful forest! It seems that this place is indeed suitable for me. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not know why the other party said that. However, in the next instant, he understood. That was because he saw the pale-faced youth walking forward. Soon after, the tall trees in front of him started to tremble. Many branches and vines came to life at this moment, and all of them quickly extended towards the pale-faced young man. In fact, wherever the youth walked, grass would grow on the ground. There were also unknown flowers. What kind of technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. His name is Yan Qing. His domain is the thorned flower domain. It's very special. It belongs to the plant system and can get close to the natural forest. The white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, explained in a deep voice. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He had to admit that these people were too mystical. The pale-faced youth, Yan Qing, looked around and said with a smile, "It seems that we aren't too late. There aren't many people in the forest." "Indeed." Yi Wudao nodded. "However, it won't be long before more experts come here." On the other side, Lu Mingyu said in a sweet voice, "It's easy to come here, but it won't be so easy to leave. I didn't expect there to be indigenous people here. That's a big problem." Lu Mingyu was not only beautiful, but her voice was also very pleasant. Everyone frowned when they heard her words. Indeed, there were indigenous people here. They could be said to be a potential threat, because they did not know when they would make a move. Moreover, they still did not understand how to leave this special mystic world. Boom! However, at that moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the sea in the distance. Then, a wave of air exploded and boundless waves slapped in all directions. One of the waves was 1,000 feet tall. It rushed toward Lin Xian's side, as if it wanted to devour them. Humph! The 3-meter-tall youth, Ouyang Feng, snorted and waved his fist. The terrifying power directly shattered the horrifying waves. However, the others frowned because they did not understand what was going on. But soon their eyes widened. Even Yi Wudao, Lin Xian, and the others felt their scalps go numb, because they discovered that there was a battle in front of them. Above the sea in the distance, a fierce battle was going on at this moment. One side of the battle was a human powerhouse. They did not know which sect he was from, but the aura he emitted was abnormally terrifying. His opponent, on the other hand, was a terrifying black octopus. Its body was huge, like a small island, and it emitted an incomparably terrifying demonic aura. The battle between the two was abnormally fierce. Seeing this black octopus, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. Because he had encountered this opponent before. However, he had dodged it quickly. But he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to fight the black octopus. Because from the feeling he had at that time, this black octopus was very terrifying. It was probably at the level of an almighty human. Ordinary martial artists were not its opponent at all. But now, it seemed that the human powerhouse could contend with it. Could it be that an almighty has made a move? The pale blue youth's eyes flickered. It was indeed an almighty. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. But soon she frowned. But this power doesn't seem right. Something was wrong. Something was indeed wrong. Not only her, but everyone had noticed it. Chapter 1741. What's going on? Is he hiding his strength? That can't be. That black octopus is extremely terrifying. It's also at the level of an almighty. He wouldn't be so careless. Indeed, the black octopus was extremely terrifying. As it waved its 8 tentacles, they brought with them a terrifying light as they ruthlessly bombarded the human. As for the human almighty, he kept dodging. However, the power he released did not seem to be at the level of an almighty. In fact, he did not even use some of the almighty's techniques. What was going on? Everyone frowned. They did not understand what the other party was doing. Based on the current situation, the human almighty was extremely dangerous. Sure enough, after a few hundred moves, the human almighty was struck by a huge tentacle, and his body was directly smashed into the sea. Not only that, but the black octopus also roared. A black ball of light formed above its head, and it ruthlessly blasted into the sea. Boom! The ball of light was too terrifying. It directly blasted the entire sea into overturning. The aftermath of the energy caused Lin Xian, Yi Wadao, and the others to hurriedly raise their energy defenses to resist it. After all, this was the energy of an almighty, and they were unable to resist it. However, the aftermath could still be blocked. After a long time, the entire sea returned to normal. In the distance, blood flowed along the sea, and soon, a corpse floated up. What? He was killed? How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified human mighty figure had actually been killed. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that that was a human almighty. It was extremely terrifying. Even if he could not defeat the black octopus, escaping would not be a problem. However, he had been killed by the black octopus. Moreover, what puzzled them was that the human almighty had not displayed any heaven-defying techniques from the beginning to the end. That was why he was killed. What's going on? Could it be that the almighty was seriously injured? Is that why he couldn't use his full strength? Lu Mingyu frowned. The group of people was very puzzled, but the dark red dragon's expression was extremely unsightly. What's wrong, ruffian dragon? Lin Xian asked. That almighty was not injured, the dark red dragon said in a deep voice. However, his strength has not reached the almighty realm. There might be a possibility. What possibility? Even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were curious. His cultivation has been suppressed, said the dark red dragon. The oblique moon profound world is a world of its own, and its laws are different from the outside world. Here, we can't easily mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy. In other words, the rules here are very disadvantageous to outsiders like us. If that's the case, it wouldn't be difficult for the Almighty's cultivation to be suppressed. After all, it contained the power of the laws. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that the cultivation level of an almighty being was being suppressed was simply too shocking. However, what the Crimson Divine Dragon said was reasonable. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all top geniuses of various major forces. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, they believed those words in their hearts. If this was true, then it was definitely very bad news. Because in this way, their advantage would be gone. The clan of the remote antiquity, the peerless sacred grounds and other forces in the eastern barren territory had all sent grand overlords. But now, if their cultivation was suppressed, the situation would be very unfavorable for them if they encountered the natives. For example, the giant octopus from before was able to kill an almighty. Thinking of this, their faces turned gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was ecstatic. The cultivation level of an almighty being suppressed might not be good news for those major forces, but it was the best news for him. Because he was alone, without any sect, and there was no almighty protecting him. Originally, he was worried that it would be difficult for him to escape if he was hunted down by the almighties of the Wavering Light's sacred ground. But now, it seemed that these things were no longer a problem. The cultivation level of an almighty being was suppressed. No matter how powerful they were, Lin Xian could still escape if he could not defeat them. Moreover, there were many monsters in this primitive forest. As long as he made use of them, it would not be a problem for him to kill an almighty. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement. Humph! Wavering Light Sacred Ground, how dare you put me on the wanted list for so long? You'd better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a huge gift. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Since they were aware of this situation, they had to make preparations in advance and inform the other members of their sect as soon as possible. Therefore, Lu Mingyu and the other three said, "Brother Yi, we're leaving this place. Would you like to join us?" Hearing this, Yi Wudao shook his head and said, "No, I have other things to do." "All right, then we'll part ways here." Lu Mingyu smiled sweetly. Then, the four of them moved and left this place. During this process, they did not invite Lin Xian. In their opinion, although Lin Xian was mysterious, he was not qualified to be with them. Regarding this, Lin Xian remained calm. After all, even if the other party invited him, he would still refuse. He could not walk together with the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Then Yi Wudao also left. For a time, only Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were left on the beach. However, the two of them moved quickly. Their goal was the dragon crystal in this primitive forest. After killing Li Wei, Guo Chuanfei, and the others, Lin Xian believed that apart from those powerful monstrous beasts, there was no one else in this forest that could be his match. But now, it seemed that things had changed. The cultivators that had rushed over were too powerful. For example, Yi Wudao, Lu Mingyu, and the others were all extremely terrifying. They far surpassed the cultivators that had come before. This posed an enormous threat to him. Therefore, he had to find the dragon crystal and increase his cultivation. Only then would he be able to survive in this forest. Therefore, they entered the forest again. However, after walking for a while, the little snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out. It grabbed Lin Xian's hair and started chirping non-stop. Its little paws kept gesturing as if it wanted to bring him to a certain place. "Where are we going?" Lin Xian asked. Then, he followed the little monkey into the forest. But not long after, Lin Xian's face darkened. He discovered that the little monkey had brought him to the lair of a monstrous beast king. Moreover, it was not an ordinary monstrous beast king. It was the incomparably ferocious six-armed ape from before. The dark red dragon felt his scalp go numb. He said in a low voice, "Damn brat, are you trying to get us killed? Why did you lead us here?" His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Chapter 1742. If the six-armed beast woke up and discovered them, it would be difficult for them to escape. The little white monkey waved its paws, and its eyes seemed to say that it was very safe here. Lin Xian was very suspicious. He carefully probed with his soul power, and found that the six-armed abyss in front of them seemed to have fallen into a very strange state. It probably wouldn't wake up for a while. Should we go and take a look? Anyway, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was terrifying. Even if there was danger, he should be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go and take a look. After all, if the little white monkey was so concerned about it, it was probably a rare treasure. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon discussed for a while, and then carefully walked forward. In front of them, the six-armed divine ape was like a small golden mountain, crawling there. Although it was in a strange state of sleep, the demonic aura emanating from its body was still terrifying. It made them all feel a sense of trepidation. Not only that, Lin Xian walked closer and found that there were a few terrifying cracks on the six-armed divine ape's back. It must have been injured by the ninth heaven divine thunder that day. It was probably sleeping now because of the injuries on its body. If that was the case, Lin Xian and the others would be much safer. In front of them, the little white monkey was jumping up and down on the six-armed divine ape. This scene almost made the dark red dragon's jaw drop. He quickly pulled the little white monkey over and scolded it. He was afraid that the six-armed divine ape would wake up. However, he was relieved that the other party was not awake yet. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The little white monkey stopped fooling around. It pointed forward and motioned for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to go over. Then, it took the lead and ran over. Could it be that there's really a treasure? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly went over. Then, they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a five-colored stone in front of them. The five-colored stone was the size of a palm, and it stood in front of them. It was surrounded by a five-colored radiance, and it emitted waves of spirit qi. When Lin Xian saw it, he was also stunned. Ruffian dragon, what's that? He asked in bewilderment. I don't know. The dark red dragon shook its head. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he still didn't know what the five-colored stone in front of him was. Because that stone was simply too strange. Judging from the brilliance, it seemed to be a treasure. However, the faint aura it gave off seemed to be something that had existed for a very long time. It gave people a very contradictory feeling. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon waved its claws, trying to grab the five-colored stone. But soon, he was stunned. Because he realized that he couldn't pull it out at all. That five-colored stone seemed to be connected to the earth. It was abnormally hard. Fuck, did I see a ghost? The dark red divine dragon refused to believe it. It circulated its strength again and pulled up quickly. However, he couldn't shake it at all. Fuck, this is really weird. I can't pull it out. The dark red divine dragon frowned in anger. Seeing that the other party was about to attack again, Lin Xian stopped him. Ruffian Long, don't act recklessly. If this treasure is damaged by you, it would be terrible. Let me try. After saying that, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. A palm of light appeared and carefully enveloped the five-colored stone. Then, he used his strength to pull it out. The result was the same. He still couldn't pull it out. This is really weird. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't dare to use his full strength for fear that he would alarm the six-armed divine ape next to him. However, judging from the strength he had exerted, even if it was a mountain, he would be able to pull it out. But now, he couldn't pull out a stone the size of a palm. It was really too weird. However, the little white monkey squinted its big eyes, which were like crescent moons. It quickly ran to the five-colored stone, stretched out its furry little paws, and hugged it in its arms. Plop! With a gentle hug, the little white monkey pulled out the five-colored stone. What? That works? The dark red divine dragon widened its eyes. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He couldn't pull it out even after using so much strength. However, the little white monkey pulled it out with a gentle hug. This was too weird. Sigh. The dark red divine dragon held its chin and thought for a long time before speaking. This thing is definitely a treasure. Legend has it that the legendary item can choose its owner. It seems that the two of us are unlucky to not be chosen by the legendary item. Lin Xian was also confused. You're saying that the two of us can't pull out the five-colored stone because we're not fated with that treasure? And Little White was chosen? That should be the case. The dark red divine dragon sighed. Damn that little guy. His luck is too good to be able to obtain such a legendary item. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't obtain it, it wasn't bad to give it to the little white monkey. After all, Little White was his partner. Since they had obtained the 5-colored stone, Lin Xian and the other two didn't dare to stay here any longer. They quickly moved and ran into the distance. This time, they climbed over more than 10 mountains in a row. After putting enough distance between them, they stopped. They had no choice. This item was beside the 6-armed divine ape. Who knew if it belonged to the other party? If the other party woke up and realized that the legendary item was gone, it would definitely go berserk. They couldn't fight against that kind of monster king. Therefore, they could only run as far as they could. In a safe forest, Lin Xian and the other two stopped. Then, the little white monkey jumped on the ground, still hugging the 5-colored stone in its arms. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also observed carefully. They didn't take a closer look before. They only felt that the 5-colored stone was extraordinary. Now that they took a closer look, it was indeed so. The 5-colored stone was the size of a palm, almost as tall as the little white monkey. There were 5 different colors on it, emitting a bright light. It was like a divine light that contained a lot of power. Lin Xian even noticed that wherever the 5-colored stone was, the surrounding spiritual qi would involuntarily gather towards it. Could it be that the 5-colored stone can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Lin Xian was shocked. The snow-white little monkey hugged the 5-colored divine stone and was as happy as a child. It took a deep breath. A 5-colored light appeared on the 5-colored stone, then entered the little white fox's body. Soon, Little White's body was suffused with a faint 5-colored light. It was incomparably sacred. Damn! At the side, the dark red divine dragon was very envious. Its saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. In the next moment, it also took a deep breath. Suddenly, a 5-colored light rushed out and entered the dark red divine dragon's body. Damn, no way! I can absorb it too? The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Lin Xian tried and found that he could absorb it too. This made him very happy. However, he found that after they absorbed it, the 5-colored stone's light became much dimmer. Chapter 1743. Damn, are you kidding me? There's no more energy? The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched. After waiting for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was because he realized that the 5-colored sacred stone was gradually regaining its luster. The stone could automatically replenish its energy. The dark red divine dragon opened his mouth wide. It was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Xian was also shocked. Judging from the energy absorbed just now, it was no less than the energy of the dragon crystal. More importantly, the 5-colored sacred stone could replenish its own energy. It was equivalent to an unlimited dragon crystal. However, the only drawback was that the 5-colored sacred stone did not contain much energy at the moment. It would take some time to absorb it. Oh no! The little white monkey was also playing with the 5-colored sacred stone in his hand. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to think that the stone was too big for him to carry. However, the stone seemed to be very intelligent. It could understand Little White's meaning. Hence, under the shocked gazes of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, the 5-colored sacred stone gradually became smaller. However, the light on it became even more dazzling. In the end, it became like a jelly bean and was swallowed by the little white monkey. Damn, no way! Damn monkey, you ate it? That's a treasure! The little white monkey looked at him in disdain. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out the 5-colored sacred stone again. Not only that, but the 5-colored sacred stone was even more intelligent this time. Under Little White's furry claws, it kept changing into various forms. Swords, spears, staffs, capes, cloaks, clothes, helmets. In short, it could change into various forms. This change made the little white monkey very excited. The dark red divine dragon was also curious. He took it and tried it. In the end, he realized that he could not make the 5-colored sacred stone do that. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. It seemed that the five-colored stone was indeed born to belong to the little white monkey. Just as the few of them were studying the five-colored sacred stone, an angry roar came from afar. That voice was too terrifying. It contained infinite anger. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shattered. On top of that, the ground began to tremble violently. In fact, a few of the mountain peaks even exploded. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Xian and the Crimson Mystical Dragon felt their scalps tingle. They knew that the six-armed mystical ape had awakened. The six-armed divine ape had indeed woken up. However, the moment it woke up, it was incomparably furious. This was because he realized that the five-colored divine stone beside him had disappeared without a trace. This made him extremely furious. So in the next moment, he immediately went berserk. The six-armed godly ape was an extremely terrifying demon king with heaven-defying strength. Its rampage caused the entire primeval forest to fall into chaos. That terrifying body swept in all directions. The demonic aura on his body soared into the sky, forming a golden demonic cloud that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The nearby demonic beasts were all affected and fled madly. Even a few human ancient martial art practitioners were affected by it. The six arms waved and grabbed the nearby mountain peaks, uprooting them. Not only that, the six-armed divine ape did not find the whereabouts of the five-colored divine stone after searching the surroundings. Thus, he began to run towards the distance. The earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon felt their scalps go numb. They hurriedly brought the little white monkey away. However, the little white monkey was not afraid. It shrank the five-colored divine stone again and swallowed it directly into its mouth, cutting off the connection between the five-colored divine stone and the outside world. As expected, the six-armed divine ape could no longer find the right direction. It could only destroy everything in its surroundings. Only when the six-armed divine ape left and Lin Xian and the rest were safe did the three of them heave a sigh of relief. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up a spirit-gathering array. The little white monkey stood in the spirit-gathering array with the five-colored divine stone in its arms. In the next moment, the five-colored divine stone shone brightly. Lin Xian and the rest absorbed the five-colored energy together. Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy was too pure and rich. Lin Xian's longevity incantation was circulating crazily in his body, absorbing the energy of the lotus with all his might. 5 days later, a low vibration suddenly came from Lin Xian's body. It was as if a muffled thunder had exploded. Then, a terrifying energy surged from his body. Boom! Sword Qi soared into the sky. It was incomparably sharp. It slashed through the void and disappeared into the clouds above. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes. There were even mysterious runes appearing. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. I broke through! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Finally, he had successfully broken through to the 4-star king realm. Compared to before, his cultivation and strength had increased tremendously once again. Feeling the powerful great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Now, even if he encountered Lu Mingyu or other genius martial artists, he would not be afraid. Moreover, with the five-colored divine stone in his hand, his strength would continue to increase. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their journey. Half a day later, a valley appeared in front of them. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and the spirit qi was very dense. The valley was filled with fresh flowers, birds, and beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. Not only that, Lin Xian saw 2 familiar faces in the valley. Lu Mingyu and the pale-faced young man, Yan Qing. Lu Mingyu was in a blue dress. Her slender figure was very agile and elegant. Her peerless face was like a dream. Beside her, Yan Qing's face was pale. There was a strange glow on his body. It was as if he could dominate the entire forest. In the next moment, the two of them turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then they frowned. Why did you come here? Lu Mingyu asked, her voice carrying a trace of coldness. I passed by on the way. I didn't expect you to be here too, Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. He saw the other party's expression and became vigilant. He thought that the other party knew that Guo Chuanfei and the others had been killed. In front of him, Lu Mingyue's clothes fluttered like a fairy. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, Leave. This is not a place where you can come. There are some things that you can't touch. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The other party's attitude made him very unhappy. However, at the same time, he also relaxed. Because he realized that it wasn't about Guo Chuanfei. Instead, the other party seemed to have discovered something and didn't want others to enter the valley. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't want to be entangled with the other party, so his figure flashed and he left the area, flying into the distance. Yan Qing's eyes were cold as he watched Lin Xian and the dark red dragon leave. He's lucky that he ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would definitely bury him under my thorn flower. Lu Mingyu frowned slightly and said softly, His background is a little mysterious. He actually knows Yi Wudao. But fortunately, he was tactful and didn't force his way into the valley. Otherwise, we would have to attack him. In the next moment, the two of them retracted their gazes and ignored Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the valley. Chapter 1744. Soon, the two unleashed their powerful soul powers and began searching the valley. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left the valley. Brat, those two were too arrogant. Why didn't you attack them? The dark red dragon snorted angrily. The other party's arrogant attitude made it very unhappy. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry. There's no need to fight them now. At least we need to figure out what they're looking for. This primeval forest was too mysterious. He had once found a dragon crystal and a 5-colored divine stone here. Presumably, other cultivators would also have made great discoveries and found heaven-defying treasures. This wasn't strange at all. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian found traces of other cultivators. He even found many scenes of battle along the way. Obviously, someone had attacked. Ahead, blood and several corpses were scattered. It seemed that the battle was very fierce, but those people had already left and seemed to be rushing forward. What were they looking for? Even the dark red dragon was very curious. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked to the left. He realized that there was a strange energy fluctuation there. Someone was rushing over at a fast speed. In the next moment, he was surprised. Because there was someone rushing over, and not only that, he was very familiar with that person. It was Yi Wudao, whom he had seen before. Yi Wudao was still dressed in white, spotless clothes. His face was handsome, like a god of war. His whole person exuded a majestic vitality. Brother Long, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yi Wudao smiled when he saw Lin Xian. That's right, Brother Yi. I wonder what these people are looking for. Lin Xian voiced his doubts. Not long ago, someone found a spiritual old medicine. These people are desperately trying to find traces of the spiritual old medicine. Spiritual old medicine! Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. As an alchemist, he knew about this spiritual old medicine. It was a very precious spirit medicine. Not only was it very old, but it also had spirituality. It could fly and escape from cultivators. It could be said that it was full of spirituality. Its effects were even more terrifying. It could increase a martial artist's power, extend their lifespan, and even bring the dead back to life. It could be said that its effects were extremely miraculous. This was definitely a rare treasure. This kind of psychic old medicine was very rare in the outside world. To think that it actually appeared in this primeval forest. That's right. Unfortunately, the appearance of this psychic medicine is going to cause a rain of blood and a foul wind. If you don't have a special need for the psychic old herb, Brother Long shouldn't get involved in this mess. Leaf Dao Denier said slowly. This was because he knew that Lin Xian was just a rogue cultivator without a sect behind him. It would be very dangerous for him to participate in such a competition. Indeed, many experts had landed in this primeval forest, causing the situation here to become very complicated. Those top sects could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under their combined strength, even a genius martial artist would be defeated. After that, Leaf Doudenier left. But Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not expect that what these people were fighting over was actually the psychic old medicine. This was a rare divine medicine, and it was very useful to him. How could he not fight for it? Moreover, the cultivation of the almighties of the various major factions that were the greatest threat to him had already been suppressed by the rules here. With his heavenly dragon's 8 steps, that extreme speed allowed him to fight against the various major factions. At least, his safety was guaranteed. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon set off. The two of them quickly set off, preparing to search for the psychic old medicine. Not long after, they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The two of them were delighted, thinking that it must be related to the psychic old medicine. Therefore, they increased their speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed and discovered a few corpses in front of them. Moreover, there was an intense battle in front of them. It was a very tall figure, like a demonic beast, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. With a wave of his arm, countless gusts of wind were brought up. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. In the distance, Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he saw that figure. He was no stranger to this figure. It was the tall youth he met on the beach, Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng was a martial artist from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Ouyang Feng's opponent was not weak either. It was a man in a black robe, with a sinister aura around him. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying cold wind blew. Blue ice pierced the bones and blasted forward rapidly. In an instant, the entire forest was frozen. Ouyang Feng's opponent was an ice-based martial artist, and the power of his ice was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze everything in the world. However, the tall demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, laughed maniacally. He waved his fist, and a terrifying force blasted the ice in the sky. Crack! 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 A terrifying sound rang out, and the ice in the sky instantly cracked and fell to the ground. Not only that, the body of the black-robed youth was torn apart by a single punch. Blood gushed out, and the scene was terrifying. Seeing this scene, even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's hearts beat wildly. One had to admit that Ouyang Feng's strength was too violent. It was as if he was a human-shaped dragon. The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, sneered disdainfully after defeating his opponent. However, in the next moment, he suddenly turned around. His gaze was like a cold blade as he stared at Lin Xian. "Who is it? Get out here!" he shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a powerful force that blasted toward Ouyang Feng. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain peak in the distance exploded, and Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in another place in a flash. "What? It's you!" The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, was stunned when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, but his expression soon turned cold. "Kid, what are you doing here? This is not a place where you can come. Get out of here if you know what's good for you." Ouyang Feng's nerves were cold as he looked down at Lin Xian. On the other side, a figure also walked out from the forest. It was another youth, and he was also the one who appeared on the beach. He looked at Lin Xian with disdain. "Kid, you have to know your place. You're just a wandering cultivator. You don't have the qualifications to fight for the treasure. If you didn't know Yu Dao, you would be a dead man by now." The two of them had arrogant looks on their faces, and they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. When he met Lu Mingyu and the others in the valley, he didn't attack because he didn't know what they were fighting for. Chapter 1745. Treasures are ownerless. Anyone can look for them. If you can look for them, why can't I? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you're superior? You want to look for treasures too? Humph, you're overestimating yourself. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you compete with us? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Ouyang Feng snorted with a murderous look in his eyes. Lin Xian's face darkened. Ouyang Feng's attitude annoyed him, so he didn't answer. Instead, he raised his fist and punched at Ouyang Feng. You're courting death! Ouyang Feng was furious. How dare Ouyang Feng attack him? In the next moment, he also punched out quickly. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body and instantly filled the entire space. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, everything around him was smashed apart. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. The surrounding forest was instantly blasted into powder. The mountain peak in the distance also exploded. It turned into countless boulders and rolled to the ground. That terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. It was a shocking scene. Everything was smashed into pieces. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. Bang! A terrifying fist broke through the air with endless energy. It condensed the power of a savage beast and blasted toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows collided in the air with a deafening sound. A terrifying storm tore through the void. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Sword chi surged from his body and a huge sword ray shot into the sky. What? He's a swordsman! The surrounding warriors exclaimed. Ouyang Feng was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his punch. It was too surprising. There were also warriors watching the battle. When they saw Lin Xian block Ouyang Feng's punch, they gasped. They knew how powerful Ouyang Feng was. In this forest, he had killed many experts with one punch. It could be said that he was an extremely fearful demon king. But now, there was actually someone who could block his attack. It was simply too shocking. Dazzling sword chi swept out in all directions. At this moment, the entire space was filled with violent sword chi, quickly enveloping Ouyang Feng. Humph, it's useless! Ouyang Feng sneered. Fighting with me is the biggest mistake of your life! He roared and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist collided with the sword chi that filled the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. Clang! Clang! The void trembled and the earth cracked. However, to Ouyang Feng's surprise, the sword chi that filled the sky did not crack. This was something that surprised him greatly. One had to know that his fist was extremely powerful, and it could even blast open the body of a 6-star king. But now, he was actually unable to break through his opponent's sword chi. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Even Sun Yang, who was watching from the side, was frowning. To be honest, he didn't care about Lin Xian at all before, but he didn't expect that the other party's strength would exceed their expectations. So powerful! For simple sacred grounds? You're just SOSO! Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke! Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and walked forward step by step like a god of death. With every step he took, the aura on his body became more tyrannical. In the end, a sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. It was incomparably sharp, as if it was a heavenly sword. It was terrifying to the extreme. You're courting death! Kid, I'll let you know my true power today! On the other side, Ouyang Feng was furious. As a genius, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He waved his fists, and light shone. An immemorial mammoth appeared, letting out a dull roar. That scene was too terrifying. The immemorial mammoth was like a demonic mountain. It was incomparably heavy, and its terrifying roar caused the entire forest to tremble. Then, the immemorial mammoth rushed toward Lin Xian with its fists. Bang! Bang! The void could not withstand this force at all and directly cracked. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. However, it was impossible for them to defeat him with this amount of power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, raised his arm, and brandished the 9 darkness demonic sword. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Terrifying sword chi turned into a boundless galaxy, slashing forward. In an instant, black sword chi that filled the sky enveloped that immemorial mammoth. In the void, a terrifying sound was emitted. The two people's attacks exploded in the air, covering the entire space. Even those martial artists watching the battle and the surroundings had a change in expression, running toward the back like crazy. Because this explosion was seriously too terrifying. If they were swept into it, they would not be able to resist at all. Who is this person? So powerful! He could actually contend with Ouyang Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, extremely shocked. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was shocked again. The fist art that he displayed just now was an ultimate skill of the 4 symbols' holy lands. The immemorial mammoth fist could summon the phantom of an immemorial mammoth, and use it to fight. One could say that the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even a 6-star sovereign could not trap it. And the other party's sword chi was actually blocked. This surprised him. Not only that, the swift and fierce aura that the other party's sword chi carried made him have a feeling of fear and trepidation. Who is this kid? How can he possibly possess such a sharp sword Dao aura? He seriously could not figure out how an itinerant cultivator could possibly possess such formidable power. The next moment, Ouyang Feng roared angrily and attacked again. Immemorial Mammoth Fist! In the void, the silhouettes of immemorial mammoths appeared once more. But this time, there were 2. The 2 immemorial mammoths stood indomitable, emitting terrifying power from all over their bodies. Countless light rays revolved around them as if these 2 immemorial mammoths could suppress everything in the world. 2 immemorial mammoths? How terrifying! In the distance, the martial artists watching the battle felt their hearts beat wildly. Because just this aura alone made them tremble uncontrollably. If facing it head-on, they probably could not block a blow at all. This Ouyang Feng is too powerful to actually be able to condense 2 immemorial mammoths. As far as I know, each additional immemorial mammoth, the power will double. What? Double? You're saying that the power of this punch is double of the previous punch? Heavens, just what kind of fist art is this? Is he still human? After everyone heard this news, their scalps tingled. That punch from before was already extremely terrifying. Now, it even doubled. Just how terrifying would it be? They did not dare to imagine. Most likely it was very difficult for anyone to block in the same rank. Opposite, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He felt the terrifying aura from the 2 immemorial mammoth phantoms. Chapter 1746. He didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, the dragon's sword domain appeared and floated around him. As soon as the dragon's sword domain appeared, a terrifying sword aura shot into the sky. The sharp aura made the entire space unable to withstand it. The surrounding cultivators were even trembling, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Heavens, what a terrifying sword Dao domain! Why do I feel that young man is not weaker than Ouyang Feng at all? Yeah, this sword aura is too sharp. I've never seen it before. Who is he? On the opposite side, Ouyang Feng's pupils shrank when he saw Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Needless to say, the other party's sharp aura made him feel threatened. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly moved. With a punch, 2 immemorial demonic elephants roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying power surged, and the earth shook as if there was a huge earthquake. The 2 immemorial demonic elephants each had destructive power, enough to kill a 6-star king. Now that 2 of them appeared together, the scene was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword, and the dragon sword domain around him trembled quickly. Rays of dazzling sword aura swept out, protecting him. At the same time, more sword aura slashed forward. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Every ray of sword aura was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy everything. In the end, the sword aura that filled the sky intertwined and formed an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on the two immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! Boom! The sky collapsed, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Humph! At this moment, Ouyang Feng snorted and waved his fist quickly. Demonic elephant sky suppression! He roared, and the two immemorial demonic elephant phantoms roared into the sky. The light on their bodies soared into the sky, and the two immemorial demonic elephants' bodies continued to grow. They were like two immemorial stone tablets, trying to suppress the azure dragon. The immemorial demonic elephant was a very powerful demonic beast in ancient times. It was rumored to be a demonic beast that suppressed hell. At this moment, when Ouyang Feng used it, it was extremely terrifying. The two immemorial demonic elephants gradually grew bigger and covered the sky, trying to suppress the azure dragon sword aura. Suppress! Ouyang Feng roared, and the azure dragon sword aura was directly suppressed. What? He actually suppressed it. This immemorial demonic elephant is too terrifying. It can even suppress such a sharp sword energy. I'm afraid nothing in this world can stop it. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Ouyang Feng sneered. Kid, you're going to lose. You want to fight me with this little bit of strength? The difference is too great. Lin Xian's face darkened as he coldly snorted. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve wildly, causing the void in front of him to tremble violently. Pun! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two immemorial demonic mammoths in front of him collapsed. Boundless sword chi gushed out from below and shot up into the sky. Then, it transformed into an azure dragon that roared at the sky. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. What? He's out! When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose, but they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the sword chi azure dragon would rush out. It had to be said that it was really too surprising. Even Ouyang Feng's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. He did not expect that his two immemorial demonic mammoths would be shattered. What kind of sword chi was that? How could it be so powerful? You've finished your attack. Next, it's my turn, Lin Xian said coldly. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, and in a flash, he arrived on top of the sword chi azure dragon. Then, one man, one dragon quickly charged forward. Roar! Boom! The terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and slashed toward Ouyang Feng. Humph! Seeing the shocking sword chi, Ouyang Feng moved his body and quickly dodged. However, he still underestimated the sword chi because he could not dodge it at all. Ouyang Feng's face was gloomy as he quickly waved his palm. The light on his body bloomed and instantly formed a huge demonic mammoth's head. It was as if a gate of hell was placed in front of him. Pun! In the next moment, the shocking sword chi slashed on the black gate formed by the immemorial demonic mammoth, making a loud noise. However, the black gate of hell was too terrifying. It was incomparably hard and was not damaged. There was not even a crack on it. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not expect Ouyang Feng's defense to be so strong. White Tiger Aura. After blocking Lin Xian's shocking sword chi, Ouyang Feng roared again. In the next moment, his fist technique changed rapidly, and a terrifying murderous aura gushed out from his body. At this moment, Ouyang Feng was tall and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He really looked like a demonic beast and was extremely terrifying. As his fists moved, a loud and clear whistling sound could be heard. The sound shook the forest and made people's blood boil. A huge white tiger appeared in his palm, roaring and rushing toward Lin Xian. the azure dragon on the left, and the white tiger on the right. The white tiger was in charge of attacking, and its murderous aura was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner, as if it was going to tear him apart. Lin Xian's expression was grave as well. He did not expect Ouyang Feng's random fist technique to be so terrifying. This white tiger phantom before his eyes made all the hairs on his body stand on end. In the next moment, he roared and waved his fist. The apocalyptic black dragon fist surged out violently. The black fist surged and formed a huge black dragon, covering the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. In the surroundings, black lightning fell and pierced through the void. Boom! In the fierce battle, powerful energy swept in all directions, drowning the entire sky and turning it into chaos. After blocking Ouyang Feng's white tiger aura, Lin Xian attacked again. With a wave of his hand, a black dragon claw quickly grabbed at Ouyang Feng as if it was going to tear him in half. Crack, crack, crack! The void split open in an instant. A terrifying crack appeared and spread towards Ouyang Feng at a high speed. Roar! Ouyang Feng roared and his eyes were bloodshot. He waved his fists, and a terrifying energy surged forward. Get lost! White tiger demonic tattoos appeared on his body, and it was extremely terrifying. Clang! In a shocking collision, Ouyang Feng dodged Lin Xian's attack. However, he was incomparably shocked. Ouyang Feng was too powerful, so powerful that he could not believe it. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked, but in the next moment, he snorted coldly. He put away the 9 underworld demonic sword. Ouyang Feng, martial artist of the 4 symbols sacred grounds, aren't you proud of your fist techniques? Today, I will defeat you with my fist techniques. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar, and they could not believe it. They already knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His sword chi was sharp, and with his terrifying sword techniques, he could contend with Ouyang Feng. But now, Ouyang Feng wanted to give up his advantage and use his fist techniques to contend with Ouyang Feng. Chapter 1747. Lin Xian wanted to give up his advantage and fight Ouyang Feng with his fists. Wasn't this courting death? One had to know that Ouyang Feng was most proficient in terrifying fist techniques. Ouyang Feng sneered when he heard Lin Xian's words. Stupid boy, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. To be honest, he was about to go crazy. Lin Xian dared to look down on him. He had to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Ouyang Feng's companion, Sun Yang, sneered. What an idiot! He didn't use his sword and dared to fight Ouyang Feng with his fists? Looks like this boy is really dead. Ouyang Feng laughed wildly when he saw Lin Xian giving up his sword and competing with his fists. Then, he waved his fists and used the white tiger divine fist. A terrifying white tiger shadow rushed forward. Lin Xian also quickly brandished his fist technique. He did not use the apocalyptic black dragon fist, but another fist technique. The 5 Elements Fist. This fist was a unique skill of the 5 Elements sect. Lin Xian naturally didn't know it. But he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique that could simulate everything. Lin Xian had seen the 5 Elements Fist before and could simulate it with the Great Dragon Sword. For a moment, he used the Metal Element Fist of the 5 Elements Fists. The sky was filled with golden light. It was terrifying. The Metal Element Fist of the 5 Elements Fist was similar to the White Tiger Divine Fist. It focused on killing and was extremely fierce. Moreover, the fist contained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. When it was used, it was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the terrifying Golden Fist collided with the White Tiger Divine Fist. There were countless collisions in the air. Lin Xian's fist was too violent. The golden light was like a wave, violently slapping in all directions. However, Ouyang Feng was no weakling. The White Tiger Divine Fist was terrifying. The huge white tiger shadow, carrying terrifying energy, collided with the golden light in the sky and tore it apart. For a moment, both of them disappeared in the sky. What? What a fierce fist! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. They thought that since Lin Xian had abandoned his sword, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, and might even be defeated in one move. However, he didn't expect his opponent's fist technique to be so powerful. That golden light was in no way inferior to sword chi. No wonder he dared to compete with Ouyang Feng in fist techniques. Damn it! How can this kid's fist technique be so powerful? Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He did not expect his opponent's fist technique to be so terrifying. It was not any weaker than his white tiger divine fist. It even made his hair stand on end. Damned brat, I don't believe you! Die! Ouyang Feng roared and performed another fist technique. Above his fist, a terrifying light flashed, falling from the sky like a Milky Way. This scene was simply too astonishing. It was as if a true divine river from the 9 heavens was descending from the immortal palace. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and changed his fist technique again. The fist of metal became the fist of water. The boundless sea. The seawater in the sky surged and the entire space seemed to have turned into an ocean. It was densely packed, and every inch of space was filled with the power of the seawater. It was hard to defend against it. Boom! 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 The 7 Milky Ways that Ouyang Feng shot out were instantly drowned. Not only that, but his body also kept retreating. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe that Ouyang Feng was forced to retreat. Moreover, he was forced to retreat in fist techniques. This was simply too unbelievable. Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent had defeated him in fist techniques. One had to know that he was a genius martial artist from the 4 Symbols sacred ground. His strength was terrifying and it was difficult for him to find a match among those of the same level. Even the older generation figures were no match for him. However, now, someone who was obviously younger than him and was a lone cultivator had forced him to retreat. He couldn't accept this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and performed his king's domain. This time, he was going to go all out. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to continue living after being defeated by his opponent today. Ouyang Feng's king's domain was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the immemorial demonic elephants. It was extremely thick and heavy, as if it could crush the void. In an instant, the immemorial demonic elephant domain enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt the pressure. It was as if 100,000 mountains were mercilessly pressing down on his head, crushing his body. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a bright light. He quickly waved his fists. Terrifying power surged out, and the golden light shone even brighter. It covered the sky and covered the earth, rushing towards his opponent's entire domain. At that moment, the golden light on Lin Xian's fists turned into golden swords and were extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! There was an intense collision. The golden light violently blasted on the immemorial demonic elephant domain, and the void shook violently. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance. In the sky, a golden storm had formed. It was like a golden sun. Boom! In the end, the golden storm exploded and swept out in all directions. Ouyang Feng's face was pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body was on the verge of collapse. Because in the explosion, his king's domain also exploded, causing him to be seriously injured. Ouyang Feng was injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Sun Yang, who was standing aside, was even more shocked. To be honest, he really did not expect things to turn out this way. Previously, he did not expect this scene at all. Damn it, impossible! I don't believe it! Ouyang Feng's hair was disheveled, and his face was crazed. He really could not believe that his opponent had defeated him in fist techniques. Damn it, this is the 5 Elements fist! Are you from the 5 Elements sect? Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth and asked. What? The Five Elements sect? Everyone was shocked. Yes, he is indeed using the Five Elements fist, someone exclaimed. Is he really a martial artist from the Five Elements sect? However, on the other side, Sun Yang frowned. Impossible, the Five Elements sect's people have such power. We all know them. But this kid, we have never heard of him. They were too confused. It doesn't matter which sect I am from. What's important is that everything is over, Lin Xian said coldly, and then waved the earth element fist. Suddenly, the earth surged, and two large yellow hands appeared, grabbing at Ouyang Feng. At the same time, a huge mountain fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky was crushed. Ouyang Feng used his movement technique and disappeared from the spot. With a boom, the void cracked and turned into a large black rift valley, pierced by the huge mountain. At the same time, a wave fell from the sky. A terrifying force rushed out, affecting the entire space and causing a tsunami to occur in the entire forest. The surrounding area collapsed. Chapter 1748. At the same time, there was a wave that fell from the sky. A terrifying force rushed out and affected the entire space, causing a tsunami to occur in the entire forest. Everything around them collapsed. It was the water element fist. It was extremely terrifying. On the side, Sun Yang pulled Ouyang Feng and the two of them quickly retreated. That was because the current Lin Xian was simply too powerful. They simply couldn't withstand him. Ouyang Feng's face was gloomy, but he also retreated with them. Because he couldn't figure out Lin Xian's true identity at all. Why did he use the five-element fist? And the power was terrifying? You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist again. Suddenly, boundless waves swept out and surrounded the surroundings. You're courting death! Get lost! Ouyang Feng was furious. He did not expect that Lin Xian would not let them leave. He was too much. In the next moment, he summoned two immemorial demonic elephants again and rushed out. The terrifying demonic elephant shadows roared in the void palace and crushed the surroundings. On the other side, Sun Yang pulled out a large black flag from the void and kept spinning it. Suddenly, boundless black light surged like a black ocean, pressing down from the sky. In the next moment, it collided with Lin Xian's water element fist, causing a huge explosion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two of them quickly retreated like lightning. Kid, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll wash away today's humiliation. Ouyang Feng's voice came from afar. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning and his expression was cold, but he did not pursue. He knew that it was easy to defeat Ouyang Feng, but it would be difficult to kill him now. However, from now on, Ouyang Feng would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. The people around them felt their scalps go numb. They looked at Lin Xian with fear. They did not expect the nameless young man in front of them to be so terrifying. Even Ouyang Feng was no match for him. Soon, everyone retreated and did not dare to stay there. They were afraid of being targeted by Lin Xian. After everyone left, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the wounds on his body and the spirit energy he had consumed. The spirit chi in the surroundings surged rapidly towards him, causing his body to glow. It didn't take long for him to recover. One day later, he learned from other warriors that after Ouyang Feng and Sun Yang had left that day, someone had attacked them. The two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle before finally leaving. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. It seemed that other than him, there were other experts hidden in this forest. More and more geniuses arrived at the woods. However, he was not afraid. Instead, the blood in his body surged, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Because he was very confident in himself. After that, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued their journey. Not long after, the two of them frowned. The reason for that was because they discovered a huge footprint in front of them. Furthermore, the footprints belonged to a human. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other, and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Look at the footprints. Could it be the legendary giant clan? The giant clan? They actually exist in this forest too." Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. Then, the two of them walked forward again. Gradually, Lin Xian and the rest discovered that something was amiss. This was because they realized that the forest was too quiet. There was no sound at all. One had to know that this was really too strange. This was a primeval forest with countless monsters around. There would definitely be sounds of beasts roaring. But now, there was no sound at all. It was as if all the monsters had disappeared. The dark red divine dragon shrunk his neck. "Kid, this place is a little strange. Let's be careful." Lin Xian was also a little scared. This scene was too terrifying. The two of them walked carefully. An hour later, the surrounding forest gradually opened up. It was no longer a dense forest but became sparse. There were even large open spaces in some places. What shocked the two of them even more was that there were huge footprints left on the ground. It was obvious that this was the living area of the giants. Pung pung pung. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Then, a huge figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the figure. It was indeed a giant. It was dozens of meters tall and walked with a majestic gait. It was like a small mountain full of power. The young man who looked like a demonic beast, Ouyang Feng, was like a baby in front of this giant. Not only that, the giant was holding a huge mountain-splitting axe in one hand and a terrifying monster wolf in the other. But at this moment, it was already torn to pieces. That monster wolf was at least at the Demon King level. These giants were actually feeding on Demon Kings. One had to admit that it was truly terrifying. Not only that, Lin Xian's face became gloomy in the next moment. That was because he discovered that behind the giant, two more giants had appeared. At the same time, there was a figure standing on the shoulder of one of the giants. He was no stranger to that figure. It was the demon girl of the Demon King Palace, Zhao Tianxie. "Damn it, why is this woman with these giants?" Lin Xian frowned. He had been very uneasy since he let her escape last time. He didn't expect her to find these giants. "Damn it, this woman must be eliminated." Lin Xian frowned. He realized that the other party was too mysterious. She could constantly summon powerful companions. Humph! Zhao Tianxie, who was on the giant in front, also had a sharp gaze. She discovered Lin Xian's existence. Then, a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Capture the two of them. I want them alive." Zhao Tianxie pointed into the distance and gave the order. "Roar!" Suddenly, the two giants let out angry roars. The sound was very terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder, shattering the surrounding clouds. Not only that, the two huge bodies also began to move. The entire ground shook violently. "What the hell? This woman is crazy!" The dark red dragon screamed. He didn't expect her to be able to command these giants. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He couldn't understand how she did it. But he knew that he was in great danger now. The next moment, he shouted coldly. His body swayed quickly and retreated. However, at this moment, huge figures appeared behind them, ready to block them. In an instant, 4 giants stood in all directions, trying to capture them. Chapter 1749. The 4 giants were like impenetrable walls, blocking Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, completely surrounding them. Zhao Tianxie, on the other hand, pushed another giant to the front. "Brat, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? How dare you be so rude to me before? This is unforgivable. But don't worry, as long as you obediently become my cauldron, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be smashed into a bloody mist by these giants." "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted. Become their cauldron? How could he live? The other party was obviously trying to suck him dry. Do you think you can stop me with just 4 giants? What a joke! Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he turned around and shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The dark red divine dragon also turned into a red bolt of lightning and flew to the side. Trying to escape? Zhao Tianxia snorted and then urged one of the giants to attack. Boom! A huge palm covered the sky and pounced on Lin Xian. The size of the palm was too terrifying. Even a 6-star king would not be able to survive if he was hit. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the extreme speed of the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, so at the critical moment, he moved sideways. He quickly dodged the shocking attack. Boom! The palm missed, and the void cracked. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon shot up into the sky and left the encirclement. Then, the two turned into lightning and quickly moved into the distance. Chase after them! Zhao Tianxia shouted. She did not expect the other party to be able to escape her encirclement. However, so what if the other party could escape temporarily? With the help of these giants, she could definitely catch the other party. In the next moment, these giants began to run. They were like small mountains, moving quickly. Although these giants were huge, they were not slow at all. They covered more than 100 feet in a single step. Their speed was shocking. Not only that, wherever they passed, the forest collapsed and the ground cracked, creating a terrifying scene. This kind of vibration finally attracted the attention of other martial artists. Many figures gathered over here. When they saw those enormous and terrifying giants, their scalps went numb, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Heavens, what is this? Fuck! It's a giant! There are giants in this forest! Cries of surprise rang out one after another. However, when they saw Zhao Tianxia on the giant's shoulder, they were even more shocked. Isn't that woman Zhao Tianxia from the Demon Imperial Palace? She's actually with these giants. This is unbelievable. As a top force, the Fey Imperial Palace is incomparably mysterious. This Zhao Tianxia is a genius of the Fey Imperial Palace. He must have a secret technique that allows him to communicate with these giants. Some experts guessed the secret. But in any case, Zhao Tianxia's ability to control giants was truly shocking. This was especially true for the martial artists from the major forces. Each and every one of them wore solemn expressions. One had to know that the Almighty's cultivation levels were suppressed in this area, and they could no longer unleash their peak combat strength. However, it did not affect the relationship between the various major powers, because all the Almighties were suppressed. But now, Zhao Tianxia was actually able to control the terrifying giants. This undoubtedly increased the strength of the Fey Imperial Palace. For a moment, everyone was worried. They even secretly wondered if they could withstand the attacks of the giants. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, these giants seem to be chasing someone." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, they saw 2 figures running quickly in front of them. What? It's him! Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Xian's figure. Who is this kid? Some of them did not know. Therefore, someone told them about the battle between Lin Xian and Ouyang Feng. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists gasped. They had heard of Ouyang Feng's strength. He was a humanoid demonic beast with infinite strength. He was extremely terrifying. However, the youth in front of them was actually able to defeat Ouyang Feng. It was simply too shocking. Needless to say, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The news of Zhao Tianxia controlling giants to chase after Lin Xian quickly spread. More and more martial artists gathered. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure was like lightning as he shuttled quickly with the dark red dragon. At this moment, one of the giants roared and grabbed a mountain peak. It ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Xian. This scene was simply too shocking. A mountain peak that was hundreds of feet tall was directly uprooted from the ground. One could imagine how terrifying these giants were. Boom! The huge mountain peak fell, forcing Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to change direction. However, this change in direction was caught up by the other two giants, and they were once again surrounded. Boom! A huge palm with astonishing energy slammed down ruthlessly. The other giant raised his foot and quickly stepped on Lin Xian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Their speed was extremely fast as they constantly dodged. Finally, they narrowly avoided the attacks of the giants. The ground cracked open. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding forest collapsed once again. At this moment, another giant rushed over and uprooted another mountain peak, sweeping it towards Lin Xian. Terrifying air waves rolled, and the void trembled. The momentum of this attack was extremely terrifying. As for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, their speed was extremely fast, and they instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it! Seeing that the other party had completely left their sight and disappeared without a trace, Zhao Tianxia was furious. She did not expect that the other party's speed would be so fast that even the giants could not catch up. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions were horrified. The power displayed by these giants was simply too terrifying. Ordinary kings would not be able to withstand a single blow in front of them. Even those powerful daemon kings would not be able to contend against these giants. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhao Tianxia with horrified expressions. However, they were also extremely shocked by Lin Xian's speed. The other party's speed was simply too fast. They could not keep up. It could be said that Lin Xian and Zhao Tianxia were existences that made people tremble. On the other side, Lin Xian completely avoided the attacks of these giants and entered the forest. After completely escaping from the pursuit of the giants, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon arrived at a safe place. Fuck! That woman is too despicable. She can actually control the giants. The dark red dragon's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. This time, it was fortunate that they had the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He had to think of a way to get rid of these giants. Otherwise, their threat would be too great. Chapter 1750. Those giants were terrifying. Each of them was no weaker than a 6-star king. They might be able to fight one-on-one. However, if 5 giants attacked together, they would not be able to defeat them at all. It seemed that the best way was to find some powerful beasts to fight against these giants. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Think of a way. Can we make these giants fight with the beasts? Then we can reap the benefits. That's a good idea. The dark red dragon's eyes were also shining. In the next few days, the two began to run around, looking for powerful monster kings. The 6-armed ape was one. Other than that, they also found a terrifying 3-headed lion. There was also a huge green-winged exotic beast. It was a terrifying beast. These monster kings were too powerful. Lin Xian could not subdue them at all. What he needed to do was to interfere with these monster kings. For example, he could use the 5-colored divine stone as bait for the 6-armed ape. The green-winged exotic beast could steal its egg and make it go berserk. As for the 3-headed lion, he needed the 1,000-beast cauldron and his heavenly secret superpower to cast an illusion. Since he had found a way, Lin Xian was ready to return to the giants to investigate the situation. However, before that, he, the little white monkey, and the dark red dragon stole the green-winged exotic beast's egg and lured it to the giant valley. At the same time, he pushed the 1,000-beast cauldron with all his strength to lure the 3-headed lion over. Then, he let the dark red dragon control the 1,000-beast cauldron and set up a few formations to hide the 3 powerful monster kings. He would wait until he had a thorough understanding of the giant valley before he prepared to take action. Soon, he came to the empty valley again. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying aura emitted by those giants. However, this time, Lin Xian was more cautious than before. He restrained his aura and was like a ghost. No one noticed this process. However, the giant valley this time was a little different from before. The original giant valley was abnormally quiet. There was no movement at all. However, it was a little lively now. This was because there were many martial artists in the giant valley. It seemed that he was not the only one who had designs on the giant valley. However, the others did not dare to be as bold as him and directly start a war with the giant. Those people were probably here to seek refuge with Zhao Tianxia. After all, the giants were too terrifying. If they could borrow the power of the giants, they would be able to obtain heaven-defying benefits. Plus, there was Zhao Tianxia in the giant valley. It would be a great fortune to be able to take in such a beauty. Therefore, for a time, many martial artists flocked over. Zhao Tianxia didn't reject anyone who was willing to join him. From the looks of it, she wanted to build a powerful force in this forest. The current situation in the Tilted Moon Profound World was very subtle. As for how long it would take for the Profound World to open again, no one knew. As for those who entered the Profound World, most of them were unable to pass through the Sea of Death and reach this land. Those who could come here were all elites. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the major powers would not be worried at all. This was because they were followed by sect elders and mighty figures. But now, the Almighty's cultivation had been suppressed, so their safety was not guaranteed. Therefore, these people secretly began to form an alliance. Zhao Tianxia was no exception. Now that she had the giants, her strength had greatly increased. Naturally, she was the first to form an alliance in a high-profile manner. She believed that with the help of these giants and her charm techniques, she would be able to build a powerful force in this forest. At that time, all the treasures in this forest would belong to her. This woman's ambition was not small. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked around again. But soon, his face darkened. The reason for that was because he discovered that there was an enormous stele before the ravine. There were a few lines of words written on it. It meant that anyone who provided the whereabouts of Lin Xian would be rewarded handsomely. If they could capture him personally, Zhao Tianxia would spend the night with that martial artist. On the side, there was a portrait of Lin Xian. This news directly stimulated the martial artists near the valley. Everyone's eyes were red. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Xian immediately. They had no choice. Spending a night with Zhao Tianxia, even if they were asked to die immediately, they would probably be willing. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect the other party to come up with such a plan. It seemed that he had to deal with the giant valley first. Sure enough, once the news came out, more martial artists gathered in the valley, wanting to join Zhao Tianxia's organization. Of course, not everyone would come. Some disciples of the powerful sects would not form an alliance with others. Instead, they would form their own small groups. Some even wanted to make a move on Zhao Tianxia. Because compared to Lin Xian, Zhao Tianxia's threat was too great. If she succeeded in forming an alliance, it would be difficult for others to resist. Sure enough, on the other side of the valley, Lu Mingyu was wearing a blue dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. However, at this moment, her expression was extremely solemn. Her eyes flickered as she looked into the distance. This Zhao Tianxia is really something. I didn't expect him to be able to gather such a huge force in such a short time. Humph, he's just borrowing the power of the giants. On the side, the pale young man's expression was cold. However, at this moment, Lu Mingyu spoke again. I didn't expect Long Xian's strength to exceed our expectations. Indeed, that kid was able to defeat Ouyang Feng. I have to say, it's really surprising. I suspect that his surname isn't Long at all. He's very likely the Lin Xian wanted by the Alcate Sacred Land. Lu Mingyu's eyes flickered. You're saying that he's the traitor of the Pill sect? This time, the pale young man, Yan Qing, was also shocked. If that's the case, then it makes sense. That kid was able to escape the Alcate Sacred Land's pursuit. He's probably not an ordinary person. I just didn't expect him to appear here. Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Zhao Tianxia alone will make it difficult for Lin Xian to escape. Even if he escapes, the Alcate Sacred Land will definitely not let him go. Haha, does that mean he's dead for sure? Yan Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course. Lu Mingyu nodded slightly, then said, What about Ouyang Feng? Has his injuries healed? His injuries have already healed. I'm afraid he's already headed to the Giant Valley. What, he's really gone? Lu Mingyu was also surprised. Could he really subdue the giants? I don't know, but as a warrior of the Four Symbols Sacred Land, Ouyang Feng has a trace of the giant's bloodline in his body. Chapter 1751. After observing for a long time, Lin Xian decided to make a move. He turned into a ghost and flew into the valley. Soon, he arrived at the Giant Valley. Wuji, the snow-white monkey, also jumped out. In the depths of the valley, the aura was heavy as if there were countless huge creatures, causing the entire void to freeze. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful and had the great dragon sword soul in his body. He was not afraid of this aura at all. This allowed him to move quickly. Lin Xian and the rest did not go to the center. Instead, they began to explore the surroundings. He had to figure out how many giants there were, and how many warriors there were. He also had to take a look at the number of warriors. However, at this moment, the snow-white monkey was very excited. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed forward. Little White, come back quickly! Lin Xian transmitted his voice, afraid that Little White would attract the attention of others. At the same time, he also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Swoosh, swoosh. The snow-white monkey landed on the ground. Lin Xian quickly approached it. Wuji, the snow-white monkey bared its teeth and pointed at a place in front of it. It turned out that the ground in front of them was full of potholes. However, in one of the potholes, there was a ray of light. Not only that, but there was also a wave of pure energy accompanying it. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He and the snow-white monkey quickly walked forward. Such pure energy! Lin Xian looked at the pool of liquid on the ground in shock. Little White quickly spat out the 5-colored divine stone to let it absorb the energy in the liquid. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5-colored divine stone jumped and absorbed the energy quickly. It was like a heart, releasing a 5-colored ray of light. As if it felt that it was not enough, Little White lowered its head and drank a mouthful. Immediately it revealed a satisfied smile. Its big eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Lin Xian also took a little and tasted it. He was shocked. This energy is comparable to a divine crystal. Could it be a divine crystal liquid? Lin Xian guessed that the liquid was most likely a divine crystal. It was just that it had not formed into a crystal. He did not expect there to be such a treasure here. It seemed that he had made the right choice this time. The 5-colored divine stone was very mysterious as it quickly absorbed the divine crystal liquid. Soon, he finished absorbing the energy. Lin Xian could clearly feel that the 5-colored divine stone had become incomparably resplendent and filled with energy. It seemed that he only needed to go back and absorb the energy in the 5-colored divine stone again. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He searched again and found some more nerve fluid. He also let the 5-colored divine stone absorb all of it. Then, he placed the breeze exotic beast's egg in the valley. At the same time, he and the little white monkey quickly left to meet up with the dark red divine dragon. The dark red dragon removed the array formation and used the 10,000 beast cauldron to interfere with the 3-headed lion. The first to go berserk was the breeze beast. It immediately sensed that its egg was in the valley ahead. Thus, he roared and flew over. Next was the 3-headed lion. Under the interference of the 1,000-beast cauldron, it madly charged forward. The 6-armed divine ape was personally controlled by Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the 5-colored divine stone and flew towards the valley ahead. The 6-armed divine ape's eyes turned red when it sensed the energy of the 5-colored divine stone. In the next moment, it roared and waved its 6 arms, roaring at the valley ahead. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire valley shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. Who dares to trespass into the giant valley? Do you want to die? Soon, a figure flew out from the valley and roared coldly. He was a martial artist who had just joined the giant valley. Now that he knew something was wrong outside, he naturally came to take a look. However, in the next moment, his scalp went numb and he looked terrified. That was because he realized that there were 3 huge creatures rushing towards the valley. Those were 3 terrifying demonic beasts. Their demonic aura was monstrous and they were not any weaker than the giants. Seeing this, the martial artist's scalp went numb. He turned around and ran into the valley. However, in the next moment, a green light lit up. Then, a huge wind blade cut him in half. The breeze beast roared and was the first to rush into the valley. Behind him, the 3-headed lion and the 6-armed divine ape also rushed into the valley. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly left the valley to meet up with the dark red divine dragon and the rest. Then, they looked into the distance. The valley in front of them exploded in an instant. The terrifying aura formed a huge pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Terrifying roars could be heard. Like thunder, they reverberated through the entire forest. Countless martial artists rushed into the sky, trying to escape. In short, it was a mess. "Let's go!" Lin Xian's scalp went numb when he saw this. He did not dare to enter the valley at all. It had become a forbidden place for the dead. Therefore, in the next moment, he, the dark red divine dragon, and the little white monkey quickly left. It was a restless night because a huge battle had broken out in the valley. 5 giants and 3 extremely powerful demon kings started fighting. It was a terrifying battle. It affected half of the forest. Even the martial artists in the distance rushed over to watch the battle. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the giant valley. It was too shocking. One had to know that a few days ago, the strength of the 5 giants was too terrifying. No one could fight against them. However, they did not expect that just a few days later, someone would attack. They even successfully attracted the attention of the 3 demon kings. The battle was terrifying. It lasted for an entire night. It was not until the next morning that the 3 demon kings left. As for the consequences, they were also extremely terrifying. The entire valley was razed to the ground. Not only that, but all the surrounding forest was also destroyed. More than half of the martial artists who originally joined the giant valley were killed in this battle. The remaining ones were also injured, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. Of the 5 giants, 1 was killed directly. 2 were seriously injured, and 2 were lightly injured. It could be said that it was a disastrous battle. The 3 demon kings also retreated with serious injuries. In an instant, the news of the giant valley swept through the entire forest like a gust of wind. Zhao Tianxia's face was gloomy. She was about to go crazy. Previously, with the strength of the 5 giants, she was able to quickly gather a large group of martial artists and establish a powerful force. However, she did not expect the giant valley to be destroyed in just a few days. Not only that, but one of the giants was killed directly. The others were also injured and their strength was greatly reduced. The martial artists that she found were also mostly injured. It could be said that the heavy losses this time made her even more embarrassed. Needless to say, she was now the laughingstock of the entire forest. She didn't even see clearly who did it. However, according to her guess, it was most likely her enemy, Lin Xian. Chapter 1752. Previously, he had sneaked into the giant valley and communicated with one of the giants. He had almost convinced the other party. However, he did not expect that such a battle would occur. Therefore, not only did he fail to communicate, but he was also injured in the battle. This battle was like a storm that swept through the surroundings. Everyone was guessing who was the one who did it. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Lin Xian, who was the one who did it, found a cave and chose to go into seclusion. The outside world was in chaos, while Lin Xian and the other 2 hid in a safe place, absorbing the energy in the 5-colored divine stone to increase their cultivation. The 5-colored divine stone was extremely mysterious. Ever since it absorbed the energy of the divine crystal liquid, it was filled with a pure aura. On it, the five-colored light turned into pure energy for Lin Xian and the others to absorb. Lin Xian activated the art of longevity and continuously absorbed the five-colored energy, transforming it into his own power. Finally, when the five-colored divine stone became dim again, Lin Xian stopped absorbing. Then, he opened his eyes and felt that his cultivation had increased by a lot. It was as if he had absorbed a divine crystal. Looking at the time, Lin Xian felt that the commotion outside was about to end. It was time to go out and take a look. Therefore, he and the dark red divine dragon carefully went out. As expected, the news of the battle in the giant valley a few days ago gradually died down. However, the atmosphere in the primeval forest all day long had become extremely tense. That was because someone had found a psychic old herb. The previous battle was because of an old herb of the same age. However, that kind of thing was very difficult to find. Everyone had searched for so many days but still could not find it. However, they did not expect that someone would find it again this time. It was a purple divine medicine that shone brightly. Its entire body was glowing, and its shape was like a dragon horse. It was full of spirituality. Its strength was even extremely powerful. That was because this psychic old herb was considered a plant-type monster. In addition to having powerful magical effects, it could also cultivate. In fact, some could even cultivate to an extremely terrifying realm. Rumor had it that the great emperor would have an immortal herb by his side. That immortal herb was extremely heaven-defying and could allow the great emperor to live a second life. Not only that, but those immortal herbs were even more terrifying, and they could even kill saints. While the spirit-channeling old herb before him couldn't compare to the immortal herb, it was still a terrifying existence. The first psychic medicine that looked like a dragon horse was discovered by Lu Mingyu and the others. Lu Mingyu and the others had been searching for traces of the Tonglin old medicine all along, and were finally discovered by them. However, they underestimated the strength of the psychic old medicine. Therefore, due to his carelessness, he actually allowed the dragon horse psychic medicine to escape. After this, Lu Mingyu was extremely vexed because she was the one who was most likely to be the first to obtain the psychic old medicine. However, he missed this opportunity. However, the others were incomparably excited. After searching for so long, he finally found the psychic old herb again. To them, this was undoubtedly an extremely exciting piece of news. As a result, many people once again began to search wantonly. However, after so many days had passed, no one had found the spirit-communicating old herb. It was as if the spirit-communicating old herb in the shape of a dragon horse had evaporated into thin air. Everyone was speculating about the whereabouts of the psychic old herb. Some people said that it hid in a valley, some people said that it escaped underground and disappeared. There were also people who said that it left this place and went to the depths of the forest. There was even a rumor that this kind of psychic old herb had an incomparably powerful demon king guarding it. All in all, for a time, these psychic old herbs were rumored to be incomparably mysterious. This stimulated everyone even more. Battles broke out from time to time during the search. In the end, the psychic old herb was not found, but there were already many martial artists who lost their lives in this battle. In fact, even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also started to search for the spirit-communicating old herb. After searching for a few days, they did not have any harvest either. But very soon, another matter attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Not just Lin Xian, even all the martial artists in the entire forest were all alarmed. Because the black sea in the distance suddenly bloomed with black light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, as if it was the netherworld. Following that, one mysterious Tao mark after another emerged, carrying a mysterious aura. Accompanying it was a low and deep voice. "Ignorant outsider, you shall be buried on this island forever." This voice was very low and deep, and incomparably aged. "Seal!" In the next moment, those down marks quickly intertwined and combined to form a powerful seal, completely sealing the entire sea. "What's going on? What are those seals? Who's talking? Get out here!" Angry roars sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was stunned by this scene. Natives, damn it, it's actually the natives! It was unknown who shouted, but it instantly caused boundless panic. Naturally, they knew about the existence of the natives. Previously in the Sea of Death, they were attacked, and most of the martial artists lost their lives there. However, so many days had passed, and the natives did not attack again, so they had forgotten about this matter. They thought that there were probably only a few natives in this space, and they did not pose a threat to them at all. But now, they did not expect the natives to appear again. Not only that, but they even directly sealed the sea. Humph! Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you can seal it just because you said so? An old man did not believe it. In the next moment, his body bloomed with a bright light, like a sharp sword light, rushing into the sky and flying towards the Sea of Death in the distance. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was a mighty figure. Although his cultivation was suppressed, his combat strength was far beyond that of a 6-star king. At this moment, his figure swayed and rushed towards the Sea of Death, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the sea was really sealed as the natives said. Or could the mighty figure break the seal? Their safety and future were at stake. In front of them, the mighty figure old man's figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the sea. What seal? Watch me break it! He roared and struck out with both palms. 2 terrifying palms erupted with shocking light that swept through the world. The terrifying energy directly pierced through the sea. This palm was too terrifying. It could easily kill a 6-star king. However, the terrifying palm hit the seal and did not cause any waves at all. Not only that, the seal was hit and flickered with a strange light. Then, it formed a terrifying bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the mighty figure. Poof! The mighty figure old man's body fell into the sea, and his blood dyed the sea red. What? He was killed! Chapter 1753. That was an almighty. Among them, he was an absolutely terrifying existence. But now, he had been killed. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. What kind of seal is that? It's so terrifying. Even mighty figures can be killed easily. Doesn't this mean that we'll have to stay in this primitive forest for the rest of our lives? No! Voices of despair rang out. It was obvious that everyone had suffered a severe blow. They were geniuses and elites of the top factions. They had come here in search of opportunities. But they had not expected such a terrifying thing to happen. They had been sealed here and could not return. To them, this was a form of despair. Not only them, but the other martial artists, seniors, elders, and almighties also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The top factions were even more solemn. This was because there were a few very powerful people who had come this time. For example, the Alcade Sage and Yi Wudao had frightening statuses. If they died here, the Alcade Sacred Land and Yi family would probably go berserk. Especially the Yi family. As a clan of the ancients, their anger would probably burn the entire eastern wilderness. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He had not expected such a thing to happen. The dark red dragon's expression was also solemn. He said, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid there will be a huge riot in this primitive forest soon. There's no way back now. There will definitely be a riot here and a new order will be established. Also, those peerless powerhouses need enough energy to cultivate." This was because only by breaking through to become a super mighty figure could one open the seal and return. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the dark red dragon was right. The primitive forest would probably usher in a dark age. And if he wanted to survive such chaos, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would become someone's slave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, his body flashed and he quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to find enough dragon crystals and divine crystals to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as expected, the entire primeval forest was in turmoil in the next few days. Those who held grudges and those who were greedy attacked without regard for anything else. Because he was already in despair, and had nothing to worry about. Some martial artists' enemies were disciples of Holy Lands. Before this, they didn't dare to make a move. Even if they were stronger than others, they didn't dare. This was because if they killed a disciple of the Holy Land, they would definitely be hunted down by the Holy Land. But now, these worries were completely gone. Because no one knew if they would be able to leave this place in their lifetime, those people decided to act decisively. There were also some who were greedy for energy, martial arts, and beauties. In short, intense battles broke out in the entire primeval forest. No one was spared. Among them, there were a few who were very powerful. The first was Zhao Tianxia. She had the giant, and could be said to be very powerful. She also had many martial artists gathered around her. It was the first powerful force to be organized. The other was Lu Mingyu. She was a genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful. Thus, she had gathered a group of followers. The other was the Alcade Saint. The Yaoguang Saint Sun's strength was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were many people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Therefore, under his prestige, he quickly established a huge force. There was almost no one who could contend with the Alcade Saint Sun. Of course, Yu Wudao was an exception. The average person didn't know Yu Wudao's identity. But those who knew Yu Wudao's identity didn't dare to underestimate him. Even the Alcade Saint Sun would go all out against Yu Wudao. That was because Yu Wudao's identity was too terrifying. Apart from these people, there were also other allied organizations, large and small groups. In short, the entire primeval forest was extremely chaotic. But after a few days, the battles gradually calmed down. That was because excessive killing was useless. They had to think carefully about what to do next. On the other side, Lin Xian was secretly cultivating. Although he hadn't found any dragon crystals or divine crystals, Lin Xian didn't lack the energy to cultivate with the five-colored divine stone in his hand. That was because the five-colored divine stone could absorb the world's spiritual energy and transform it into five-colored energy. Moreover, the energy it transformed into was extremely pure. It wasn't inferior to dragon crystals or divine crystals. Thus, Lin Xian's cultivation and strength were constantly increasing. However, he didn't keep cultivating. After calculating the time, he felt that the battle outside was almost over. Moreover, he also wanted to know what changes had happened in the primeval forest. He decided to go out and take a look. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian went out, he received news of what had happened in the past few days. Just as he expected, after he left, a great battle broke out in the forest. Then, the battle was extinguished. What followed was the combination of various groups and forces. Even the Alcade Saint, Zhao Tianxia, and the others took the lead to set the rules in this forest. There was no other way. The Alcade Saint and the others were too strong. Their strength was incomparably powerful. If they joined forces, the other small groups wouldn't dare to resist. However, these small groups weren't to be trifled with. That was because the warriors who could come to this primeval forest were all elite warriors. Although these small groups were weak, they knew how to work together to resist. For a time, the Alcade Saint and the others couldn't do anything to these small groups. Therefore, under such circumstances, they set the rules that belonged to this primeval forest. After Lin Xian heard these rules, he immediately smiled. Because one of the rules was that they couldn't fight casually. This was to prevent powerhouses from forcefully killing the weak. However, this forest had never been afraid of fighting. If they wanted to fight, they had to be witnessed by others. In other words, assassinations and rude attacks were avoided. After hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was still worried that those people from Scorpio would attack him crazily. Now, it seemed that there shouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, he directly swaggered out. Sure enough, many warriors immediately exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian. They were no stranger to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had defeated Ouyang Feng before and was even chased by Giant. In the past few days, Lin Xian hadn't shown up. They thought that Lin Xian had died in the dark riot. However, they didn't expect him to appear again. Immediately, a few organizations came out and threw an olive branch to Lin Xian, inviting him to join. Chapter 1754. Immediately, several organizations came out and extended an olive branch to Lin Xian, inviting him to join. They even offered generous conditions, including beautiful women, energy sources, and cultivation techniques. However, they were all rejected by Lin Xian. He did not want to join any organization or alliance because it would limit him. Moreover, with his and the dark red divine dragon's methods, they were like fish in water in this forest. However, it did not take long for the news of Lin Xian's return to the forest to spread. When Zhao Tianxia and the others heard the news, they all gritted their teeth and quickly rushed over. However, the first to arrive was not Zhao Tianxia, but a tall magical beast youth, Ouyang Feng. Ever since he lost to Lin Xian, he had always thought that it was the greatest humiliation of his life. Therefore, he had been cultivating hard these days and had absorbed the blood of many powerful demon kings to increase his strength again. Now, he could condense 3 immemorial golems. In his opinion, he could easily defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, when he heard that Lin Xian had returned, he was the first to arrive. He wanted to defeat Lin Xian in front of everyone to prove himself. Lin Xian saw the tall magical beast youth opposite him and suddenly became happy. He did not expect that the first to come looking for him would be Ouyang Feng. "Loser, why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian asked. "Don't tell me you want me to join your organization?" "Humph. I lost to you last time, but this time, I will never lose to you again. I will kill you with my own hands," Ouyang Feng said coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Xian shrugged. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. You don't have to provoke me. There are rules in this forest now. We can fight, but we have to follow the rules." Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He wanted to defeat his opponent in front of everyone to prove himself. Not long after, Zhao Tianxia and Lu Mingyu arrived. At the same time, the pale-faced youth, Yan Qing, also arrived. Among them, Zhao Tianxia represented the Giant Valley, while Lu Ming formed his own Bright Moon organization. The pale youth, Yan Qing, had also established the Thorned Flower organization. With the 3 major organizations present, the battle could begin. Not only these 3 big organizations, but the other martial artists in the forest also rushed over when they heard the news. Whether it was Ouyang Feng or Lin Xian, they were both extremely powerful existences in their eyes. There was no way they would miss out on such a battle. The location of the battle was chosen to be far away from the powerful demon kings. They were afraid that their battle would affect the demon king. If the demon king went berserk, they would all suffer. After all, the most powerful people in this primeval forest weren't them, Holy Sun Alcade, or Leaf Daudenir. Instead, it was the terrifying demon king here. No matter how strong they were, they didn't dare to provoke those demon kings. "Brat, today I will use your blood to wash away my shame!" Ouyang Feng roared and his body shone brightly. The terrifying immemorial demonic elephant domain instantly shrouded the area. His aura continued to rise. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his tall body made him look like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Boom! With a wave of his fist, 3 immemorial demonic elephants quickly appeared. They roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. "What? 3 immemorial demonic elephants?" Seeing this scene, the martial artists watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Ouyang Feng to become stronger and be able to condense 3 immemorial demonic elephants. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Xian again. His strength was probably much stronger than before. Lu Mingyu, Yan Qing, and the others looked at this scene with a slight smile. They knew how terrifying 3 immemorial demonic elephants were. Lin Xian probably couldn't contend with them. The current Ouyang Feng was no longer the Ouyang Feng from before. He was absolutely terrifying. Sun Yang also revealed a sneer. Seeing the three immemorial demonic elephants, Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he dared to challenge him again. It turned out that his fist technique had improved. But so what? His opponent had improved, and so had he. Moreover, his improved strength was even more powerful. So with a cold snort, Lin Xian quickly brandished the five elements fist. Boom! Earth element fist. He waved his fist, and a terrifying power covered the entire world as if to suppress the three immemorial demonic elephants in front of him. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, there was a fierce collision, and dust flew all over the sky. The earth cracked, but it turned into countless sharp earth spikes, and shot towards the immemorial demonic elephants. At this moment, Lin Xian became the master of the earth. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, covering the entire forest. At this moment, the faces of the people watching the battle changed. This energy was simply too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. However, Ouyang Feng was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent's strength to increase and be able to resist his attack. Impossible. How could this kid become so strong? He can even resist three immemorial demonic elephants. The others were also shocked. They found that Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Kill! Ouyang Feng roared, and the black wind rose. His whole body was like a demonic beast, moving wildly. Lin Xian brandished the five elements fist with the dragon sword soul as the foundation. It was extremely terrifying. The two of them kept fighting, and the earth cracked. Terrifying scenes appeared one after another. At this moment, everyone around was stunned because the two of them were too powerful. The three immemorial demonic elephants were enough to suppress most of the people present, but they couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's five elements fist was ever-changing and terrifying. It could dissolve everything in the world. It was so much so that even the people from the five elements sect opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They didn't understand why the other party knew their sect's unique skill. Boom! After 50 moves, Ouyang Feng suddenly roared. The aura on his body skyrocketed again, and the three immemorial demonic elephants in front of him quickly merged. Their bodies kept growing, and they suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant, the earth cracked, and it couldn't withstand the power at all. Five elements fusion, true dragon attack. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the profound meaning of the five elements fused together, turning into a five-colored divine dragon that rushed out. The huge dragon claw directly slapped the immemorial demonic elephant. Crack! The immemorial demonic elephant howled, turned into spiritual energy, and shattered on the ground. Ouyang Feng's body was also blasted away by the huge energy. Boom! 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 Ouyang Feng fell on the ground after retreating for 3,000 meters and breaking countless mountains and trees. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it! Ouyang Feng roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering, and his whole person became extremely ferocious. Defeated again. Chapter 1755. Defeated again. He was sent flying again, which was unbearable for him. One should know that this time, he had condensed three immemorial demonic elephants. Compared to before, his strength could be said to have undergone earth-shattering changes. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it! Ouyang Feng roared madly. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because his opponent was already in front of him. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not perform the five elements fist. Instead, he performed a more violent and destructive fist technique. He had already practiced the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist to the great accomplishment realm. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying fist was like a black dragon, which violently blasted forward. Damn it, block it for me! Yang Feng's pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. In the next moment, he waved his arms and formed a tall Hell's Gate in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the Hell's Gate, making a shocking sound of collision. The Hell's Gate was extremely mysterious. No one knew what kind of technique it was, but it was not damaged. However, the terrifying power of the apocalyptic black dragon fist passed through the Hell's Gate and violently blasted Yang Feng's arms. Crack! Crack! Yang Feng's arms were broken and his body was sent flying again. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Yang Feng to be defeated and defeated so miserably. Isn't this Lin Xian a little too strong? Everyone was shocked. After Lin Xian succeeded, he did not stop. Instead, his body was like lightning as he charged over once again. It was a good time to get rid of his opponent. He would not show mercy to such an enemy. In the next moment, he turned into a sword light and quickly rushed forward. Lin Xian moved like lightning and attacked Yang Feng again. What? Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to continue attacking. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the three major organizations? Stop! At this moment, another cold shout was heard. Then, two green vines turned into rays of light and instantly attacked Lin Xian. That is? Yan Qing has made his move! Everyone cried out in alarm. There were immediately people who were dissatisfied, because they had already broken the rules. Indeed, Yan Qing had broken the rules. This was because according to the new rules, the battle would only end when one side died. Or admit defeat. Before this, Yang Feng did not take the initiative to admit defeat, and he did not die, which meant that the battle was not over yet. No one else was allowed to interfere. However, at that moment Yan Qing attacked. This caused many people to feel discontent. The reason for that was because they felt that the other party was truly bullying them intolerably. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Sword chi gushed out from his body, transforming into a long river that fiercely crashed forward. Boom! The green vines were sliced into two. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed reaching the extreme. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Yang Feng. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword light slashed down rapidly. Puff! The sword slashed at Yang Feng's body and sent him flying. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and the surroundings fell silent. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful even though Yan Qing had intervened to stop him. Yan Qing's face turned gloomy. Lin Xian's speed was too fast, and he actually managed to dodge his attack. Killing someone in public was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Moreover, what made his face even gloomier was that Lin Xian had actually succeeded. Looking at the sword that had landed on Yang Feng's body, even if he did not die, he would probably be crippled. After sending Yang Feng flying again, Lin Xian did not make a move. His body swayed and landed on the ground. He was extremely fierce, like the god of death. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and trembled. In fact, many people immediately invited Lin Xian again and offered great benefits. They wanted to invite Lin Xian to join their organization. If they could invite such a terrifying young genius, he would definitely be a powerful force. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had no intention of joining the organization from the beginning, so he rejected them one by one. However, that did not affect Lin Xian's reputation. From then on, Lin Xian's reputation spread throughout the entire forest. On the other side, Zhao Tianxia, Lu Mingyu, Yan Qing, and the others looked extremely gloomy. They looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. That was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was too shocking. It had only been a few days, but Lin Xian's power had increased so much. Needless to say, he must have obtained some treasure or opportunity in the forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly. They had to think of a way to get rid of such a great enemy. Otherwise, the threat to them would be too great. A heaven-shaking great battle came to an end just like this. Both parties left, and the forest returned to its peaceful state. However, Ouyang Feng's body was still lying there, and no one cared about it. However, his storage ring had been taken away mercilessly. That was the cruel primitive forest. No one cared about a dead person. Even if Lu Mingyu, Yan Qing, and the others were once Ouyang Feng's companions, they did not care about the corpse now. However, after everyone left, the void suddenly split open. A silver-white hand reached out, grabbed Ouyang Feng's body, and disappeared. No one knew what had happened. Lin Xian did not know either. After he killed Ouyang Feng, he had left the area and set off towards the depths of the forest again. Lin Xian knew that the strength that he had displayed in killing Ouyang Feng had probably aroused the killing intent of some people. He did not know how many there were in the dark, but on the surface, there were at least Zhao Tianxia, Lu Mingyu, Yan Qing, and the others. Every one of those people was incomparably powerful. They were not weaker than Ouyang Feng. Moreover, in this forest, there must be their own opportunities. No one knew how powerful they were now. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. Although he would not join any organization, it did not mean that he would not form an alliance with others. Right now, he wanted to find someone to form an alliance with. Naturally, that person was Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao currently had a huge faction, so Lin Xian easily found out where he was. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian arrived at a quiet place. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant here. Spiritual qi was abundant, and there were no powerful Yao kings around. It was indeed a good place to live. As expected of the Yi family. Even in this primitive forest, it was a terrifying monster. Lin Xian now knew that Yi Wudao's identity was not ordinary. It was very likely that he was a disciple of the Yi family. Chapter 1756. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he felt that there were no less than 3 powerful soul powers in the surroundings that were staring at him. Furthermore, these soul forces were terrifyingly powerful. Needless to say, they belonged to almighty experts. Lin Xian's expression tensed up when he sensed the soul power of these almighties. "Senior, I'm here to look for Leaf Doudenier. I have no ill intentions." Hearing Lin Xian's words, 2 of the soul forces retreated. However, the last one didn't relax in the slightest. After a while, laughter rang out from the forest, and the last soul force retreated. Lin Xian knew that Leaf Doudenier knew he was coming, so he didn't hesitate and strode in. Sure enough, a handsome young man in white stood in front of him. It was none other than Leaf Doudenier. "Brother Dragon, you're here," Leaf Doudenier said with a smile. "You're famous now." Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't make fun of me, Brother Yi. Compared to you, my reputation is nothing." "You can't say that. Your reputation isn't weak at all." Indeed, Lin Xian's reputation was like the sun at high noon. His accomplishments were simply too many. Not to mention his previous exploits, just the fact that he killed Ouyang Feng was enough to cause a huge stir. Leaf Doudenier looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brother Dragon, would you like to join us?" "Join you?" Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected Leaf Doudenier to make such an offer. This was something he hadn't even considered before. After all, the Yi clan was a clan of the ancients. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian said, "Brother Yi, I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't want to bring you any trouble." But Leaf Doudenier said, "Brother Dragon, you're overthinking things. We don't want you to join us because we want you. We want you to join us because you're strong enough. Even here, you are still an elite." Leaf Doudenier was right. Lin Xian was strong enough to be taken seriously even in the Yi clan. However, Lin Xian still shook his head. "I didn't just offend Zhao Tianxia and Ouyang Feng. There are some even more terrifying existences. I don't want to cause trouble for your Yi clan." Lin Xian was right. He had not only offended people like Lu Mingyu and Zhao Tianxia. He had also offended people from the Wavering Light Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, and the 5 Elements sect. Especially now, he was wanted by the wavering light Holy Land. If his identity was exposed, he would probably attract the pursuit of most of the warriors. He even had the heavenly secret divine eyes. If this was exposed, no one would let him go. The Yi clan would most likely not be spared and would make a move against him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not join the Yi family. At the very least, he wouldn't stay with these almighties because their methods were too terrifying. Who knew when they would discover his secret? However, Lin Xian had come to form an alliance. Therefore, he said, "Although I can't join your Yi clan, we can form an alliance. We can help each other. When we are in trouble, we can help each other. How about it?" "All right." Leaf Doudenier smiled. Although he couldn't let Lin Xian join them, they could form an alliance. It wasn't a bad choice. Although the Yi clan was powerful, it wasn't that they didn't have enemies. In the past few days, they had suffered several inexplicable attacks. They could form an alliance. They would do their best to form an alliance. They naturally wouldn't miss out on a young genius like Lin Xian. Moreover, Leaf Doudenier also wanted to make friends with Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian left and returned to a safe place. He flipped his hand and took out a 5-colored crystal. This 5-colored crystal was formed by the energy of the 5-colored divine stone. For convenience, Lin Xian had turned the energy of the 5-colored divine stone into small crystals so that he could absorb it when he was free. This was convenient, and could quickly provide him with energy. Over the next few days, Lin Xian searched for other sources of energy while absorbing these crystals. However, no one knew that in the depths of the primeval forest, in a dark swamp, a tall young man crawled out of the muddy swamp. He looked at his body in shock, feeling the abundant energy in his body. "Don't worry, your injuries are completely healed. Not only that, your cultivation has reached its peak." In front of the tall young man stood a blurry figure surrounded by black energy. It was impossible to see what was real or fake. "Thank you for saving my life." The tall young man knelt on the ground and said, "Master, from now on, I will follow you and be loyal to you until death." "Very good." The mysterious figure smiled. "I know that your enemy is Lin Xian, and I know that you want to kill him very much. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, become my subordinate, and work for me, I will let you kill him with your own hands." "Really?" The tall young man was shocked and suddenly raised his head. If anyone was here and saw this face, they would definitely scream. Because this tall young man was none other than the dead Ouyang Feng. However, for some reason, he was now alive. The mysterious figure in front of him laughed. Of course, it was true. Then, he waved his hand and a silver-white palm pressed on Ouyang Feng's forehead. Buzz! Suddenly, a silver mark appeared on Ouyang Feng's forehead. It was the size of a coin and was engraved with strange runes. The silver mark flickered and disappeared quickly. "I have planted a special energy in your body. You can try it now." Hearing this, Ouyang Feng no longer hesitated. He stood up from the ground and then activated the energy in his body to trigger the silver mark between his eyebrows. Buzz! The silver mark appeared and shone brightly. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared on it and crawled all over Ouyang Feng's body. A terrifying and powerful energy was emitted from the silver mark. "So powerful!" Ouyang Feng was shocked. Then, he waved his fists and 4 immemorial demonic elephants surrounded him. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Just a few days ago, he could only use 3 immemorial demonic elephants. However, now that he had come back from the dead, he could use 4 immemorial demonic elephants. This meant that his strength had improved tremendously. "Thank you, Master!" Ouyang Feng knew that everything he had now, including his life, was given to him by the mysterious man in front of him. Therefore, he swore to be loyal to him forever. The mysterious man nodded and then said, "Get up. I will give you some men. Together you can capture that kid." The mysterious man waved his hand and 5 more figures appeared around him. Chapter 1757. The mysterious man waved his hand, and 5 figures appeared around him. If Lin Xian were here and saw this scene, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Because these 5 figures were Gu Chuanfei, Li Wei, and the others. These people were all killed by him before, but he didn't expect that they would all be resurrected now. Not only that, but their auras had also become more powerful. Go, I'll wait for your good news. The mysterious man waved his hand, and Ouyang Feng and the other 5 instantly disappeared. These people did not attack immediately. Instead, they formed a dark organization first. They did not want to be surrounded and killed by others, so they decided to use the primeval forest's rules to get rid of Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the little white monkey attacked again. Their targets were the powerful demon kings. Of course, they were not targeting the demon kings themselves, but the spirit herbs, crystals, and eggs they were guarding. With the little white monkey's treasure bowl, Lin Xian and the others' speed and formations, they were able to succeed repeatedly. However, this also angered many demon kings. Immediately, the nearby forest went berserk again. Those who did not know the truth saw this scene, and their scalps went numb. They ran away like crazy. These few days, no one dared to wander around the forest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a rich harvest. He did not absorb the energy he obtained immediately. Instead, he first gave it to the 5-colored immortal stone. Then, he absorbed the 5-colored energy from the 5-colored immortal stone. Although this kind of conversion was a little troublesome, the 5-colored energy was purer and more abundant. Lin Xian's strength was also rapidly increasing. Now, he was almost a mid-4-star king. This kind of improvement was very fast. One had to know that in the outside world, even the geniuses of the peerless sacred grounds and ancient families would need several years to increase their strength. Ordinary warriors might not be able to increase their strength even after decades or centuries. However, Lin Xian had made such a breakthrough in a little more than 10 days. One had to admit that this speed was simply too frightening. Not only that, but these days, he had been digesting and studying these few battles. He was now constantly exploring the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. Previously, he had been using the sharpness of the Dragon Sword Soul. That was why he had such a strong combat strength. However, looking at it now, that incomparably terrifying evolution ability was even more shocking. For example, Lin Xian did not know any of the 5 elements sex ultimate techniques, nor did he know any of the 4 symbols sacred grounds ultimate techniques. However, with the help of the great Dragon Sword Soul, he could use both the 5 elements fists and the immemorial golem fist. Furthermore, its power was even more terrifying than his opponent's fist technique. Not only could he imitate other people's martial arts, but he could also imitate a king's domain. If this kind of attack was used, it would definitely be extremely shocking. On this particular day, he wasn't working on his cultivation, because he had received a message from Leaf Doudenier. Therefore, Lin Xian set aside his cultivation and headed in the direction of Leaf Doudenier's group. It didn't take long for him to see Leaf Doudenier again. "Brother Dragon, you're in bad shape," Leaf Doudenier said grimly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that Zhao Tianxie and Lu Mingyu are joining forces to attack? He was not surprised at all because the two sides would fight sooner or later. However, to his surprise, Leaf Doudenier shook his head. "It's not Zhao Tianxie and Lu Mingyu. It's another group." "Another group? Who's that?" Lin Xian frowned. "It's a newly formed mysterious group called the Dark Organization. For the past few days, the Dark Organization has been searching for your whereabouts." "Dark Organization?" Lin Xian frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Therefore, he asked, "Who are the other party?" "I don't know. They're very mysterious. They all wear large black robes that cover their faces. There's even a black fog surrounding their bodies. However, their attacks are very swift and fierce. Once, an organization with 12 people clashed with them. In the end, the 6 of them defeated the small organization." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the other party few in number, but they were also very powerful. More importantly, they were hiding their identities. Who would attack him? He couldn't figure it out. But then, he snorted coldly. Since they want to fight, then let's fight. Brother Long, do you want to fight them? Leaf Doudenier asked. His expression was solemn. The other party's strength can't be underestimated. In this battle, I'm afraid the other party will attack together with 6 people. It's too much for you to take on 6 of them alone. Moreover, the other party seems to have come prepared. It's fine. It's only 6 people. I'm confident. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. His eyes shone brightly. He also had his own plans. If he defeated this dark organization in front of everyone, his reputation would expand once again. When that time came, other organizations would think twice before making a move on him. In that case, his troubles would be greatly reduced. Soon, the news of Lin Xian challenging the dark organization spread. Suddenly, all the martial artists in the entire primitive forest were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really agree. For a moment, everyone was discussing. Is this guy's brain flooded with water? How dare he agree to such a thing? Yeah, that's 6 people. And they're extremely powerful. They've even defeated a large organization before. Such a force is absolutely terrifying. Someone actually dares to challenge them alone. He's really courting death. Just you wait. That kid is dead meat. This time, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this was not a one-on-one battle, but a battle with an organization. Under such circumstances, a one-on-one battle was too disadvantageous. Zhao Tianxia, Lu Mingyu Yanqing, and the others sneered when they heard the news. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Someone else will take care of him. Zhao Tianxia snorted coldly. Then, he moved and led his people to watch. On the other side, Lu Mingyu Yanqing and the others also set off. Not only them, but most of the martial artists also set off. They wouldn't miss this shocking battle. In the forest, Ouyang Feng, Li Wei, and the others revealed sinister smiles when they heard the news. They were all people who had died once. This time, they were resurrected to kill Lin Xian. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian might refuse. If that happened, they might be in a lot of trouble. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to agree. What an arrogant guy! He's courting death. How dare he attack the 6 of us? He's dead meat this time. I'll definitely take revenge for this. I must kill him to avenge the death of my friend. Chapter 1758. Cold shouts rang out one after another. These people were brimming with killing intent. They were incomparably cold as they swore to kill Lin Xian. They put on black robes and masks. Ouyang Feng's body swayed and shrunk until he reached the size of a normal person. He had no choice. If he walked out in his original form, he would definitely be recognized. That was because other than him, no one else was more than 3 meters tall. He did not want others to know that he was resurrected. That would ruin his master's plan. In a forest, more and more martial artists rushed over. They were discussing the upcoming battle. Not long after, a figure rushed over from afar. He was tall, handsome, and calm. It was Lin Xian. That's the kid? He's too arrogant. Humph! He's very ordinary. I don't see anything powerful about him. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? He's quite handsome. There were also women who were infatuated. However, more people sneered. What's the use of being handsome? He'll be finished soon. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? I'm afraid he's dead meat today. That's right. I heard that the Dark Coalition is very terrifying. Every one of them is a powerful machine. If the 6 of them attack together, no one would be able to resist them. A series of discussions broke out as everyone's gaze landed on Lin Xian. At that moment, the void in the distance rippled. 6 black figures rushed over. They were 6 mysterious people in black robes and masks. Their bodies were surrounded by a black aura. It was impossible to see them clearly. Even soul power could not detect them. Whoosh! They landed on the ground. Each of them emitted a shocking, murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and quickly retreated. What a terrifying, murderous aura! It seems that they're determined to make a move this time. Many people felt their scalps tingle when they sensed the aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the 6 people in front of him. At the same time, he was puzzled. The murderous aura on them was too strong. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. However, he did not know the 6 of them at all. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. After defeating them and taking off their masks, he would know who they were. It was useless to guess now. In front of him, 6 black-robed men stood there. Their murderous aura soared to the sky, as if they were gods of death. Especially the one at the front. His murderous aura was like a giant dragon that soared into the sky. He stared at Lin Xian in front of him and said coldly, "Boy, are you going to die kneeling, or are you going to surrender obediently? But no matter what method it is, I will make you wish you were dead." His voice was very low, like that of a demon. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. It seemed that the other party's resentment towards him was not small. However, he wasn't someone who would sit and wait for death. Thus, he snorted coldly and said, "Enough nonsense. The 6 of you can come at me together." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Was he really going to challenge an entire organization by himself? This was crazy. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. As for the 6 black-cloaked men at the front, they sneered. "Brat, you're too arrogant. However, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish." The 6 of them were like demons, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Wait. This place isn't suitable for battle. I'm going to challenge the 6 of you alone. Give me some space." "Otherwise, aren't you being too much of a bully?" "Space? What space do you want? Don't tell me you want to use the entire forest as a battlefield?" The black-cloaked men's voices were cold because they had fought Lin Xian before and knew that Lin Xian's speed was incomparably terrifying. If they were allowed to stretch the battle line, they were afraid that they would be defeated one by one. In that case, their advantage of working together would be gone. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. "I don't need the entire forest. Just give me a valley." "A valley?" The surrounding warriors were stunned. The 6 black-cloaked men were also stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to choose a valley. The 6 of them discussed for a while, then revealed a sinister smile again. This was because if they started fighting now, Lin Xian might escape. However, choosing a valley was a different story. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and had only one exit. As long as they blocked the exit, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape. That way, they would be able to catch a turtle in a jar. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. "We'll do as you say. Choose a valley. Kid, choose a grave for yourself." "Ha ha." They sneered, not putting Lin Xian in their eyes. Zhao Tianxie, Lu Mingyu, and the others also shook their heads in disdain. In their opinion, no matter what Lin Xian chose, he had no chance of winning this battle. On the other side, Yi Wudao also arrived, accompanied by 2 old men. When they saw Lin Xian's actions, they immediately said coldly, "This kid is too arrogant. He actually wants to fight against 6 experts by himself?" The 2 old men shook their heads. Yi Wudao's expression was grave, but he still spoke. "Don't underestimate Brother Long. I feel that he's very strong. He might not be weaker than me." "How is that possible? Young master, you're—" One of the old men didn't believe him. But just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by the other. In front, Lin Xian moved, looking around. Finally, he chose a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was relatively spacious and suitable for battle. "Okay, this will be it." Lin Xian said. This is the grave you chose for yourself? It's really nothing much? Kid, from now on, this will be your eternal resting place. The black-robed men sneered. As for the other spectators, they came to the surrounding mountains and silently watched the battle. They stood on top of the mountain and looked down. They could clearly see the entire battle. Soon, the battle in the valley began. The 6 black-robed men roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Even the spectators felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with fear. Because the aura of these 6 people was too strong. In the next moment, the 6 black-robed men joined forces and sealed off the only exit. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a fierce light appeared on his body. It made him look like a god of war, powerful to the extreme. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, he didn't try to escape. He didn't even try to take a detour. Instead, he directly rushed over. What? He actually rushed over. What is this kid thinking? Isn't he courting death by directly confronting 6 people? It seems that he knows he's going to die, so he's giving up? Chapter 1759. Looks like he knows that he's going to die, so he's given up on himself? Doubtful voices were heard. Obviously, these people could not understand Lin Xian's behavior. In their opinion, the best way to face the 6 black-robed men was to wander around the valley and defeat them one by one to avoid being surrounded by them. That way, even if he could not win, he could at least stall for some time. However, Lin Xian's approach was completely out of everyone's expectations. He did not beat around the bush at all and directly faced them head-on. People who did that were either fools or idiots, or they had ungodly strength. Did Lin Xian really have ungodly strength? No one knew. The 6 black-robed men were stunned when they saw that, but then they shouted coldly. How dare he underestimate them and fight the 6 of them head-on? That was intolerable. Therefore, the next one of them roared angrily and charged forward like crazy demonic beasts. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and in the next moment, it was less than 10 meters. However, at that moment, Lin Xian made his move. He waved his arm and a sharp sword light instantly surged out. The sword light was too terrifying. It contained the aura of a dragon and appeared in the air like lightning. In an instant, it slashed one of the black-robed men. Boom! After that attack, a horrifying crack appeared on the black-robed man's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's body was sent flying backward and crashed onto the ground. What? He got him in one hit! When the crowd saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. They could not believe that Lin Xian was the first to succeed and gain the upper hand. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Xian was alone, and he was facing 6 black-robed men, each of whom was extremely powerful. Even so, Lin Xian still gained the upper hand in the battle. It was hard to believe. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Even the 6 black-robed men were shocked. They could not accept that fact at all. His strength has actually increased again. The leader of the black-robed men had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were as red as a wild beast's. He could not believe that the other party's strength had improved so much in such a short period of time. This was simply too heaven-defying. Go! Kill him! With a roar, they once again charged towards Lin Xian. Terrifying attacks surged towards him like waves. The void trembled, unable to withstand it at all. It was immediately torn apart. In the next moment, a violent power surged towards Lin Xian, surrounding him in an instant. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword, sweeping forward. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the berserk energy. Then, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and rushed out quickly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of these black-robed men and punched out with both fists. His left hand was the fist of metal, and his right hand was the fist of fire. Both of his fists punched forward. On the left, golden light shone. The golden light seemed to have transformed into a golden sword. It was incomparably sharp and quickly pierced through the void. On the right, pitch-black flames surged out. The terrifying heat caused the entire void to distort. Boom! With two loud bangs, two black-robed men were sent flying as if they had been struck by lightning. "He's done it again!" Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Because Lin Xian was simply too powerful. In a total of 4 moves he had injured 3 people. It could be said that they had never seen such a method before. The remaining 3 black-robed men were also terrified. They could not believe it at all. How could this be? How did he become so powerful? At this moment, on the distant mountain peak, Lu Mingyu, Zhao Tianxia, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Because this scene was completely different from what they had imagined. It could be said that the strength that Lin Xian displayed now was a world of difference compared to before. Damn it, what kind of treasure does this kid have? How could it be so heaven-defying? His strength has increased so quickly. Even the 2 old men standing next to Leaf Doudenier were shocked. How did this kid do it? How can his combat strength be so strong? Could it be that he can really be compared to young master? The 2 elders were extremely shocked. Yu Wudao, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Lin Xian. Kill! The remaining 3 black-robed men roared crazily. The 3 of them had the strongest auras. At this moment, they were like gods and demons as they attacked crazily. Terrifying energy exploded, and in an instant, the void in front of them exploded, creating an extremely terrifying black hole. Whoosh! However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He narrowly avoided the energy bombardment, and then punched out with both fists, sweeping the 3 of them. A terrifying battle erupted. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 3, but he was still not at a disadvantage. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. Humph! Suddenly, Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his fist technique again. A primordial aura surged from his body. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, 2 long roars were heard, piercing through the sky as if 2 huge beasts had awakened. Then, 2 immemorial demonic elephants rushed out from his fists and stood in the void. Their huge bodies carried endless energy, and their cold eyes were emotionless. The 2 immemorial demonic elephants seemed to have crossed time and space from hell. What? Immemorial demonic elephant fist! How does this kid know the 4-symbol sacred grounds fist technique? At this moment, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The 3 black-robed men were extremely shocked. Especially the one at the front. His body was trembling, as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible! This is impossible! How does he know the immemorial demonic elephant fist? This was the 4-symbol sacred grounds ultimate technique. How could an itinerant cultivator like him know such a fist technique? Under the mask, Ouyang Feng could not accept it. One had to know that such an ultimate technique could not be taught to outsiders. Even in the 4-symbol sacred ground, only the genius disciples could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian was obviously not from the 4-symbol sacred ground, but he could use the immemorial demonic elephant fist. It was unbelievable. But now, there was no time for them to think too much. Because the 2 immemorial demonic elephants were already rushing towards them. Boom! 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 The void was trampled mercilessly, and countless black cracks appeared and spread in all directions. The 2 immemorial demonic elephants were like 2 mountains, pressing down on the 3 black-robed men. Get lost! Finally, the black-robed man at the front could not take it anymore. He also waved his fists, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Not only that, but 2 huge phantoms also appeared on his fists. Immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! 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 The 4 immemorial demonic elephants collided in the air, and a terrifying aura tore through the sky. In the end, the 4 immemorial demonic elephants disappeared into the void at the same time. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.